Beyond the Mage. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 226 Ending in Spring. Watching Dewey disappear from the snow-capped peak, Gata realized he had underestimated the man's family background. A teleportation spell that could make someone vanish must be at least a 4th ring or higher level. Mage, he's gone, he teleported away. Can we go like this? No. Why? Because we're not as rich as him. Oh, Gata glanced back at the path he'd come from, then let out a long sigh. Lady Flora, I'm here, it's just the two of us again. Lady Flora can count, then let's get ready to go. How much longer? I don't know, we'll find out when we get there. For now, let's go down the mountain. It'll take so long again, it'll be a little faster than going up, Gata assured him. And indeed it was. Climbing snow-capped mountains often required using both hands and feet, and the snow-covered path was extremely tiring, so one couldn't travel very far in a day. But going down the mountain was much easier. Under Flora's wide-eyed gaze, God first created a large pool of clear water, then controlled it to condense into a streamlined, slightly curved ice board. The board's tip and tail were slightly upturned, the bottom was flat, and the sides were sharp ice blades. Along with the ice board, 2 ice poles with sharp, pointed tips also materialized, water creation, plus, water manipulation. With these 2 simple magic tricks, God created a rudimentary ice skateboard and corresponding ice ski poles. God patted his chest pocket, gesturing for Flora to come in. Flora didn't hesitate and flew over decisively. Hold on tight, he said. Then, God stepped onto the ice board, and with a slight thought, used water manipulation to tightly connect the ice board to his boots. He looked down, the perpetually snow-capped peaks of Dundurn covering every inch of rock and crevices. Sunlight shone on the glistening snow, reflecting dazzling rays. Gata took a deep breath of the cold, thin air, letting the icy sensation fill his chest. Then, Gata pushed off the ground with a powerful leap, soaring from the mountaintop platform onto the snow slope. With his movement, the ice board seemed to come alive, gliding lightly down the slope and leaving a clear trail in the snow. The snowflakes along the trail were stirred up by the force of the ice board, swirling and forming dazzling showers of snowflakes, all left behind by Gata. His speed increased instantly, the wind whistling past his ears, mixed with a stinging sensation of snowflakes hitting his face. But Gata didn't care, completely immersed in the thrill. The undeveloped Dundurn Snow Mountain didn't have any traditional ski runs, sometimes wide and gentle, sometimes narrow and steep, filled with obstacles and sharp turns, all testing Gata's skills. Gata leaned slightly to the side, using his ice staff to adjust direction and speed, making smooth, effortless turns. Snowflakes flew as the tips of his staff touched the snow. Every turn was precise, every leap a smooth landing, demonstrating astonishing balance and control. His experience studying at Peking University in his previous life had given him some exposure to skiing, giving him a foundation. But now, his actions were closer to extreme sports than simple skiing. His ability to control the snow was due to the surge in mental power after his upgrade, which allowed for precise perception and control of his body. The surrounding scenery blurred with the high-speed movement. Mage, you can fly too. This isn't flying, this is skiing. Gata and Flora's voices were faintly heard amidst the swirling snowflakes. The north, a vast, boundless permafrost tundra, lay like a silver-white tapestry, serene and solemn beneath the sky. White was the dominant color of this region. No matter the month or time of year, the snow in the north never melted. The rhythm of the changing seasons has lost its cadence here. Time itself seems frozen in ice and snow. The perpetual icy landscape has earned this land the name Eternal Frozen. In the central north lies the ancient frostbite. This was once the sacred site of the iceborne tribes. However, long ago, it was abandoned for some reason, becoming a forgotten ruin, buried in history. Only in recent years has this abandoned ancient site been rediscovered thanks to the new War Mother of the true iceborne tribe. At the very center of the ancient frostbite is a raised rocky outcrop. Upon this rocky outcrop once stood the Boreas Sanctuary. The Boreas Sanctuary was the ancient pilgrimage site of the Iceborne tribes, the source of their culture and faith. But with the decline of the ancient frostbite, the Boreas Sanctuary also perished, sinking into the long river of time. But now, with the rediscovery of the ancient frostbite, the Boreas Sanctuary has been awakened once more. The Iceborne tribes, in ancient times, were one of the four major branches of humanity, on par with the Wolfborn, Dragonborn, and Sunborn. They were a significant origin of Mage civilization and flourished for a time. Later, with the rise of Mage civilization, the power of these four tribes, whose bloodlines could spontaneously awaken magic, declined. Today, the Dragonborn, like the dragons themselves, are almost extinct. The Iceborn and Wolfborn, residing in the isolated north, seem to have been gradually eliminated by human civilization, becoming synonymous with backwardness and aboriginality. In fact, the Iceborne tribes are following the same path as the Dragonborn. Their bloodline power is becoming increasingly diluted, as if cursed. The Iceborne tribes once produced 7th or even 8th ring mages solely through their bloodline power, but now, among the dozens of Iceborne tribes large and small in the north, not even a 5th ring mage can be found. As the former masters of this permafrost tundra, they are gradually being eliminated by this land. If nothing unexpected happens, the Iceborne tribes might be buried by the snows of the north in a few thousand years. At this moment, atop the snow-covered Boreas Sanctuary, flames blaze fiercely. The howling wind and snow cannot extinguish the burning torches. The True Ice tribe, the most powerful of the Iceborne tribes in the north. Now, the most powerful hunters of the entire True Ice tribe are gathered on this small rocky outcrop. In ancient times, when the Iceborne tribe's bloodline power had just begun to decline, the War Mothers and High Priests of the three Iceborne tribes tried every method but could not find the root cause or a solution. Finally, it was Orisha, the War Mother of the True Ice tribe at the time, who held the grandest ritual magic in the history of the Iceborne tribes within the Boreas Sanctuary. In that ritual magic, Orisha saw the Iceborne tribes' long decline ahead, and also the hope of their revival. Awaken the slumbering earth, O North Wind, if winter comes, can spring be far behind. This is a short hymn left by Orisha after the ritual magic, passed down for millennia among all the Iceborne tribes of the north. It is said that this hymn points to the hope of the Iceborne tribes' revival. In the bitter winds and icy snow, which even the Iceborne find unbearable, the weathered True Ice hunters strip off their animal skins, revealing their bare arms and chests. All knelt on one knee in unison. Tens of thousands of Iceborne stood on the rocky ground, yet not a single sound was uttered. Only the howling of the biting wind and the sizzling of the roaring flames could be heard. A huge brazier blazed with a vibrant fire. The flames reached high into the sky. The brazier was fully ignited. A new ritual was beginning. The True Ice tribes gathered here did not look at the flames, but rather up at the central platform. On that high platform stood a woman. She possessed flowing, long silver hair, as pure and flawless as the first snow of winter, cascading down her back. Her face was ethereal and otherworldly, her eyes a deep, dark blue, possessing a chilling quality that seemed to see into the depths of one's soul. Her skin was fair, remaining so even against a backdrop of ice and snow, which only enhanced her otherworldly appearance. Behind her slung a massive ice bow, as tall as a man. The ice bow was entirely crystalline, emanating a faint chill. The woman let her gaze sweep over everyone. This was the largest gathering of hunters from the tribe. She knew they had all come to see her. She was the new War Mother of the True Ice tribe, and the youngest War Mother in its history. The Master of the Blizzard, the Awakener of True Ice magic, daughter of Boreas, the last pure-blooded Iceborn of this era, born of ice and snow, the savior of the True Ice tribe. She was Sunifa Boreas. Sunifa took her ice bow from her back and raised it high. This is the Blizzard, an ice magic weapon crafted from true ice, the weapon of Boreas himself from ancient times. It had vanished from history like the ancient Frostlands. Until Sunifa found the Blizzard and gained its approval. The True Ice tribe, already on the verge of collapse, submitted entirely before Boreas's weapon. The piercing cold of True Ice chilled Sunifa's entire body. Even with Iceborne blood flowing through her veins, even with awakened ancient True Ice magic, she couldn't ignore the stinging pain from the Blizzard's extreme cold. But having lived with this weapon for so long, Sunifa was already very familiar with this feeling, no longer needing to force a calm expression as before. In fact, Sunifa had become inseparable from this pain. The extreme cold of True Ice allowed her to focus, eliminate all distractions, and grow rapidly. Sunifa raised her gaze from the faces of the crowd to the blazing braziers around her. A long, resonant cry echoed from the sky. It was the unique cry of a falcon, full of power and freedom, seemingly capable of piercing the soul. Yet, no one on the field looked up, their expressions unchanged. The next moment, a falcon swooped down, circling nimbly in the low sky before landing on Sunifa's shoulder. It was a silver-white falcon, its feathers seemingly formed from frost, its sharp eyes so intense that even the most powerful hunters dared not meet its gaze. It was Sunifa's magical falcon, also from the ancient Frostlands. Sunifa took a deep breath and drew back the bowstring of Blizzard. The enormous ice bow was even larger than Sunifa herself, yet she seemed to possess immense strength. Effortlessly drawing the bowstring taut. As the bowstring tightened, a crystal-clear, flawless arrow materialized, solidifying under the power inherent in the ice bow. Sunifa held her breath. The temperature on the platform plummeted, frost flowing along the bowstring, coursing through her body, and spreading outwards from her feet. A crackling sound filled the air, like a melody. Just as the frost was about to extend beyond the platform, Sunifa exhaled and released the bowstring. The ice crystal arrow flew out, carrying a chilling aura and unstoppable force, soaring upwards before exploding in the air with a deafening roar, shattering into countless tiny ice crystals. These crystals instantly reformed into the emblem of this Handing tribe. "The ceremony begins," Sunifa announced softly, her voice carrying through the cold wind and echoing throughout the entire arena. Swish! 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 As her voice faded, the atmosphere grew even more solemn. All the Handing hunters, as if summoned, drew their specially crafted daggers from their waists, the sound of their simultaneous movements like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The icy daggers were drawn, and all the hunters held the blades to their right palms, their faces showing a reverence and awe for their tribe, their ancestors, and the forces of nature. Then, they closed their eyes and silently recited an ancient hymn. "Awaken the slumbering earth, O north wind, if winter comes, can spring be far behind?" Then, they made a gentle slash. The icy blades cut through skin, blossoming into flowers of blood. Despite the extreme cold, this blood did not freeze. For this was the blood of the Iceborn. The Iceborn blood fell onto the rocky ground, as if drawn by some magnetic field, converging towards the central platform. And in the center of the platform, behind Sunifa, starlight began to appear. This starlight connected and resonated with the stars in the sky. Sunifa's pupils turned wide at this moment, as if she had wandered into the heavens. Everyone stared wide-eyed, holding their breath as they watched Sunifa on the platform. This process lasted for about a minute. That 1 minute felt like an eternity to those on the field. Finally, Sunifa's pale eyes returned to their original deep blue, though a lingering weariness remained. "Winter has come for the Iceborn tribes, spring is not far off," Sunifa's voice, like a song, echoed across the rocky ground. "Someone is coming from the mountain peaks, he will awaken the slumbering earth, he will bring spring and life to the frozen tundra, he will free the Iceborn children from hunger, with his help, the true ice will be gloriously restored, the north will be unified once more." "How do we find him?" someone asked the most crucial question. "That person, protected by ice and snow, will be able to withstand the chill of the true ice. That person, favored by nature, is accompanied by the spirits of nature. That person, enlightened by the world, possesses the most primal power in the world. Believe in him, welcome him, follow him." Chapter 227 Tribes and Wolves. This is an abandoned land. Under the vast sky, there is only pure white snow and the black tundra covered by it. On this expansive wilderness, almost no green can be seen. Dilapidated camps, ubiquitous wild beasts, and the ever-present, extremely dangerous feline creatures, everything exudes a primitive aura. This is the North, the savage, rugged, and uncivilized North. A thin, short boy, dressed in rough animal skin clothing, his hair like withered grass, carrying a huge basket that seems incongruous with his body, walks step by step through the filthy, crisscrossing tents. The basket is filled with the droppings of herbivores he has collected on the snowfield, mainly muskox droppings. Although there is little green on the north, it doesn't mean it's completely barren. In the tundra's permafrost, one can find some wild grasses, wild peas, and berries including rock clover and cloudberries. These are almost the only green vegetables that the people of the north can eat daily. Moss and lichen are also very common. These, along with the roots, stems, and bark of certain plants, are the staple food of herbivores. The excrement of herbivores contains a large amount of plant fiber, which is easily combustible after drying and has a low ignition point, making it a common fuel source for the people of the north. Returning to his tent, Joey laboriously unloaded the basket from his back. His shoulders burned with pain. Such heavy work was far too demanding for a child not yet 10 years old. But Joey didn't complain. On the frozen ground, hardship was inevitable. Every child in the north grew up this way. Joey took out a glove, put it on, and then reached into the basket, beginning to work as if kneading dough. The excrement had to be processed by hand into cakes or small blocks, then placed in the sun to dry naturally on a fine day. Only after it dried would the resulting dung cakes be the ideal fuel. Since his parents died in a snow wolf attack 2 years ago, Joey has barely survived on the meager food rations from the tribe and by venturing out into the snow to forage for wild vegetables and herbs. The tribe is small, but it doesn't abandon any of its members. In the north, the tribe is the most important thing. However, while the tribe wouldn't easily abandon orphan children, it didn't mean Joey could simply eat and drink for free. The truth is, the north doesn't support idlers. Even children have their own jobs. Making fuel was Joey's job. While working, Joey kept glancing outside the tent. He was waiting for the tribe's hunting party to return. If he was lucky, the hunters would return carrying several game, mostly deer, musk oxen, and wild boar, and Joey would get a large piece of meat. Those were Joey's happiest moments. But such moments weren't frequent. More often, the hunters only had a meager harvest, not even enough for everyone in the tribe to have a bite to eat. At this time, limited food supplies must be prioritized for the men of the tribe who need strength. Women, the elderly, and children often only get a sip of meat broth. This isn't even the worst of it. Hunting is always dangerous, injuries are common, and death is even more frequent. Sometimes, the hunters bring back not prey, but the corpses of their companions. In such cases, going hungry for a few days is a minor issue. The main problem is that for small tribes like theirs, even a large casualty could shatter the already fragile balance of the tribe. A wounded hunter can't hunt. No hunting means no food. No food means no strength to search for food. This vicious cycle can ultimately lead to the extinction of a tribe. And such stories happen every day on the permafrost of the northern tundra. Therefore, Joey's eyes held not only expectation but also worry, a great contradiction. In this environment where survival is the primary theme, so-called infighting loses its meaning. Everyone in the tribe is a community, which is invaluable. Today, Joey was lucky. When the hunters returned carrying a huge stag, the entire tribe erupted in cheers, filled with the shouts of children. Soon, joyful laughter echoed throughout the camp. Even Joey couldn't help but pump his fist excitedly. Hunters, becoming a skilled hunter, bringing food and joy to the tribe, was young Joey's greatest dream. Half an hour later, "Little Joey, this is yours." An old hunter from the tribe approached Joey's tent carrying a sizable piece of venison. Joey had almost finished his work and was cleaning it. He took the heavy piece of venison and the small piece of offal that came with it, thanking the old hunter. The northerners' diet consisted mainly of meat and fish, making up over 90% of their food. Only very occasionally would they add wild vegetables and fruits. Moreover, to maximize the preservation of nutritional value and conserve fuel, they often ate raw food in a very savage way. This seemingly savage way of eating was actually a way of life where the northerners coexisted harmoniously with nature. Joey carefully took out his specially made bone knife from his waist. Although it was a bone knife, it had become exceptionally sharp through his frequent sharpening. Joey used the bone knife to gently slice across the large piece of venison, his technique skillful and precise. Thin slices of meat, as thin as cicada wings, were cut off. Then, Joey put these slices into his mouth. The cool meat melted in his mouth, the texture like ice cream, releasing a rich, fresh, and sweet flavor. A look of satisfaction immediately appeared on Joey's face. He had been starving for a long time. In fact, throughout the tribe, apart from the hunters who went out hunting and often ate until they were about 80% full to ensure their strength and stamina, most people were usually only half full. Only on a very few special occasions would they unleash their stored food and feast. Hunger was the norm for the people of the north. On this land, food was far too precious. Just as Joey was enjoying his food and daydreaming about becoming a hunter, a series of increasingly urgent bullhorn blasts echoed through the tribal camp. Accompanying the horns was a hoarse voice, tinged with a barely perceptible fear. Snow wolf attack. Snow wolf attack. About 30. They're almost here. The voice belonged to their small tribe's leader, the only eye-split awakener in the entire tribe. Hearing the word snow wolf, Joey's hair stood on end. Snow wolves were the most common feline creatures on the northern plains, scattered throughout every corner of the permafrost tundra. There are hundreds of thousands of numbers, ranging from the lowest-ranking 0-ring snow wolves to the 5-ring frost wolf king, made snow wolf packs one of the northerners' most troublesome problems. And snow wolves preferred to roam in packs, launching attacks on northern tribe camps when food was scarce. Joey's parents had died in a snow wolf attack. This early experience instilled in Joey not only a deep hatred for snow wolves, but also a subconscious fear. So, upon hearing news of the snow wolf attack, he reacted like a cat with its fur standing on end, immediately going into high alert and gripping his bone knife tightly. A pack of 30 snow wolves, in typical proportions, would consist of about 3 level 1 ice wolves. Such a pack, while not necessarily capable of wiping out a tribe, would at least cripple them. And for a small tribe like theirs, crippling damage often meant annihilation. They had barely survived the snow wolf attack 2 years prior and hadn't fully recovered. Facing another attack, no one was confident the tribe could survive the winter. Beasts, these damned beasts, why are they targeting us? A woman in the tribe, clutching her infant child, murmured, her voice filled with despair and sorrow. Everyone, take out the venison you received today and throw it at the entrance of the tribe, the tribal chief decisively ordered. Although the snow wolves were fierce, they rarely attacked human camps unless they were extremely hungry. After all, it was a very dangerous activity for them, inevitably resulting in the loss of many members. Therefore, if some food was offered and the snow wolves were fed until they were half full, they would likely retreat. This act was often called the snow wolf tax, meaning paying a tax to the snow wolves in exchange for food and peace. Although somewhat reluctant, the tribe's people who had just received their venison quickly handed it over. If the food ran out, they could hunt again, but if the people were gone, it would be truly gone. The hunters took the heavy chunks of meat from the tribe's people and threw them at the entrance of the tribe, as if offering them as tribute to the snow wolves. Just as they finished doing this, a pack of ferocious, frost-white snow wolves charged in without any attempt to conceal themselves, like white ghosts crossing the snow. Snow wolves resemble dogs in appearance, but are far more ferocious. Their eyes gleam with an eerie green light, seemingly able to perceive the fear and unease in people's hearts. The snow wolf pack stopped at the entrance to the tribe, looking at the pile of venison. The tribal hunters, who had already drawn their weapons, stared intently at the snow wolves. A tense atmosphere filled the air. Every howl of the cold wind seemed to trigger the taut nerves of both sides. At this moment, several low howls came from within the snow wolf pack. Immediately afterwards, 3 enormous, imposing wolves slowly advanced. These were the strongest members of the snow wolf pack, 3 ice snow wolves at the first ring. They would determine the direction of the entire pack. The remaining snow wolves, those at the 0-ring level, watched these 3 ice snow wolves at the first ring with awe. The ice snow wolves reached the pile of venison, gently sniffing it. Then came a terrifying sound, the grinding of teeth breaking bones, sending chills down one's spine. The snow wolves' strong, sharp teeth are best suited for crushing hard bones and sucking out the marrow. That cold marrow has always been one of their favorite foods. After the 3 alpha wolves had locked away every last drop of marrow, they slowly raised their heads, staring intently at the 100 or so people in the tribe. Their ear-green eyes gleamed with ferocity, and they let out a long howl, their menacing aura terrifying. The chieftain's face changed instantly. Although they couldn't understand each other's language, the snow wolves' meaning was clear: this meat wasn't enough, they wanted more. Greedy beasts. The wolf pack wasn't particularly large, about 30 or so. But their tribe was far too small, excluding the elderly, children, and women. Only 30 or 40 people were truly capable of fighting. The people of the north were never lacking in courage and strength, and they weren't incapable of fighting these snow wolves, but if they really went for it, the casualties would be heavy. How would they survive the approaching winter? A sense of helplessness rose in the chieftain's heart. This was the predicament of a small tribe, utterly defenseless against risk. Even the slightest mishap could lead to its annihilation. Lot, take some men and drag another musk ox out of the warehouse, the chieftain ordered. Chieftain, that's our winter rations, the hunter named Lot cried out anxiously, his face paling. Listen to me. Yes, chieftain, A moment later, a huge frozen muskox was dragged out of the warehouse by Lot and several strong hunters. Its massive body left a deep trail in the snow. On the snow, the three-ringed alpha wolves were instantly drawn to their new prey, their eerie green eyes gleaming with even greater greed. The tribespeople watched as the hunters dragged the frozen muskox to the tribe's entrance, their faces filled with worry and reluctance. "Living is more important than anything else," the chieftain said, his voice soft but exceptionally firm. Lot and the others quickly dragged the muskox to the wolves and set it down. The three alpha wolves slowly approached, circling the muskox a few times, as if inspecting its cargo. "Lot, watch out!" Just then, something unexpected happened. The tribal chief, his eyes bloodshot, shouted, trying to warn Lot. But it was too late. One of the three alpha wolves suddenly attacked, leaping up and knocking Lot to the ground, biting down hard. Lot had no time to resist, only instinct and courage allowing him to desperately turn his head. The fangs aimed at its neck tore a chunk of flesh from Lot's shoulder. Lot let out a scream. Meanwhile, the other two snow wolves attacked simultaneously. The other two hunters weren't as lucky as Lot. Their abdomens, clad only in animal skins, were ripped open by the snow wolves' claws, their intestines spilling out instantly. The agonizing screams of the two hunters, their bellies ripped open, were like knives piercing the hearts of everyone present. "Beasts," the tribal chief, his eyes bloodshot with rage, witnessed this. Just as humans have various personalities, so do snow wolves. The three alpha wolves before them were clearly cunning and ferocious, completely disregarding any so-called rules of the game. The alpha wolf, its ferocity flaring, once again opened its massive jaws, its fangs snapping at Lot, whom it had just pounced on. "No!" someone in the tribe cried out in alarm. Lot's face paled, he knew he was likely to die this time. Whoosh! Just as the snow wolf's sharp fangs were within reach, before the other hunters in the tribe could react, everyone heard a sound like an arrow piercing the air. With that sound, a beam of blazing fire shot out from a tricky angle, heading straight for the alpha wolf. Then, the alpha wolf suddenly howled in agony, instantly blasted away. Lot had narrowly escaped death. His hunter's experience allowed him to instantly pinpoint the direction from which the beam of fire was coming, and he instinctively looked over. Then Louder saw a figure, like lightning, gliding down a high slope dozens of meters away on extremely long shoes. Chapter 228, Magic Explosion. Everything happened so suddenly that neither the snow wolves nor the tribe's people had time to react. The only one who reacted was Lot, who had narrowly escaped death. Seeing the snow wolf that had knocked him to the ground being blasted away, Lot, driven by the instinct for survival, immediately scrambled to his feet. Ignoring the intense pain from his shoulder wound, he rushed back to the tribe. "Kill!" the chieftain finally reacted, roaring angrily. Under his command, the tribe's hunters reacted swiftly, throwing their javelins. The javelins rained down on the wolf pack. Faced with this sudden counterattack, the wolf pack was instantly thrown into chaos. The snow wolves howled angrily, attempting to launch an attack. But before they could, the threat of the javelins forced them to scatter and dodge. The snow wolves were brave and fierce, and in just a moment, they had already moved a considerable distance. But such a dense barrage of javelins was not without its effects. About 7 or 8 snow wolves, unable to dodge in time, were pierced through the body by sharp spears and pinned to the snow, struggling in agony, their blood instantly staining the snow red. But by this time, the remaining snow wolves had already adjusted their formation. Previously, they had been clustered together, making them vulnerable to the dense barrage of spears. Now, however, they had spread out, stretching the battle line considerably. Given the snow wolves' agility and speed, the spears were unlikely to pose a significant threat. Therefore, what followed was the bloodiest and most brutal close combat. Meanwhile, the chieftain himself erupted in that instant. With a furious shout, his eyes turned a frosty, deep blue, and an icy blue light appeared in his hand. Moments later, an arrow formed from solidified ice, fired spontaneously without a bow, shot towards one of the ringed snow wolves. This was not a spell mastered by a conventional mage through constructing a spell model, but rather a spell awakened spontaneously within his bloodline. The old chieftain was the only awakened eye split in the entire tribe. In other words, he was essentially the tribe's only mage. This was the tribe's biggest problem when facing the snow wolf pack attack. Northerners lived by hunting, their combat skills and physique far surpassing ordinary people. Even without magic, they could fight against zero-ring line creatures. But those 3 one-ring ice wolves were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary northerners. Only extraordinary beings could deal with extraordinary beings. In the north, the Iceborne bloodline was the extraordinary power upon which northerners relied for survival. The old chieftain was very old and lacked both the confidence and the strength to fight 3 at once. But now, there was no other choice. More importantly, the old chieftain had also spotted the strange figure flying down the hillside. He could only trust that the strange figure was powerful enough and willing to continue attacking. Crack, the icy arrow struck the ice wolf precisely. However, it wasn't as effective as the previous beam of fire. With a crisp cracking sound, it shattered. The snow wolf that took the hit only felt a slight pain, suffering minor superficial wounds, and howled, baring its teeth. With a howl, the snow wolves pushed off with their hind legs, traversing the snow as if it were flat ground, and pounced towards the tribe. The boy next to Joey was instantly knocked to the ground by a pouncing snow wolf. Just one bite. A huge bloody hole appeared in the boy's neck. Before the hunters' spears could strike him, the cunning snow wolf had already landed a blow and nimbly retreated. It merely bared its bloodied fangs, staring at the almost bloodless Joey with its cruel and ferocious green eyes. It was as if threatening, "You're next to die." Just as the battle began on one side, another scream rang out. A slow-moving old man, his stomach ripped open by another ferocious snow wolf, instantly collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Of course, the snow wolves weren't invincible either. The most experienced hunter in the group, just as a snow wolf pounced, thrust his spear with astonishing precision and power. The spear intercepted the wolf mid-air, its sharp, bone tip piercing the wolf's vulnerable belly, delivering a fatal blow. The other hunters, though not as skilled, also struggled to thrust their spears, driving away the attacking wolves. "Conserve your energy and rhythm," the hunting team leader shouted. Each powerful spear swing was extremely taxing, especially at high frequencies. Exhaustion was likely only a few dozen swings away. These cunning wolves clearly understood this. That's why they tentatively attacked the vulnerable elderly, children, and women, rather than engaging the hunters in prolonged combat. Their aim was to force the hunters to keep attacking and wear down their strength. As predators on the snowfield, this is their common tactic when facing prey, to exhaust their strength through probing attacks and feints, and then easily pounce on them when they are exhausted. However, the captain's warning was largely ineffective. Not only the hunting team leader could see through the snow wolf scheme, but the other hunters also understood their intentions. The problem was that the snow wolves were attacking their own kind. The hunters dared not gamble and could only do their utmost to stop the wolves. Meanwhile, after the old chieftain's attack, the ring-shaped snow wolf that had been blasted away by the flames had already gotten up. The snow-white fur around its wounds was now scorched and mottled black from the embers of the flames. This made it especially furious. Its fury stemmed not only from physical pain but also from the trampling of its dignity. It fixed its gaze on the culprit, the strange figure rushing down the hillside at an incredible speed, kicking up clouds of snow. Even the snow wolf that had taken a direct hit from the old chieftain's attack couldn't care less about the old chieftain at this moment, instead focusing its ferocious gaze on the strange man. These first-ring Leline creatures were highly intelligent and clearly understood that this was the most troublesome enemy, requiring them to work together to eliminate him first. The 3 snow wolves slightly changed direction, and almost simultaneously, their powerful limbs pushed off the ground, transforming into 3 white phantoms as they charged towards the strange man. "Be careful," the old chieftain shouted again, chasing after the 3 giant wolves to provide support. In his view, facing the combined attack of the 3 snow wolves, the strange man was definitely in danger. However, the strange man, who was rapidly flying down the hillside, didn't stop moving at all. He began casting spells as he moved. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 intense, dazzling beams of energy shot out from the strange man's hands. From its high vantage point, the beam shot towards 2 of the 3 snow wolves like 2 bolts of lightning piercing the sky. The 2 wolves locked onto by the energy beam, using their hind legs to propel themselves forward, suddenly darted to the right just before the beam struck. Speed was the snow wolves' forte. However, the energy beam, which had seemingly been dodged, then, with an incredibly stylish motion, traced a semicircular arc and struck the 2 snow wolves that had lowered their guard. Magic Burst Plus, Evocation, 0 rings, fires a powerful beam of energy at a creature within casting range, 120 feet. Bonus, Within casting range, the energy beam will continue to pursue the target. After leaving Dondurng Snow Peak, it took nearly a month for Gata to officially enter the Northern Territory via the Northern Mountain route. During this time, he unlocked a new zero-ring origin point. He decisively added this origin point to Magic Burst. As the energy beam struck, the two snow wolves jolted violently, their rapid forward charge abruptly halting as they crashed onto the snow. While there were no obvious external wounds on their bodies, their internal systems had suffered some kind of damage. Magic Blast, as the king of magical damage, possesses not only an astonishing power of 10 degrees, but also something crucial. Its damage is noble force field damage. Force field damage can penetrate material barriers, making it a powerful weapon for breaking through defenses in most situations. This is especially true against enemies with high defense or shields, where the nobility of force field damage becomes even more apparent. One of the Snow Wolves' major advantages in dominating the Northern Territory is their remarkably protective for ordinary physical attacks are often largely neutralized by their smooth fur. Furthermore, this fort possesses considerable ice resistance, precisely countering the ice elemental spells most favored and commonly used by the Northerners. This is why the old chieftain's frost arrows seemed so unreliable. But Gouda, an outsider, wouldn't tolerate this. The penetrating force field damage ignored the Snow Wolves for defense, inflicting severe damage. Magic Burst Plus, under the upgraded spell, increased from 1 energy beam to 2, but there were still 3 Snow Wolves. So the last Snow Wolf was already within his attack range, pouncing towards Gouda. Gouda's expression remained unchanged. He had already cast Shield on himself as he began sliding down the slope. However, he didn't intend to rely solely on Shield to withstand the pounce. Gouda slightly turned his body, using his superb skiing skills to press down on his body, executing a sliding tackle, skillfully avoiding the Snow Wolf's pounce. Using the height of the slope to slide down, Gouda accumulated gravitational potential energy, continuously converting it into speed, making his speed incredibly high, allowing him to handle even the first Snow Wolf's pounce with ease. This sliding tackle kicked up a cloud of snow dust, blurring visibility to almost nothing. But this was precisely Gouda's intention. Magic Blast Plus had an automatic target acquisition function. He only needed to spot a blurry shadow, lock onto the target, and leave the rest to the spell itself. Therefore, this environment was actually Gouda's home turf. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another, Magic Blast Plus, was unleashed, bursting through the snow dust, hurtling towards the 2 heavily wounded ice wolves. Strike while the iron is hot. Focusing fire to reduce the enemy's numbers is always a safe and effective fighting strategy. The ridiculously fast movement speed meant Gouda didn't need to worry about the ice wolves' attacks for the time being. And the Magic Blast Plus' built-in target acquisition effect meant Gouda didn't need to worry about accuracy while moving at high speed. Casting while moving is a challenge for most mages. Like archery, the faster you are, the harder it is to control your aim. Therefore, high accuracy in mobile casting has always been one of the important indicators of a battle mage's strength. With arrows that never miss, the 2 heavily wounded Snow Wolves were not spared for a moment, each taking 2 more bursts of magical energy. This accuracy chilled the wolves to the bone. Some internal structure of their bodies had been completely destroyed by the force field damage. Although they still clung to life, they had utterly lost their fighting ability. At this moment, the snow dust had dissipated. The last Snow Wolf, seeing its 2 fallen companions, let out a mournful howl. Just seconds before, the Snow Wolf had been eyeing Gouda menacingly. Now, after its howl, it decisively turned and fled. Seeing this, Gouda subconsciously frowned. The Snow Wolf was running up the snow slope, while he was sliding down it. At their current speeds, moving towards each other like this, in the blink of an eye, the opponent had already escaped his casting range. So be it, Gouda sighed helplessly, though it was a pity, there was nothing he could do. He then waved his hand again, and 2 beams of energy shot out decisively, finishing off the 2 Snow Wolves that had collapsed on the snow slope, unable to struggle any longer. In just a few exchanges, he had killed 2 Snow Wolves, both of which were at the first ring, and 1 had escaped. Although he had taken advantage of the terrain, for a mage who had only recently advanced to the first ring, such combat power was still quite exaggerated. After dealing with the 3 alpha wolves, Gouda turned his gaze to the Northerners who were still fighting with the 0-ring Snow Wolves. His expression suddenly changed, and he opened his mouth and shouted. However, Due to the high tension and the distance from the snow slope, no one heard what Gauda said. Only the old clan chief, who had chased after the snow wolves to support Gauda, immediately heard the voice filled with obvious anxiety, thanks to his enhanced hearing from the awakening of his bloodline power. Wow, leave me a few. The urgency conveyed in the voice made the old clan chief's mind not immediately clear. Leave me a few, was he referring to the snow wolves? Leave him a few snow wolves? What did he want? Did he want to capture snow wolves alive and tame them? How could one possibly tame snow wolves? That was a secret technique known only to the Frost Wolf clan. Apart from the Frost Wolf clan, no one else could handle these unruly and ferocious snow wolves. Just as the old patriarch's mind was racing, Gauda, using the immense momentum from sliding down the slope, flew past him, heading straight for the center of the battlefield. At the same time, a blazing beam of fire shot out before he could, accurately striking a zero-ring snow wolf that had just pounced. The snow wolf didn't even let out a howl before being engulfed in the fireball, lifeless. Chapter 229 This tea is poisoned. Everything was essentially over after Gauda dealt with the 3 alpha wolves. Just as the old chieftain was wary and troubled by the 3 level 1 ice wolves, these level 0 snow wolves offered little resistance against a level 1 mage. At his level, Gauda, through level up casting, could easily kill these level 0 Leeline creatures with even simple tricks. He rapidly cast spells, continuously using Flame Arrow Plus to swiftly and decisively finish off the snow wolves. While Mana Burst Plus could damage 2 targets with a single spell and had the added effect of continuous tracking, making it more intelligent, its power was just a hair's breadth away from instantly killing a level 0 snow wolf. That slight difference could easily allow a snow wolf, on its last breath, to be finished off by others. Therefore, Gauda could only choose Flame Arrow Plus as a single target attack, but with a power level of 20. However, even with single target spells, Gauda's efficiency in reaping these snow wolves was not low. Before the wolves could react, another beam of fire shot out from Gauda's hand, blasting another snow wolf to death. Then, within 5 or 6 seconds, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th snow wolves fell one after another under the bombardment of Flame Arrow Plus. Seeing that the 0 ring origin points related to Snow Wolf in his origin bar were full, Gauda finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was at this moment that the old clan chief finally returned and joined the battle. Just like Gauda, he continuously generated ice blue arrows in his hand and shot them at the snow wolves. His ice elemental spells were a bit lacking against first ring ice snow wolves, but they were still easy against these 0 ring snow wolves. However, the results were obviously not as impressive as Gauda's. Even the 0 ring snow wolves moved extremely fast. Flame Arrow Plus could adjust its trajectory once, which ensured that Gauda's hit rate was almost 100%. The old chieftain lacked the ability to do so, and spells occasionally missed. Although Gauda slowed his casting speed, he continued to release spells to help deal with the snow wolves. Therefore, this sudden battle ended quickly. After the dramatic ups and downs, most of the people in this small tribe were still immersed in the emotions of what had just happened. Gauda, however, was in a good mood. He had gained another point of essence, even if it was only at the 0 ring level, which made him very satisfied. This trip to the Northern Territory was indeed the right decision. Because of his good mood, Gauda's expression appeared unusually strange to the tribe members. They all watched Gauda with unusual tension, not at all unguarded despite his earlier intervention to kill the snow wolves and help them. Encountering such an unknown person in the Northern Territory, especially one who had just used fire elemental magic, an ability impossible for those with iceborn blood to awaken fire elemental magic, indicated that he was likely not from the Northern Territory. And for the people of the Northern Territory, there was a certain unease about this foreign human. No one knew the other's intentions. After withdrawing his attention from Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, Gauda noticed the expressions on the faces of these primitively dressed, rugged Northerners and roughly guessed their thoughts. Gauda wasn't particularly bothered by this. These people living on the permafrost tundra were born worrying about food and survival, fighting against various ferocious beasts and battling the weather. Their high level of vigilance was normal. Let's save them first, he thought. He noticed that many in the tribe had been injured in the recent battle, some even disemboweled and barely clinging to life. However, the hunters in the tribe looked at each other, making no move. It wasn't until the old chieftain stepped forward and spoke to Gauda, that Gauda paused, startled, and suddenly realized what was happening. Yes, the language of the Northerners was incomprehensible to the languages of the outside world's humans. The languages of the outside world's humans were called common languages and were the most widely used. Even if the indigenous people in some areas still used their local languages, they often also knew the common language. Even due to the power of mages, many non-human races would learn the common language of humans in order to communicate with them. However, due to the isolation of the North, the people of the North, although also human, did not possess a common language, but instead used Ace language, also known as Northern language, which they had used since ancient times. Fortunately, he had already mastered language proficiency, prophecy, first ring. For the duration of the spell, 1 hour, know the literal meaning of all languages you hear. You can also understand the literal meaning of written text by touching it, but reading each page of text in this way takes 1 minute. Certain cryptic messages in words or graphics, such as an arcane rune, cannot be deciphered by the spell because they do not belong to the category of written languages. The next moment, with a thought, a drop of liquid mana within him surged into the spell's starry sea, flashing across the spell model. Immediately afterward, a look of all-knowing understanding flashed in his eyes. The old chieftain's previously incoherent and incomprehensible speech was now easily understood by Gauda, as if it had been deciphered. I'm sorry, the tribe's people don't know the common language, nor do they possess the Iceborn bloodline. They lack the ability to understand languages, the old chieftain said. Once someone possesses the Iceborn bloodline and reaches the first level, they will all possess the magical power to understand languages. It's alright. Let's save them first, Gauda said. The old chieftain nodded, turned around, and gave an order. The tribe's people who had been looking at each other in confusion quickly sprang into action. Then, the old chieftain turned back to Gauda and solemnly thanked him. If it weren't for your timely intervention, our Duourbian tribe might have been wiped out. This small tribe was called Duourbian, a name that held no real meaning. It's nothing, Gauda said truthfully. As he spoke, Gauda first pulled his feet out of the ice plate and then dispelled the freezing effect of water manipulation. The old chieftain, witnessing this, was secretly amazed. He now realized that the person before him hadn't actually flew so quickly from the hillside, but rather relied on those strange shoes. Are you from beyond the northern border? The old chieftain asked again. Gauda nodded. He knew the Northerners were extremely hostile towards outsiders. But whether in language, appearance, or temperament, the differences between him and the Northerners were too great. The Northerners had very rough skin and were exceptionally robust, a physique that helped them withstand the cold. Furthermore, their eyes were long and narrow with thick eyelashes, which reduced the glare from the extremely low snow reflectivity, protecting their eyesight. They also had wider faces and thicker lips, again adapted to the cold environment. Of course, if one possessed Iceborn blood, their appearance and physique would resemble those of outsiders, as the power flowing in their blood granted them natural resistance to the cold, requiring no additional adaptation. However, those with Iceborn blood also had their own distinctive physical characteristics. The most distinctive feature is that all Iceborn have blue eyes. The stronger their bloodline, the purer and deeper the blue of their eyes. These physical characteristics made it impossible for Gauda to conceal his identity as an outsider, so he never intended to hide anything from the beginning. Respected outsider, may I know your name? The old chieftain asked sincerely. You saved the Dalbian tribe today, and we will certainly repay you. My name is Gauda, Gauda replied after thinking for a moment. I am Zimo, the chieftain of the Dalbian tribe. The old chieftain also introduced himself. Outsider, it's getting dark now. Why don't you rest in the village for the night, so we can properly thank you? After introducing himself, he extended an invitation. It was called a village, but Gauda glanced at it. It was really just a small tribe with some fences and dozens of simple tents, with a total population of no more than 200. Alright, then I'll trouble you, Gauda agreed without hesitation. He also wanted to learn about the customs, culture, and geography of the north through this small tribe, and seeing that Gauda agreed, Shimo breathed a sigh of relief. The people of the north were indeed extremely wary of outsiders, but to them, Gauda was not an outsider, but their savior. In the northern people's mind, kindness must be repaid. He knew that given the strength Gauda had displayed in the situation of his own tribe, he couldn't offer anything of equal value in return, but even just treating him well for one night would be good enough. Do you still need these snow wolves? Shimo asked hesitantly, pointing to the snow wolf carcasses on the snow. Keep the pelts of those 2 snow wolves from me, You can take the rest, Gata said generously. Snow wolf meat was reasonably tasty, but with so many, Gata couldn't possibly take many with him. As for the snow wolf pelts, firstly, most snow wolves die covered in wounds, their pelts incomplete. Secondly, zero-ring snow wolf pelts aren't worth much. If Gouda had a legendary space ring, he wouldn't mind a tiny bit, but unfortunately, he didn't. The two one-ring ice wolves, however, died from the energy beam of the Magic Energy Blast Plus. Because the Magic Energy Blast caused force field damage, there were no obvious external wounds, and the pelts were remarkably well preserved. A one-ring ice wolf pelt can fetch nearly 20 gold coins when sold to fur traders outside. Even if no merchant is available in the Northern Territory, the warmth of the ice wolf pelt makes it a good choice for personal use. Of course, skinning is a skilled job. Gouda himself couldn't skillfully skin a whole snow wolf pelt. But for the people of the Northern Territory, it's a basic skill. So Gouda trusted them with the snow wolf carcasses. "Thank you," Zimmo exclaimed with delight. There were 20 or 30 snow wolf carcasses on the ground. Their meat, combined with the previously prepared food reserves, would allow the tribe to weather the harsh winter. Although Gouda intervened promptly, 7 people from the Durbian tribe still lost their lives, including 2 hunters. This was a significant blow to the Durbian tribe. Chief Zimmo felt deeply guilty. If it weren't for his orders, the 2 hunters wouldn't have been ambushed and killed by the cunning snow wolves. The tribe's people didn't blame Zimmo. Everyone knew that Zimmo had no choice but to act. Several years ago, the Durbian tribe had already suffered a snow wolf attack. That time, Zimmo led the tribe in a fierce resistance, successfully repelling the wolf pack, but the Durbian tribe also suffered heavy losses. The former hunting leader, another member of the tribe with ice blood, also perished in that battle. Often, choosing resistance or compromise is not the right choice, it's simply choosing the lesser of two evils. Because the mistake isn't in the choice itself, but in weakness. According to the traditions of the Northerners, the tribes of the Dornbian tribe performed a cryogenic burial for them. A cave was prepared, the body of the deceased was placed inside, covered with animal hide, and the entrance was sealed with ice. A small hole was then dug above the cave. The Northerners believed that this would allow their souls to leave the cave, while their bodies would remain to nourish the northern lands. Although the permafrost was barren and cold, all the Northerners deeply loved the land beneath their feet. That night in the Dornbian tribe, God was undoubtedly given the warmest welcome. That evening, the Dornbian tribe held a bonfire feast, something they hadn't done in a long time. Fuel, usually used with great care, was now generously brought out, and a roaring bonfire was lit. The tribe's people brought over various wild vegetables and fruits they had treasured from their homes. These were things they only used as condiments to eat with meat during festivals. Shimo even had the hunters kill a free-range musk ox from the tribe, used for milk production, to entertain God. The village certainly had other meat stored away, including the snow wolf meat from today, all of which was fresh. However, snow wolf meat didn't taste particularly good. For the Northerners living on the permafrost tundra, it was a precious food that couldn't be wasted, but serving it to guests seemed too stingy. I've heard that among you outsiders, there's a drink called wine at banquets. We Northerners have limited resources, so this is all we have, Chief Shimo said, bringing Gwadi a ceramic cup. A few dried leaves floated on the steaming water in the cup. This is ginger tea, Shimo explained. Ginger grass is a special plant that only grows on the permafrost tundra. After being picked and dried, it's used to make a unique flavor when steeped in water, and it also has a warming effect. Mage's delicate voice sounded from Gwadi's chest. Shimo was startled, only then realizing that a small HUD was peeking out from Gwadi's chest pocket. Gwadi smiled slightly. Chief Simo, I'm not alone, I'm traveling with a companion. Please trouble you to bring my fellow traveler another cup of tea. Simo couldn't help but glance a few more times at Flora, who had already flown out of Gwadi's pocket, before fetching another ceramic cup. He had chosen the smallest cup he could, but it was still too big for Flora. It's all right, Gwadi said, facing Simo's slightly apologetic gaze. A thought flashed through Gwadi's mind, a glint of light in his eyes. After confirming the tea was harmless using detect poison, he said to the already bursting with curiosity, Lady Flora, please go first. Flora immediately flew to the ceramic cup, placed her hands on the rim, and bent down, like a kitten drinking from a river, gently licking the tea. The next moment, Flora jumped up like a cat with its fur standing on end, shaking her head and retreating to Gwadi's side. Be careful, Mage. This tea is poisonous. It shouldn't be. Oh, it seems it really isn't poisonous. Flora, sticking out her tongue, fell into deep thought. With her abilities, how could she not sense poisonous plants? Although the two were communicating telepathically, Flora's sudden retreat and a disdainful gesture still made Shimo's eye twitch slightly. Seeing this, Gata smiled, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. A faint herbal aroma wafted up, and as the tea flowed down his throat, an incredible burning sensation warmed his body instantly, truly wondrous. However, the taste was incredibly spicy. Most people couldn't handle it. Good stuff, Gata exclaimed. Seeing Gata's approval of the ginger tea, Shimo's wrinkled face couldn't help but show a relieved smile. You will always be the most honored guest of our dull border, because the people of the North spend most of their time and energy foraging and survival. Their sense of right and wrong is actually quite primitive. Or rather, quite simple. If you have done them a favor, they will regard you as the most honored person and will not have any other ulterior motives. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Ambition. Conditions in the border region of Dawa were quite basic, but this dinner was exceptionally lavish, the best Gata had eaten in a long time. After all, he had been living a life of hardship, and simply having a hot and filling meal was a luxury. The fresh, hot food, seasoned with condiments, was a delight for Gata. The freshly grilled musk beef, in particular, was incredibly tender and juicy. The wild vegetables and fruits foraged from under the snow, though slightly astringent, surprisingly complemented the grilled meat perfectly, cutting through the richness. Gathering wild plants, hunting, fishing, and herding, this was the unique, primitive way of life for the people living in the north. However, the glacial lakes rich in fishery resources generally belonged to large tribes. Small tribes like the Dor border region, with fewer than 1,000 people, primarily relied on hunting for food. While enjoying their meal, Gata and Chief Zimo inquired about the basic situation in the north. The exact structure of the Northern Territory, the levels of mages, the distribution of ley lines, the strength of ley line creatures, the distribution and characteristics of tribes, precautions, geographical features, and so on. These were all things Gata urgently needed to understand. Due to the Northern Territory's isolation from the outside world, these things were very difficult to obtain. Before this, Gata only knew the general situation of the Northern Territory. More detailed information could only be obtained by actually entering the Northern Territory and gaining the trust of its people. And now, Gata had these conditions. Although the Dal border was only a small tribe, and Chief Zimo was only an Iceborn equivalent to an early-stage first-ring mage, he was still a native, and he could answer most of Gata's questions. The Northern Territory was extremely vast, occupying more than a third of the Nolan continent, something Gata had already learned in his Nolan Continent Geography and War Geography class. But it was only from Chief Zimo that Gata learned that this vast Northern Territory was actually divided into 3 regions, the Western, Central, and Eastern. The Western region borders the Plantagenet dynasty, separated from this powerful ancient kingdom only by the Irwinray Mountains. The population distribution in the north is extremely uneven. According to Chief Shimmer, over 90% of the North's population lives in the western region, while the rest is sparsely populated. The eastern region is home to the ancient Frostguard tribe, the oldest Iceborn tribe in the north, while the central region is almost entirely devoid of Northborn inhabitants. The reason is simple: the general direction from west to east is an upward sloping line, running from southwest to northeast. In the north, the further north one goes, the lower the temperature becomes. By the time one reaches the central region, the temperature is already unbearable for even Northborn people. It is said that in the eastern region, the average temperature reaches an extremely deadly -100 degrees Celsius, with some areas even lower. At such temperatures, it is impossible for ordinary humans, except for Iceborn, to survive. Once the temperature drops below -100 degrees Celsius, the water in an ordinary person's body, including the blood, will freeze rapidly within seconds. However, if one could withstand such low temperatures, the eastern region of the north would become a treasure trove. Because in such extreme environments, the probability of true ice forming increases significantly. True ice is the most unique and rarest treasure in the north. It is a naturally formed, Unique treasure with the property of never melting and can enhance the power of the Iceborne. There are various theories about the origin of true ice, but 2 points are certain. First, true ice can only form in extremely low temperatures, specifically -100 degrees Celsius. Second, true ice exists only in the north, even if other regions also have areas with temperatures below -100 degrees Celsius, true ice will never appear. At least so far, true ice has never appeared outside the north, and the specific reasons are unknown. The most widely accepted theory is that the north possesses some kind of magical power, and this power is one of the necessary conditions for the formation of true ice. True ice can be used to forge powerful weapons and equipment. Weapons and equipment made from true ice are not only extremely powerful but also contain powerful ice elemental magic. However, although true ice weapons are powerful, only Iceborne can actually use them. This is because true ice constantly emits a bone-chilling cold, and only Iceborne can withstand this cold. This should be called an Iceborne exclusive weapon. Gotta couldn't help but think after Chief Shimo's introduction of the true ice weapon. In the most densely populated western region of the north, countless tribes, large and small, existed. Every day, tribes perished, and new ones were born. Among these many tribes, only 3 could be considered large: the True Ice Tribe, the Frost Wolf Clan, and the Winter's Hammer. The True Ice Tribe was the purest Iceborne tribe, belonging to the former Queen of the North, Boreas. In ancient times, Boreas, with a powerful ice bloodline within her, unified the North for the first time, earning the title of Queen of the North. The True Ice Tribe naturally became the most powerful tribe in the North. However, with Boreas's death and the inexplicable decline of the Iceborne bloodline, the True Ice Tribe, which had unified the North with Boreas's powerful individual strength, could no longer maintain the North's unity. The North once again fell apart and has never been unified again. No matter how much the Iceborne bloodline has declined, the True Ice Tribe's foundation remains, still the most powerful tribe in the North, possessing the most Iceborne secrets and knowledge. It's said that the True Ice Tribe's new war mother, Sunifa, has found the weapon of Queen Boreas of the North, the Blizzard, and awakened true ice magic. Many in the North believe she may be Boreas reincarnated, destined to unify the North once more, Chief Shimo said. If that's true, perhaps it's a good thing for small tribes like our Dorbian tribe, he remarked. At least under unity, we won't have to worry about attacks from the snow wolves. Small tribes have very low resilience, and Shimo certainly wanted to find a powerful tribe to join. But the problem was that Dorbian was simply too weak. Powerful tribes wouldn't even consider them. Food was always limited. Accepting such a small tribe would be a completely disproportionate investment. The Winter's Hammer, also an Iceborne tribe, was originally called the Winter's Claw. In ancient times, there were 3 major Iceborne tribes in the north. Later, something unknown happened, and the Iceborne bloodline began to decline inexplicably. The Frostguard tribe, one of the 3 major Iceborne tribes, led by their war mother, migrated to the eastern region of the north and disappeared from the world. Only the True Ice Tribe and the Winter's Claw remained of the 3 major Iceborne tribes. The Winter's Claw, as a traditional Iceborne tribe, quickly lost its former glory after the decline of the Iceborne bloodline. At its weakest, it was almost wiped out. The Winter's Claw war mother, in an attempt to restore its former glory, left the tribe alone and headed east, seeking refuge and support from the Frostguard tribe who had migrated to the east. In the end, she did not bring back reinforcements from the Frostguard tribe, but instead brought back a hammer. No one knows where this hammer came from. But under the power of this hammer, the war mother of the Winter's Claw, possessing Iceborne blood, miraculously gained mastery of fire. Relying on this hammer, the Winter's Claw, though unable to regain its former glory, finally managed to continue its lineage. That hammer was called the Winter's Hammer by the people of the Winter's Claw tribe. Later, the Winter's Claw tribe simply changed its name to Winter's Hammer. As for the Frost Wolf clan, compared to the established foundations of the Ice Tribe and the Winter's Hammer, they were considered a rising power in the north. They didn't have a glorious past or a long-standing tradition. Initially, they were just an ordinary, mid-sized tribe, originally called the Frost Snow Clan. The Frost Snow Clan's nomadic area happened to be close to Snow Wolf Ridge, where snow wolves were most concentrated. Therefore, they faced extremely frequent harassment from snow wolves. However, in the long-term confrontation with the snow wolves, some geniuses of the Frost Snow Clan gradually figured out and mastered a method for taming snow wolves. The Frostwolf clan diligently cultivated and refined their breeding methods, eventually forming a systematic secret tradition. This allowed them to rise to prominence, transforming from a mid-tier tribe into one of the three major tribes, alongside the True Ice Clan and the Winter's Hammer. For other tribes, the Snow Wolf is one of their most hated enemies, a notorious bandit. But for the Frostwolf clan, the Snow Wolf is their tribal totem, their best friend. They even changed their name to the Frostwolf clan to express their affection for the Snow Wolf. Overall, the combat strength of the Northern Territory is not on the same level as the world outside. After the decline of the Iceborne bloodline, the strength of the Northern people has been steadily decreasing. Currently, it seems the strongest are only at the level of a 5th ring mage? Probably. Therefore, Goddard, a 1st ring mage, still holds considerable value in the Northern Territory. At least, Chief Simo, the strongest warrior in the Daw borderlands, is at this level, and in a real fight, he might not even be a match for Goddard, who has only recently become a 1st ring mage. Without a doubt, the only place Gotti could choose to plant the trees was in the western region of the north. Because apart from the western region, the other two areas were not merely desolate, but practically forbidden zones for humans. Humans are social animals, and Gotti couldn't isolate himself from the world just to plant trees. He began to ponder the best location. Initially, I definitely need a place without inhabitants. This will ensure that once Yggdrasil is planted, it won't be disturbed by those with malicious intent during its most vulnerable seedling stage. However, I can't choose a so-called dead zone. This desolate place should have a convenient geographical location and habitable terrain. Yggdrasil takes a full year from planting to sprouting. During this year, Yggdrasil is extremely vulnerable and requires Gotti's utmost care. One person's strength and energy are always limited. If the planting site is chosen in a populated area, the probability of something going wrong will greatly increase, and Gotti would likely be unable to protect it all. Therefore, the initial planting site must be a desolate, uninhabited place. According to Flora, after Yggdrasil sprouts, it will gradually display its divine abilities. These include the ability to recognize hostile creatures and protect itself, to absorb the power of surrounding trees to accelerate its growth, and the special ability to transform the surrounding land into sacred ground. In other words, after passing the initial stage, Yggdrasil will no longer need to worry about its safety as before. Instead, it will need to focus on planting as many trees as possible. Planting trees is physically demanding and time-consuming. One person's strength seems somewhat insufficient for this massive project. Without planting trees, Yggdrasil's growth rate will be slow. Although Yggdrasil might not care about this, God does. In his vision, the later tree planting work will definitely require human assistance, and with Yggdrasil's ability to transform land into sacred ground, it could completely defy fate and create a habitable place on the permafrost of the north. According to God's current preliminary plan, based on this habitable place, he will have the resources to cooperate with the northern tribes. Furthermore, if many tribes depend on the habitable lands transformed by Ugathir for their livelihood, wouldn't he wield significant influence in the north, perhaps even forming a fourth large tribe? Considering this, the potential of the tree planting sites becomes crucial, much like the ancient practice of choosing a capital location, requiring consideration of various factors. After all, once trees are planted, they are not easily moved. Previously, God wouldn't have harbored such ambitious thoughts. However, after his imprisonment, his mindset had subtly changed. Even disregarding these factors, the importance of having one's own power for a mage is self-evident. This idea, once it surfaced, spread like wildfire in God's mind. After the bonfire party, Chieftain Simo tidied up his tent, offering it to God for rest. Undoubtedly, this was the most luxurious and warm resting place in the entire border region of Dawar. Upon entering the tent, a wave of warmth washed over him. That was the heat emanating from the hearth at the very center of the tent, an important facility used by the people of the Dawar border region for warmth. Beside the hearth were carefully laid out beds made of animal hides. Surviving in the north was no easy feat, everything required skill. Even sleeping at night wasn't as simple as just pitching a tent and laying out a blanket. The biting winds of the snowfields, the piercing cold, would seep up from the ground. A stable resting spot required a series of complex undertakings, including digging up it, filling it with soil and straw, and being close to a heating facility. Otherwise, one could expect to suffer from rheumatism or even paralysis. Although Gauda didn't need to worry about these problems, having evolved a primary ice body, He was completely immune to the cold. He still had no objection to a comfortable resting environment. What is Lady Flora thinking about? Gouda noticed that Flora had been pondering something all night, as if she were troubled by some difficult problem. Master, that tea is awful. It is. The ginger tea was spicy and pungent, tasting somewhat like ginger tea from a past life. How many children actually like ginger tea? Then why are you drinking it? It's not poisonous, it's awful, but it's the best they could offer. Even if you don't like it, you shouldn't complain, or they'll be sad, Gouda patiently explained. Oh. Did Lady Flora upset him just now? No. Why? Because children speak without thinking. Chapter 231 Ice Marrow and Blade Burst. After the lights in the various tents of the duo or border tribe went out one by one, Gouda, who had just sat cross-legged to begin his daily cultivation, heard footsteps outside the tent. Gouda immediately stopped, his guard up. Who would be looking for him so late? It's me. Chief Zimo's voice came from outside the tent. You're not asleep yet, are you? Not yet. Gouda quickly got up, opened the tent flap, and welcomed Chief Zimo in. Chief Zimo, is there something you need? Chief Zimo smiled. If it weren't for your help today, the duo or border tribe would have been in grave danger. The tribe doesn't have anything of value. After thinking about it, this is the only thing I can barely offer. As he spoke, Chief Zimo carefully took out a small ice bottle from his robes. The ice bottle was clear, and through it, 3 drops of crystalline, pale blue, teardrop-shaped gel could be clearly seen. Chief Zimo handed the ice bottle to Gouda. What is this? Gouda asked in surprise. Ice marrow, Tier 1, Chief Shimo explained. In the north, ice marrow is the most widely accepted currency. Under Chief Shimo's explanation, Gouda gradually understood the situation. In a place like the north, gold and silver coins were meaningless. People here were more accustomed to bartering. The only thing that could truly be considered currency was ice marrow. Ice marrow wasn't some rare mineral, but rather a droplet-shaped gel condensed by Iceborn through the ice extraction method, which Iceborn masters after awakening their bloodline. This process involved blending their bloodline and magical power to create the gel. The process was somewhat similar to concocting a potion, except that only Iceborn mages could condense ice marrow. Similarly, the stronger the bloodline power, the higher the tier of the ice marrow condensed. Furthermore, the more abundant the magical power, the shorter the time required to condense the ice marrow. Shimo was an early-stage Tier 1 Iceborn mage, so the ice marrow he condensed was naturally Tier 1. At his mage level, it would take him about a year to condense a single drop of Tier 1 ice marrow. A mid-stage Tier 1 Iceborn mage would need 6 months, and a late-stage Tier 1 mage would need 4 months. This illustrates the preciousness of ice marrow. Of course, the value of ice marrow lies not only in the difficulty of its condensation process but also in its powerful efficacy. This ice marrow possesses extremely abundant and pure ice elemental power, which can be used not only as medicine but also directly as a magical potion. After consuming ice marrow, the power of ice elemental spells cast by a mage will surge. However, the most important reason it has become a hard currency in the Northern Territory is that, after consumption, ice marrow, besides amplifying the power of ice spells, can also be used to assist in the cultivation of ice attribute techniques and even enhance one's own Iceborn bloodline. The former goes without saying. The cultivation method of Iceborn mages is the true ice secret transmission, obtained through bloodline awakening, which is the purest ice attribute cultivation method. As for the latter, it is of paramount importance to the people of the north. Iceborn mages' spells are derived from their own bloodline, eliminating the need for the time-consuming process of constructing spell models like ordinary mages. Furthermore, the powerful Iceborn bloodline rapidly elevates an Iceborn mage's rank. For example, Sunafa, the new war mother of the true ice tribe, is already a 4th ring mage at a young age, relying on her powerful Iceborn bloodline. This is the advantage of the Iceborn bloodline. However, on another level, the Iceborn bloodline also limits the growth of Iceborn mages. This is because breakthroughs in the True Ice Secret Manual are restricted by bloodline power. Iceborn mages like Simon, with weak Iceborn blood, can only reach the late 1st ring in their lifetime. Without a breakthrough in bloodline power, the True Ice Secret Manual cannot be upgraded to a 2nd ring mage. The reason the Iceborn are becoming increasingly weak is precisely because they are extremely dependent on the Iceborn bloodline power, which is constantly declining. In ancient times, the Iceborn bloodline could propel an Iceborn to the 7th or even 8th ring. Now, however, Even reaching the 5th ring is difficult. Take Sunifa as an example. Because of her Iceborn bloodline, she could quickly become a 4th ring Iceborn mage in just a few years, but she could also be limited by the Iceborn bloodline and remain at the 4th ring for life. The strength of the Iceborn bloodline is innate, dependent on luck, but not unchangeable. The most well-known method is to consume ice marrow and then utilize the ice condensation ability from the True Ice secret manual to enhance one's Iceborn bloodline power. This is likely because ice marrow is formed by Iceborn mages using their bloodline power. Sharing the same origin, it possesses such a miraculous effect. The difficulty of ice marrow's condensation process combined with its powerful effect ensures its perpetual scarcity, preventing it from becoming unsellable. The former guarantees that ice marrow will not experience inflation, maintaining its stable value. This perfectly aligns with the properties of currency. Therefore, ice marrow became a hard currency in the Northern Territory, and it wouldn't be wrong to call it a high-value currency. The 3 drops of ice marrow before him represented Chief Zimo's 3-year stockpile. His sincerity was evident. Since that's the case, then I'll accept your offer, Gata thought for a moment, then reached out and took the ice bottle. If the other party had only offered something insignificant as gratitude, accepting or not would have made little difference. But since the other party had truly offered their most precious possession, accepting was the better choice. Seeing Gata accept, Chief Zimo's face immediately showed a relieved expression. Then I won't disturb your rest any longer. After watching Chief Zimo leave, Gata opened the cap of the ice bottle in his hand. A rich aura of ice elemental energy instantly rushed out, giving one a jolt of energy. Looking at the 3 drops of ice marrow imbued with rich ice elemental power, Gata recalled what Du Wei had told him. Refining magical plants containing ice elements into a medicinal liquid and dripping it into the eyes would allow the Mandora's eye to further enhance itself after absorbing enough ice elemental power. Ice marrow possessed extremely abundant and pure ice elemental power, perfectly meeting this condition. Therefore, the Mandora's eye should be able to be enhanced through ice marrow, possibly with an effect far surpassing that of the medicinal liquid refined from magical plants. Thinking this, Gata's heart stirred slightly, and he activated the Mandora's eye. His normally normal left pupil immediately displayed a ring of deep, eerie blue fluorescence, becoming mysterious and unpredictable. Simultaneously, his vision changed. The world seen through his left eye became microscopic, even allowing him to faintly distinguish the boundaries of the solidified blue particles within the ice marrow. Looking into the distance, things that were originally tiny seemed incredibly close, like the telephoto lens of a camera from his previous life. Then, Gata raised his head, took a drop of ice marrow from the ice bottle, and dripped it into his left eye. Instantly, he felt a clear, cool chill surge into his eye. Without him needing to do anything extra, the Mandora's eye, shimmering with light, automatically began to absorb the abundant ice elemental power. The entire process lasted for an unknown amount of time. When the chill completely dissipated, Gata's left Mandora's eye was noticeably deeper than before. Observing things with the Mandora's eye was also clearer than before. Gata carefully sensed it, and under his powerful mental perception, some information naturally surfaced in his mind. After dripping in 71 more drops of ice marrow like the one he just used, his Mandora's eye would advance to the next stage. The Mandora's eye is a special ability obtained through Mandora's tears, due to the rarity and randomness of Mandora's tears, and the fact that even consuming Mandora's tears doesn't guarantee obtaining the Mandora's eye. Mages possessing the Mandora's eye are extremely rare, making it an exceptionally uncommon ability. Naturally, there's not much recorded information about such an uncommon special ability, and no specific level classification exists. To make it easier for him to distinguish the levels of the Mandora's eye, Gata thought, since there's no classification, he'd create one himself. He simply designated the newly awakened Mandora's eye as Tier 1. The next level, naturally, would be Tier 2. Dividing it by the number of drops of Tier 1 ice marrow, it should now be Mandora's eye Tier 1, 1/72. With this settled, Gata immediately felt much more comfortable. Specific data was his comfort zone compared to vague concepts. He still needs 71 drops of ice marrow to advance the Mandora's eye to the next stage. However, he currently only has 2 drops. Moreover, the upper limit of the Mandora's eye's tier is still unknown. In short, the more ice marrow the better. However, as ice marrow is the most valuable treasure in the north, Gata racked his brains but couldn't think of anything of equivalent value to exchange for it. The most valuable thing he possessed, Aside from the 4th-tier rune construct Breath of the Wilderness left to him by Hizai, was his few dozen Shan gold coins. Well, after entering the north, these few dozen Shan gold coins had lost their value. Let alone asking for ice marrow, even using them to buy food would be looked down upon by the people of the north. I'll have to rely on planting trees. After much thought, Gata realized that his only reliance was still planting trees. Once he gained significant influence in the north through Yugathera's abilities, he naturally wouldn't lack ice marrow. The simplest example. Providing the border region of Dawar with a habitable place in exchange for Chief Shimo continuously refining ice marrow for him, Chief Shimo would definitely be more than willing. In the first year of planting trees, relying solely on one's own strength is too weak. The best approach is still using magic arrays. Looking at it this way, entering the rune system and studying runic literature was, in a way, a prelude to this moment, whether it's cultivating the Azure Wood longevity scripture, realizing Flora's potential, or the envisioned building of his own power, all are inseparable from Yugathera. The most urgent task now is to find a suitable planting location. Searching alone is unrealistic, it's too reliant on luck. First, a map is needed, even a rough one will do. Clearly, the small tribe of the Dal border doesn't possess such a map, their nomadic territory is limited. However, Gata has already inquired about the current camp location of the nearest medium-sized tribe to the Dal border. The next step is to go there and find a way to buy a map from them. After considering his next steps, Gata stopped thinking and prepared to begin his cultivation for the day. But before that, there was one more thing to do. He focused his mind on Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, Origin. 0 Ring, Snow Wolf, 7-7. Yes, he hadn't used the new source he just acquired today. At the level of a first ring mage, there was no need for Gata to specifically save up his 0 ring source for emergencies. He could use what he had. His attention flashed through his unupgraded spells, finally settling on Blade Burst. This was a rare spell in the Conjuration School. In terms of power alone, it wasn't outstanding, only 6 degrees, and even with ring upgrades, it was only 12 degrees, barely 2 degrees higher than the unupgraded Magic Blast. However, the damage caused by Blade Burst was noble force field damage, and it was also an extremely rare area of effect spell. These 2 points combined were enough to significantly raise its priority for upgrades. Having made his decision, Gata focused his attention on the constantly flashing yellow plus sign after Blade Burst, and decisively clicked it. Blade Burst plus Conjuration School, 0 ring. You instantly create a ring of translucent blades that sweeps around you. Every creature within the spell's radius, 5 feet, except you will take damage. Additional, the center point of the Blade Burst is no longer fixed to the caster. Instead, the caster can choose any point within 20 feet as the center, but if the caster does not center the spell on themselves and is within the casting radius, they will still take damage, a rather peculiar enhancement. Simply put, it's equivalent to extending the casting range. After all, with a spell centered on the caster in a radius of only 5 feet, the applicability of Blade Burst is actually quite limited, only when a large number of enemies are close. In fact, for a mage, being in this situation is extremely dangerous, if not life-threatening. Therefore, under normal circumstances, mages will definitely try to avoid being in this situation. But without being in this situation, Blade Burst is useless. This contradiction meant that while Blade Burst was an area of effect spell, it couldn't truly be used as a regular combat spell. It was more often a last-ditch, limited-use spell. However, after allocating points to Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, the applicability of Blade Burst Plus greatly increased. A casting range of 20 feet plus its base 5-foot area of effect meant that Blade Burst Plus could hit enemies up to 25 feet away. As expected of you, Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, Gata was very satisfied. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the tent again. However, they were noticeably lighter than before, so it wasn't Chief Shimo returning. Who is it then? Gata raised an eyebrow. A moment later, someone outside the tent called out softly and cautiously in Ezer, "May I come in?" "They are people from the border tribe of Dor." Gata thought for a moment, then got up again and pulled back the tent flap. Outside the tent stood a short, thin, dark-skinned boy of about 7 or 8 years old with hair like dry straw. Gata had a slight recollection of this boy. During the bonfire party that night, the boy had been staring at him every now and then with a fervent, almost worshipful gaze. Chapter 232 Transmission of the Dharma. My name is Joey, Joey said, looking at God, his breathing slightly rapid. He spoke Ace, the language of the Northerners, but he knew God could understand him. Joey had seen God communicating with the chieftain in a language he couldn't understand at the bonfire feast. God frowned, not speaking, but gesturing for Joey to enter. Because in the Dal borderlands, apart from Chieftain Simo, none of the others possessed iceborn blood, they naturally couldn't understand his common language. Since they couldn't understand, there was no point in speaking. Joey clearly understood this as well. As soon as he entered the tent, he knelt down with a thud before God. My benefactor, I wish to become your disciple, Joey said through gritted teeth. He knew this request was presumptuous and unreasonable, but the scene of God's battle with the snow wolves earlier that day had deeply shocked him. He longed to be like God, someone as powerful as him, someone who could stand before everyone and protect the tribe when the snow wolves attacked. In the north, the only hope of becoming a mage was through the iceborn bloodline. Joey didn't possess the iceborn bloodline, so he had no chance of becoming an iceborn mage. But God wasn't iceborn either, yet he was powerful, even more powerful than the chieftain who possessed the iceborn bloodline. Joey knew that God had the ability to make him powerful. Even if he couldn't be as powerful as God, at least he wouldn't be pale and trembling when facing the snow wolves. Thinking of this, Joey raised his head, looking at God, his eyes filled with something called courage. It was this expectation that made him make this presumptuous visit tonight. God listened to Joey's words and was silent for a moment. He pointed outside and then made a leaving gesture. It meant, he's leaving tomorrow. Joey clearly understood the meaning of God's gesture. Thump, thump, thump. He immediately kowtowed to God. With a thought, God used his magic to stop Joey from kowtowing further. Joey's eyes were filled with fearlessness and a strange light. He looked at God and said firmly, please take me with you. You can treat me as a servant, you can do whatever you want. Even if it's to be bait, you can abandon me at any time if danger arises. I only ask that you keep me by your side and teach me something when you have time. Seeing the blood seeping from Joey's forehead from his recent kowtowing, and hearing his words, Gada was slightly moved by his determination. Seeing that Gada didn't nod, Joey, with tears in his eyes, said nothing more, just silently looking at Gada. Looking into the boy's eyes, Gada's heart suddenly softened for some reason. He glanced outside the tent, sighed, and called out, Chief Shimo, stop watching the show and come in. Joey, kneeling before God, froze. He didn't understand God's words, but following God's gaze, he turned to see the tent flap lifted and Chief Shimo walking in. Chief, Upon seeing the chief, Joey panicked, afraid the chief would scold him for disturbing the tribe's honored guest. I'm sorry, Joey, I've disturbed your rest, he apologized to God first. After God shook his head slightly, indicating it was alright, Shimo sighed again, blaming himself. It's my fault, I couldn't protect the tribe. If I hadn't been so incompetent, your parents wouldn't have. Chief, it's not like that. Joey shook his head repeatedly, unsure what to say. The lower classes in this world suffered greatly, but the lower classes in the north suffered even more. Gulda had been watching from the sidelines. After a moment's thought, he said to Chief Shimo, I'll explain, and you translate. Chief Shimo looked up at Gulda, his gaze becoming complicated. Finally, he gritted his teeth and nodded with difficulty. All right, to become stronger and protect your people is a man's responsibility. Since you have this responsibility, I'll give you a chance now, Gada said slowly. Then, he carefully reviewed the apprentice guidance method and apprentice meditation technique in his mind and slowly recited the key points. Most people in the north were illiterate, and Gada didn't understand Ace language either. So Gada recited the apprentice guidance method and apprentice meditation technique 5 or 6 times. He recited a sentence, and Chief Shimo translated it for Joey in Ace language. Did you remember? Gada asked after reciting the 2 cultivation methods again. Joey nodded vigorously. The 2 cultivation methods weren't particularly complicated, but to truly memorize them wasn't so easy. It can only be said that when someone desires something to a certain degree, they can display abilities beyond what is usually possible. Just remember it, Gada nodded slightly, then continued, although this is only the most basic cultivation method, it can at least guide you onto the path of a mage. As for spells, Gada thought for a moment, then recited the spell formula for the freezing ray to the 2 of them, and then used magical tricks to materialize the spell model of the freezing ray in the form of an image. In the north, ice elemental spells are the most common and least unconventional. Furthermore, the spell formula for the freezing ray was not purchased from the official Mage Association, but obtained through a private transaction, so there was no prohibition against its dissemination. Of course, in this place, no one would care even if the spell formula was shared. Chief Shimo and Joey looked as if they had found a treasure, firmly imprinting what Gauda had told them that evening into their minds. You can also pass on this cultivation method and spell to other people in the tribe, but don't be too ostentatious, Gauda added. As soon as he finished speaking, Chief Himo's face lit up with a brilliant light. This is truly invaluable, he didn't know what to say. Although it was just the most basic and widely disseminated apprenticeship cultivation method, its value is not low. You must know that even in Zin, where the level of civilization far surpasses that of the North, learning magic and cultivation methods is extremely difficult, let alone in a small village in the North with a population of only a couple hundred. A little knowledge that is nothing to him can change the fate of many people in the border region of Dawar. Consider it an act of kindness for the day, Gauda said to himself. After Joey left Gauda, the 8 or 9-year-old boy was still a little dazed. He was overwhelmed by immense happiness, feeling as if he hadn't woken up yet and was dreaming, his whole body light and airy. Cherish it well, work hard, Chief Himo, who came out with him, looked at the still dazed Joey, patted his shoulder, and said heavily, I will. The boy's eyes were more determined than ever before. Mage, after the two left, Flora suddenly called out from inside the tent. What's wrong, Lady Flora? Can Lady Flora learn magic? I think she can, right? God was unsure. Logically, yes, but not necessarily logically. After all, he didn't know what Lady Flora really was. Lady Flora wants to learn magic, he asked again. Is it difficult? Lady Flora is very clever. It shouldn't be difficult, of course. Then shall I teach you? Sure. What kind of magic does Lady Flora want to learn? All of it. You have to take it one step at a time, and you have to learn magic one step at a time. There's a proper order to it, Gwen patiently explained. I see. What kind of spells are there? I'll teach you the Mage's hand, how about that? After learning it, Lady Flora will have an extra hand, and she won't have to do many things herself. That's great. That's great. Then learn this. Will I be as powerful as a mage after learning it? No. Then I'll teach you the spark spell, how about that? After learning it, Lady Flora will be able to easily start a fire in the snow and ice, just like me. That seems pretty good. Then learn this. Will I be as powerful as a mage after learning it? No. Then I won't learn it. I won't learn it. The friendship spell, how about that? After learning it, if you encounter a scary creature, Lady Flora can make it temporarily give way to you, that powerful. After it gives way, Lady Flora must run away quickly, because it will be furious when it recovers, not a long-term solution. I won't learn it. Gauda thought for a moment, then said, how about I teach you Magic Blast? After you learn it, Lady Flora can fight wolves like me. Great. Learn this. After I finish learning it? No. Then why would a mage teach me this? Lady Flora's eyes widened, full of confusion. I learned 44 tricks and 5 first-level spells to be like this. It's naturally impossible for Lady Flora to learn just one spell and be like me. So many. Flora was startled. Yes, then Lady Flora is only starting to learn spells now, and the mage is learning them too. If I learn one and the mage learns one, won't we always be so far behind? Flora was somewhat frustrated. Everyone has their own expertise. I don't understand. I have my strengths, and Lady Flora has hers too. For example, Flora's ability to identify and cultivate flowers, plants, and trees is something I can never match in my lifetime. Lady Flora is not as good as me in magic, but in this area, I am not as good as you. Everyone has their own strengths. There's no need to get bogged down in comparing certain aspects. Flora tilted her head and thought for a moment, finding her mage's words quite reasonable. So, no longer dejected, she smiled broadly. Then, Lady Flora, have you decided what to learn first? Then let's learn the first spell you mentioned. What's the first spell I mentioned? Gauda asked expressionlessly, having already seen through the little devil. I forgot, Flora replied matter-of-factly. You monkey, Gauda kept to himself, but said aloud, then let's start with the first spell. Fortunately, while Flora was somewhat ambitious, at least she wasn't like that monkey who used every spell he could think of but only asked, can I gain immortality? Of course, it's also possible that immortality wasn't a rare thing for Flora. Who knows? As soon as the sky began to lighten and before the sun officially rose, Gata quietly left the border of Dor. He didn't say goodbye to anyone. After confirming his direction with northward spell, Gata cast ice skating on himself and began to run quickly across the snow. But his overall speed wasn't very fast. Even after the sun had completely risen above the horizon, Gata could still see the small camp on the border of Dor in the distance. I need a mount, or at least I need to master Great Stride, Gata thought to himself. Great Stride is a first-level alteration spell that greatly increases the target's movement speed, making it an essential spell for both home and travel. However, in the north, there are no official mage associations selling spell recipes. Furthermore, since most mages in this land are iceborn mages, spell recipes are scarce. Iceborn mages' magical abilities are innate, not learned. Therefore, learning common spells found outside the north becomes difficult after entering the north. Of course, most things have two sides. In the north, one can also find many unique ice elemental spells not found outside. God's destination is the Snowfur clan. This is the closest medium-sized tribe to the Dull Borderlands, and a tribe skilled in reindeer herding, with a population of tens of thousands, far exceeding that of the Dull Borderlands. To ensure a sufficient food supply for their reindeer, the Snowfur clan undertakes a large migration periodically to find new pastures. To ensure a smooth migration and find suitable pastures, the Snowfur clan's need for maps far exceeded that of other tribes. Therefore, logically, the Snowfur clan's map of the north should be relatively complete. Although described as the closest, the Snowfur clan is actually a full 200 kilometers from the border of Dor. Tribes in the north are often separated by vast distances. This is determined by their way of life and also reflects the overall sparsely populated nature of the north. Ideally, with moderate snow depth, good road conditions, warm, windless weather, and travelers with ample energy and supplies, a healthy adult could walk 20 to 30 kilometers a day in the snow. The north, however, does not meet these ideal conditions. Road conditions, weather, and the level of danger are all far from ideal. Gata used the ice skating spell to travel, much like skating on snow. He wouldn't sink into the snow with each step, ignoring the extra stamina drain caused by the difficult terrain, and his speed was slightly increased, allowing him to cover over 30 kilometers a day. However, mana is always limited, and ice skating is a first-level spell, consuming a significant amount. Too much mana depletion could catch him off guard in dangerous situations. Considering this, Gata only used ice skating for 2/3 of the day, relying on his own footing for the rest of the journey. His judgment proved correct. Although he was a low-key person who didn't actively seek trouble and didn't possess any so-called hatred-attracting constitution, in the north, a place teeming with wild beasts and feline creatures, a walking human was an alluring prey. On the snowy plains, not only were the people of the north short of food, but the wild beasts were even more so. A fierce roar came from not far away. The roar was powerful, causing the accumulated snow mounds to shake off snowflakes. Chapter 233 Snowfield Guardians. Instantly, Gata's gaze followed the direction from which the howl came. From within the billowing snow mist, a giant insect leaped out. It was a tiger-like creature with snow-white fur. Its fur was as smooth as fine silk, reflecting the sunlight. Even from a distance, one could imagine how soft it would feel to the touch. But no matter how gleaming its appearance, it couldn't change the fact that it was a tiger. And tigers have always been at the top of the food chain, ferocious and powerful. So, the moment Gata saw it, his hair stood on end, and he entered a state of high alert. On the Dondurn Snow Peak, he mostly encountered dull-witted elemental creatures. This was because the total food resources on the Dondurn Snow Peak were limited, unable to accommodate too many carnivores. Elemental creatures had lower food requirements, making them the most common creatures on the Dondurn Snow Peak. But in the Northern Territory, it was different. The vast snowfields could accommodate a large number of carnivores. Therefore, having only recently entered the Northern Territory, Gata had already encountered an extremely dangerous creature. Moreover, this large insect was clearly coming for him. Leaping out of the snow hill, it charged straight in his direction. Mage, don't be afraid. Gata looked down at Flora beside him. She was tugging at his clothes with her small hand. Little Flora's calm and composed expression made Gata subconsciously praise her as a true heroine, calm and collected in the face of great danger. Then, a moment later, he suddenly realized what was going on. It's not a bad guy, no, it's not. Although he said that, Gauda's vigilance didn't immediately dissipate. His first instinct was to cast a shield spell on himself, suppressing his instincts and refraining from attacking. The large insect charged towards him, much faster than the first ringed ice wolf he had encountered at the edge of door. Snow wolves are inherently fast creatures of the ley lines, but this giant insect was 6 or 7 meters long, with high shoulder blades that seemed to bulge from its skin, far more robust than the snow wolf demon. For such a size to allow for such speed suggested that this insect was likely at least a second ring rank. As the insect drew closer, Gauda noticed that a person was also riding on the white tiger. It was a man in his 40s with a full beard, wearing a crudely made animal skin garment, and unremarkable in appearance. But Gauda didn't dare underestimate him. After all, his mount was a tiger. Who would dare underestimate him? Gauda wasn't sure of the man's strength, but he was at least a second ring rank, with an unknown upper limit. Fortunately, Flora didn't sense any hostility from him. During their 2 months in the Irvinrail Mountains, Flora's abilities had been tested multiple times without error, so Gauda was quite relaxed. Roar! The giant tiger, carrying the man on its back, came to an abrupt halt a few meters from Gauda, sending snow and dust billowing into the air. Gauda's heart skipped a beat. He used dancing wind to gently brush away the snow and dust heading his way. Sorry, Ryan is always so reckless. He never learns no matter how much I teach him, the man said, giving the giant tiger a sharp whack on the head after a more intense gust of wind that blew the snow and dust further away. He then gave Gauda an apologetic look. Roar! The giant tiger named Ryan let out a disgruntled howl after being hit on the head. So the man hit its head even harder again. Only then did it calm down. I didn't expect to meet a stranger here, the man said, sizing up Gauda and immediately making an accurate assessment of his identity. This place is quite far from the coastline. It seems you didn't cross the border by boat. He thought for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Could it be that you crossed the Ivanlia Mountains to enter the north? Gauda nodded. Yes, a glint flashed in the man's eyes. Judging by your young age, your mage level is probably not high, and you're traveling alone. To dare to challenge the Ivanlia Mountains alone and succeed is truly unbelievable, Gauda shrugged. Great courage and luck, I suppose. Interesting. So, why did you go through all that trouble to cross the Ivanlia Mountains and enter the north? To escape your enemies, or to make a fortune in the north? Hearing this question, many thoughts flashed through Gauda's mind in an instant. Finally, his answer was, tell the truth, neither. In fact, I entered the north to plant trees, he said calmly. Clearly, this was an answer the man could never have anticipated. Upon hearing Gauda's reply, he immediately raised an eyebrow in surprise, repeating Gauda's answer to confirm, planting trees. Yes, planting trees, Gauda nodded, already having confirmed his plan in his mind. I am a follower of the natural church. The natural church? Yes, the natural church. Our doctrine is that those who spread life across the land will receive nature's blessing. That's why I decided to come to the Northern Territory, determined to plant trees and create forests there. A pious expression appeared on Gauda's face. Then, he added, of course, the Northern Territory also has extremely rich magical plant resources. If possible, establishing a branch there would surely provide enough money to expand the church while planting trees. That would be ideal. One shouldn't be too mystical, because such a person lacks humanity, and most people wouldn't believe them, always speculating about their ulterior motives. Revealing one's ulterior motives would actually prevent others from overthinking. Considering this, Gauda added a touch of pragmatism. Sure enough, the man laughed upon hearing this, sensing that Gauda's claim of planting trees was genuine, and that Gauda's explanation was convincing. Therefore, his attitude towards Gauda immediately became more friendly. Although I haven't heard of the nature cult, unlike your sect however, planting trees in the north is not easy, the man said. If it were easy, I wouldn't have bothered coming all the way to the north, Gauda replied. Hearing Gauda's words, the man's expression changed again. So, what are your plans for the future? I'm currently planning to travel 200 kilometers to the Snowflake clan to purchase a map from them. This way, I can find the most suitable initial planting site, Gauda shrugged, saying helplessly, as you said, planting trees in the north is no easy task. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and choosing the initial planting site is crucial. I see, the man gave Gauda a deep look, thought for a moment, dismounted from the giant tiger, and extended his hand to Gauda, saying, I think we can formally introduce ourselves. My name is Barak, the Snowfield Guardian. My name is Gauda. A follower of the nature cult, God extended his hand and shook hands with Barak. He could clearly feel that Barak's hands were unusually rough, not at all like a mage's, but more like a farmer who often did heavy labor. Snowfield Guardian, God asked curiously. This was a term he had never heard before. Barak calmly explained, on the snowfields, many tribes perish every day for various reasons. When a tribe is wiped out, some members always survive. These survivors, without rescue, will soon perish on the snowfields, or sometimes, when small tribes encounter danger, I will intervene if I happen to be there. That's what we do. No wonder he's called the Snowfield Guardian. God noticed that Barak hadn't explained his background, only briefly outlining his main duties, but since Barak hadn't offered an explanation, he didn't want to elaborate, so God didn't press the matter. Recently, there have been signs of a beast tide breaking out on the snowfields. My current task is to patrol this area, determine the probability and scale of the beast tide, and promptly warn in nearby tribes, Barak added. The Northern Territory is vast, teeming with powerful creatures. According to natural laws, every so often, these creature populations reach a peak, then face food shortages. In this situation, these starving beasts would frequently attack the northern tribes, a phenomenon known as beast tides. After a beast tide, the population would plummet, only to peak again after a long period of rest and recuperation, and so on. This was a natural phenomenon, nothing strange about it. But while it was natural, it was also true that each beast tide meant the annihilation of many northern tribes. What Barak needed to do now was to investigate the specific situation. If a beast tide was indeed about to break out, he could warn the nearby tribes in advance, at least allowing them to prepare. Every extra person who could survive a beast tide was a good thing. That was what Barak meant. The snowfields are still very dangerous. If you walk there, you might encounter a pack of beasts, Barak thought for a moment, then added, the snow wolf packs nearby have been unusually active lately. It wouldn't be good to run into them. I happen to be passing through the Snowver clan's camp anyway. How about I give you a ride? With pleasure, God laughed. Barak nodded in satisfaction, jumped back onto the giant tiger's back, patted its spine, and introduced it to God. This is my partner, Ice-Mane Tiger Ryan. Then, he held out his hand to God. Come on up. God grabbed the outstretched hand without hesitation, used the momentum to leap, and landed steadily on the Ice-Mane Tiger's back. Barak glanced back at God, and after confirming that God was seated securely, he leaned over to the Ice-Mane Tiger and spoke a few words that only they could understand. The next moment, the Ice-Mane Tiger growled, its limbs slightly bent, and then it charged forward like a white lightning bolt. The cold wind of the snowfield rushed towards God in an instant. But for God, who had already evolved a rudimentary ice body, it wasn't biting. He only felt a sense of exhilaration. If you feel too cold and can't hold on, tell me, and I'll tell Ryan to slow down. Barak's voice drifted from ahead. Okay, God replied. The faster the speed, the more biting the wind became, something most people couldn't withstand. At first, Barak tried to be considerate of God, deliberately slowing Ryan down. But later, when he noticed God's voice remained perfectly steady, Barak, surprised, became interested and wanted to know God's limits, gradually increasing Ryan's speed. Even when Ryan was at his maximum speed, God remained unfazed. At that moment, Barak looked at God with newfound respect, and also became certain that God's nature cult must possess some unique method of keeping warm. No wonder God was able to traverse the Irwinray Mountains alone. God, I need to check out a nearby snowfield hyena colony first. Don't worry, the snowfield hyenas are only first-ring lealine creatures. Even a leader is only second-ring. Ryan can easily outrun them at his speed. The word colony stirred something in God's heart. Perhaps he could even glean a bit of essence? He naturally had no objection to this. My business isn't urgent, yours is more important. Barak nodded slightly, even more pleased with God. Half an hour later, Ryan led the two onto a snow hill, below which lay a small valley. In the valley, over 100 snow hyenas were gathered, their pungent stench filling the air. These hyenas constantly emitted piercing howls. Barak subconsciously frowned. What's wrong? God noticed Barak's subtle expression. These snow hyenas are very hungry, extremely hungry, and their hunger has made them very aggressive, Barak said. Hunger and aggression meant they were likely to attack the nearby northern tribes. The nearby tribes are all small. If they were attacked by these snowfield hyenas, I'm afraid none of them would survive, he added. I'm going to try to take them out. I'll take you to a safe place first. God frowned slightly. And after a moment of half-hearted thought, he said with righteous indignation, "Two people are always stronger than one. Although I'm not as strong as you, I can still be of some help. Let me say, it's dangerous. Although they're not high-ranking, their numbers are considerable. If a fight breaks out, I might not be able to protect you," Barak said, quite surprised by God's decision. To stand idly by in the face of such a situation out of cowardice is against the doctrines of the natural church, God said righteously. Barak paused, then carefully examined God from head to toe, a smile appearing on his face. Before this, even though God's words were eloquent, and even though his magic confirmed that God's words were credible, Barak still harbored some doubts about them. But now, almost all doubts have vanished. To understand a person, don't listen to what they say, but look at what they do. Then let's fight together, Barak said. Chapter 234, Wild and Agile. Within the valley, countless snow hyenas howled wildly, their heads raised in ravenous hunger. These snow hyenas were not large, resembling dogs but smaller than snow wolves. However, size does not equate to fighting strength. In fact, snow hyenas were often far more formidable than snow wolves. Firstly, snow hyenas started at the first ring of the elixir hierarchy, naturally far stronger than snow wolves at the zero-ring level. Moreover, their bite force was exceptionally powerful, easily snapping through hard bones. Therefore, a bite from a snow hyena would at least be fatal. Secondly, there was the matter of their temperament. Snow hyenas were typical opportunistic predators, flexibly adjusting their hunting strategies based on the availability of food and the presence of competitors. They would seize any opportunity to obtain food, including scavenging, following other predators until they had successfully obtained their prey, then swarming in to steal their spoils. This made them a universally hated presence on the snowy plains. Furthermore, these creatures are not only social animals but also extremely vengeful. They can follow you for months, waiting for their chance to strike. Therefore, ordinary people dare not provoke them. Since Barak is preparing to act, he intends to annihilate the entire pack. A pack of about 100 snow hyenas, including at least one second-ring snow hyena. Even without the second-ring snow hyena, 100 or so first-ring feline creatures are terrifying enough. Without Barak, even if God had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare attack them. But now, with a strong player leading the way, God's task is simply to ensure his own safety and try to get as many kills as possible. Meanwhile, Barak has already targeted his objectives and decisively strikes. Capture the leader first. His first target is the snow hyena leader lying at the highest point in the valley. This leader is slightly larger than the other snow hyenas and occupies the best position, making him very easy to identify. A pack of snow hyenas with a leader would be much more difficult to deal with. Therefore, since they had decided to act, they would definitely try to eliminate the snow hyena leader first. Barak stretched out his hand. God's eyes widened. The next moment, he saw a medium-sized hand formed from the black soil of the snowfield appear on the ground where the snow hyena leader lay. The hand appeared extremely abruptly, grabbing upwards as soon as it appeared. Like the five-finger mountain of Buddha, it firmly grasped the snow hyena leader in its hand. Then, Barak's outstretched hand made a squeezing motion. The medium-sized hand formed from the soil immediately made the same movement. Ow! Caught off guard, the snow hyena leader cried out in pain. It tried to break free from the hand's grasp, but failed immediately. Before it could break free, Barak's second spell followed. A violent surge of magic erupted, undisguised. The ground within a 20-foot radius of the snowfield hyena leader's body twisted and deformed in that instant. Immediately following, a swarm of hard ice thorns burst forth from the earth. Each thorn was like an ice sword, viciously piercing the snowfield hyena leader's body. Ah! In this intense pain, the snowfield hyena leader let out a cry like a human woman's wail, then blood gushed from its body. The blood, as it splattered, instantly cooled in the frigid northern air. Just like the snowfield hyena leader's life, it had completely cooled, no longer vibrant. In the blink of an eye, a ferocious and troublesome two-ringed snowfield hyena was a corpse hanging from the ice thorns. Before the snowfield hyena pack could react, another beam of fire descended from the sky, blasting a one-ringed snowfield hyena to the ground. Then, a second beam of fire flew in, its target the snow hyena that had just been blasted to the ground. The snow hyena hadn't recovered and couldn't dodge, so it took the full force of the fire beam. The immense impact of the exploding fire beam left the snow hyena only able to let out a final, deathly howl. It was God who had struck. While marveling at Barak's strength after his initial attack, God followed suit, casting a spell and targeting the nearest level 1 snow hyena within spell range. His calculated attack, taking advantage of Barak's surprise, was quite effective. Just 2 fire arrow plus spells were enough to take the life of a level 1 creature. However, such good fortune only came once. The snow hyena pack in the valley had already reacted. Howling, they charged towards the 2 on the hillside. But seeing this, Barak laughed loudly, showing no fear whatsoever. He flicked his right hand downwards with fluid grace. With this movement, a powerful surge of magical energy rippled through the air, spreading outwards like waves. This magical energy instantly materialized. Countless tiny ice crystals appeared in the air, swirling and dancing crackling sounds. These tiny ice crystals swarmed towards Barak's palm. The next instant, a pale blue crystal greatsword made of ice crystals appeared in his previously empty right hand. This sword looked like a lightsaber from Star Wars, radiating a chilling light. The blade was made of pure ice crystals, crystal clear, seemingly reflecting the surrounding scenery. Frost sword. A sword of ice formed from magical power, its edge incredibly sharp, every inch of its blade exuding a cold aura. With a frost sword in hand, a cold light flashed in Barak's eyes, and he became even more confident and arrogant. Facing the pack of charging snow hyenas, Barak advanced instead of retreating. He squeezed his legs together, and his ice mane tiger, Ryan, leaped forward, propelling him towards the snow hyenas. The scene resembled a knight charging fearlessly into an enemy army. Of course, it wasn't Barak who died, but the snow hyenas. Barak, wielding his frost sword, charged directly into the hyena pack, beginning a bloodbath. The 2 leading hyenas leaped into the air, pouncing on Barak, howling and lunging. They opened their mouths, revealing sharp teeth capable of severing bone, aiming at Barak's neck. A fierce glint flashed in their small eyes, as if they already foresaw his demise. Blood splattered. But this blood didn't come from Barak. It was the frost sword skillfully slicing through the bodies of the 2 hyenas, leaving 2 streaks of blood. Several more snow hyenas pounced on Barak. However, Barak, riding his ice mane tiger Ryan, skillfully dodged their pounces, simultaneously striking with his sword. Several more snow hyena corpses fell to the snow, blood splattering everywhere. In the frigid northern climate, the blood quickly cooled and froze, creating a blood-splattered mess. Barak, riding the speed of his ice mane tiger Ryan, had already charged into the heart of the snow hyena pack. His sword strikes were swift and ruthless. As if practiced thousands of times, usually, a single strike would send a snow hyena howling and collapsing, never to rise again. He moved with effortless ease, as if dancing with these snow hyenas. The snow hyenas, his dance partners, leaped into his icy blade with perfect coordination, bursting into sprays of blood. God, still perched on the snowy hill, was stunned by this scene. This was completely different from the traditional mage combat style he remembered. Shouldn't mages control distance, cast spells from afar, and constantly harass their enemies? Who else could fight like Barak, charging into enemy ranks with only a magical sword and a mount, displaying exquisite skill? Only then did God realize why Barak's hands had been so rough when he shook hands with him earlier. Clearly, it was the result of years of practicing his skills. Barak's fighting style had opened God's eyes. A mage wasn't necessarily confined to traditional ranged spellcasting. Combining magic with exquisite skills could even achieve a synergistic effect. For example, if he mastered the 9-yin white bone claw and combined it with the cat claw technique, his combat power would be astonishing. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. Instead of spending a lot of effort and time learning the 9-yin white bone claw, learning more spells would be more practical. However, with limited spells, indirectly enhancing the power of learned spells through skills was definitely a viable approach. Various thoughts flashed through Gauda's mind, and his hands didn't stop working. Taking advantage of the snow hyena's attention being focused on Barak, he quickly transformed into a damage dealer beneath the main tank, casting spells to pick off any remaining enemies. This time, however, he didn't use Fire Arrow Plus, but rather, Freezing Ray Plus. This was because God discovered that the damage inflicted by Barak's Frost Sword was freezing damage. While Barak was highly skilled, he couldn't guarantee an instant kill on every snow hyena with every strike. Some snow hyenas, either lucky or quick enough to dodge, avoided fatal blows, remaining wounded but not dead. These snow hyenas were God's targets. Any snow hyena struck by Barrick's sword would suffer enough freezing damage to trigger God's freezing ray plus freeze effect immediately. The freezing ray plus S power would increase by 10 degrees when the freeze effect was triggered, and with upgraded casting, it would reach 20 degrees. This power even surpassed Flame Arrow Plus, not to mention the added freezing effect, though it was mostly useless, as a snow hyena typically died instantly after being struck by Barrick's sword and then hit by his freezing ray. Barrick, wielding his ice sword and riding his ice mane tiger, charged back and forth through the snow hyena pack. Facing the surging attacks, he remained unmoved like a reef, easily crushing their attacks and taking their lives. Moreover, in the process, Barrick even had the spare capacity to intercept snow hyenas that tried to attack God, creating a favorable output environment for God. Soon, a pile of snow hyena corpses accumulated in the valley. When Barrick once again swung his sword, beheading a snow hyena that pounced from behind him, fewer than 50 snow hyenas remained, still capable of moving normally. These snow hyenas no longer pounced forward, emitting low growls. Animal intelligence made them realize that the enemy before them was beyond their capabilities. The next moment, the remaining snow hyenas howled at their leader's corpse hanging on the ice thorns, then instantly turned and scattered without hesitation. Barrick, witnessing this, was not surprised. His extensive experience gave him an intimate understanding of the snow hyena's habits. He squeezed his legs together, urging the ice mane tiger to turn and charge towards God on the snow hill. Even before reaching God, he reached out his hand. God instantly understood his intention. As the ice mane tiger leaped past him, God grabbed Barrick's outstretched hand, using the momentum to jump up and land steadily on Ryan's back. We must nip this in the bud. We must wipe out these escaped snow hyenas completely, otherwise, with their numbers, they could still form a small pack and attack nearby tribes. Barrick's calm voice rang out. Ryan has a keen nose, and these snow-filled hyenas smell so strong, they won't escape. However, it'll probably take a few days. It's alright, I'm not in a hurry, God quickly replied. He wasn't entirely unhurried, but opportunities to farm with a powerful player like Gouda were rare, so he wasn't in a rush. Although Ryan had a keen nose, these snow-filled hyenas were also cunning, scattering as they fled. And the snowfield was so vast, chasing these hyenas in such a large area was no easy task. 4 days. Barrick led Gouda around the valley for another 4 days, catching about 30 more snow-filled hyenas before stopping. The remaining snow-filled hyenas have already run quite far. Finding their companions after running so far won't be easy for them. Since the snow-filled hyenas don't travel in packs, they don't pose a significant threat to human tribes, Barrick said. Let's not waste any more time. I'll take you to the Snowflakes clan first. No problem, Gouda chuckled. He meant it sincerely. The benefits of traveling with Barrick were obvious. If you were traveling alone, he wouldn't dare to attack a single ring leyline creature unless there were fewer than 3 of them. Solo leyline creatures were rare on the snowfield, so acquiring a single ring essence would be slow. But with Barrick, on just the first day, he obtained a complete single ring essence from the snow-filled hyena. During the subsequent 4 days of pursuit, they encountered snow wolves several times. Gouda simply tagged along and managed to get 2 more single-ring snow wolves, bringing his snow wolf essence progress to 4/7. Therefore, Gouda would be more than willing to stay on the snowfield with Barrick for another month. However, since Barrick had said so, Gouda couldn't refuse. In a simple cave, a faceless, ghost-like humanoid spirit was busy at work. It moved stones one by one, piling them into a stone circle in the center of the cave. After doing this, it flew out of the cave in a levitating manner. Soon after, it returned carrying a large bundle of wood. Under Gouda's intense gaze, the spirit placed the wood in the center of the stone circle and lit a fire. Then, it diligently cleaned up the debris in the cave. Is this also magic? Such powerful magic, Gouda said with interest, watching the busy spirit. After spending the last few days together, Barrick had lowered his guard against God. Seeing God's curiosity, he casually said, "Yes, it's a spell, but not particularly powerful. It's just a first-level support spell. It's called Wild Agility, one of the essential spells for us Snowfield Guardians. Although it doesn't deal damage, it's very useful for us who spend our lives alone on the snowfield. It can do many things, including finding food, water, and shelter, tidying up the camp, and other miscellaneous tasks. Mastering Wild agility is like having a servant you can summon at any time. He looked at God and suddenly said, "If you're interested, I can teach you." Chapter 235 Sword in the Ice. Upon hearing this, Gouda raised an eyebrow in surprise. Which mage doesn't treasure spells? It's rare to hear someone casually pass them on. Firstly, it's often against regulations, and secondly, the mage themselves are generally unwilling. Spells have always been the most expensive form of knowledge. And now, Barak actually said he was willing to pass on wild agility to him? Is this appropriate? Gouda hesitated for a moment before asking. It wasn't just polite formality, he mainly felt this was too illogical. Barak also saw Gouda's thoughts and narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze drifted to the spirit diligently cleaning the cave. A small figure was flapping its tiny wings, circling the spirit with great interest. Flora was always like this, full of curiosity. Noticing Barak's gaze on Flora, Gouda became slightly wary. After all, with Flora's intelligent demeanor, anyone could see she was extraordinary. The Ice-Mane tiger is an extremely ferocious creature, Barak said slowly. Flora, annoyed that the wild spirit had ignored her, angrily changed targets, flying towards the Ice-Mane tiger Ryan lying nearby. Like a mosquito, she hovered over Ryan's head, occasionally tugging at his fur. Ryan didn't react, only lazily yawning. Watching this, Barak said softly, "Apart from me, Ryan instinctively rejects other creatures. The reason it allowed you to ride on its back was because I communicated with it beforehand. Only a creature born with the heart of nature could allow other creatures to approach and touch it without my request and without any reaction." Heart of nature, what was that? God had never heard of it. It's about being close to nature and all things, with a pure and kind heart. The fact that creatures with a heart of nature are so close to you shows that you are a devout follower of the natural church, upholding your principles. I believe you will bring some positive changes to the north, even if not many, it will still be good. Therefore, as the Snowfield Guardian, I am willing to offer you some assistance within my power, Barak said sincerely. There was something else he didn't mention. In the past few days, traveling with God to chase down the fleeing Snowfield hyenas, he could clearly feel that God not only didn't complain, but was even very proactive. This was even more true in battle. God didn't stand idly by just because he was weaker than him, but instead actively did his best to help deal with those feline creatures. Combining these 2 points, Barak completely believed in God's natural church and trusted God completely, treating him as one of his own. If you weren't a follower of the natural church, I would have introduced you to the Snowfield Guardian, he remarked with emotion. As long as it's for the north, what difference does it make whether you're a member of the Natural Order, the Snowfield Guardians, or any other faction? Gwyd replied meaningfully, adding self-deprecatingly, besides, I don't have your lofty spiritual realm, I'm unfit to be a Snowfield Guardian. Over the past few days, although Barak hadn't explicitly introduced it, he vaguely knew that the Snowfield Guardians were an organization similar to an ascetic sect. Becoming a Snowfield Guardian meant living alone year-round in the desolate and dangerous northern wilderness. They couldn't marry or have children, dedicating everything to the Snowfield, and receiving no tangible reward. The spirit of the Snowfield Guardians was admirable. But while admirable, God was certainly unwilling to become one. Gwyd's words made Barak smile, as it was, in effect, an affirmation of his character. You don't need to idolize all of us who chose to become Snowfield Guardians. We are all people who truly love this land. Living this kind of life, we don't feel bitter, on the contrary, we feel happy, and our souls are elevated. So, it's not that we can endure hardship, but that we can find meaning in this way of life. In the dark night, the cold wind on the snowfield howled incessantly. The flickering firelight illuminated the small cave. Barak was teaching God wild agility by the fire, using oral instruction. God listened very attentively. According to Barak, the wild agility he was teaching God was not the core spell of the Snowfield Guardians. Those core spells and knowledge were only taught after becoming a Snowfield Guardian, passing the test, and making contributions. Moreover, after being taught, it was strictly forbidden to spread it outside. However, wild agility did not have this restriction. While not forbidden from being shared, this spell remains a rare one, seldom seen outside the sect, and is considered one of the exclusive spells of the Snowfield Guardians. Wild agility alteration. First ring, you summon a spirit of the wild to assist you. When you cast this spell, choose one of the following effects. If there are any tracks on the ground within 120 feet, you will know their location and can more easily track them for 1 hour or until you cast this spell again. If there is edible food within range, you will know it and where to find it. If there is clean drinking water within range, you will know it and where to find it. If there is suitable shelter for you and your allies within range, you will know it and where to find it. The spirit can gather wood for a fire and use your supplies to build a camp in the area. The spirit will build a fire in the center of the stone circle, pitch a tent, untie bedding, and provide all rations and water for your consumption. You can also have your spirit immediately dismantle a campsite, including extinguishing fires, packing up tents, packing backpacks, and burying any trash. According to Gauda's understanding, wild agility is essentially like carrying a low-budget version of Bear Grylls. As a first circle spell, its cost-effectiveness is incredibly high. It's a spell that, once mastered, can be used indefinitely, similar to the wizard's hand. Gauda listened attentively, and after half an hour, he had firmly memorized the spell model of wild agility. Unfortunately, as a first circle spell, the prerequisite for constructing the spell model is a spell potion. And clearly, he didn't currently have the spell potion for wild agility, so he couldn't begin attempting to construct the spell model. Fortunately, as Barak said, the main and auxiliary materials required for the wild agility spell potion are common items on the snowfield. So, once he reaches the Snowflake clan, he can basically gather most of them, and with good luck, he might even gather all the materials. The main and auxiliary materials required to craft a wild agility spell potion are not much different from those of ordinary spell potions, requiring 2 Tier 1 main materials and 4 Tier 0 auxiliary materials. The 2 Tier 1 main materials needed are 1 Tier 1 ice soul stone and half an ounce of blue butterfly crystal powder. God happened to have the Tier 1 ice soul stone readily available, and more than one, obtained from killing small ice elementals on the Dundar Snow Peak. The only remaining concern was the blue butterfly crystal powder. As for the Tier 0 auxiliary materials, they are generally not rare. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone on the earth, God, Barak, and Ryan all woke up. People who travel alone in the wilderness for a long time are generally very sensitive to unusual sounds from the outside world. So, when one person woke up, the other was naturally awakened as well. After waking up, the two first cooked some simple food. They ate snow wolf meat. Although the taste of snow wolf meat wasn't particularly good, it depended on what it was compared to. The issue with snowfield hyena meat wasn't just its taste, it also had a rotten smell, and unless someone was starving, most people wouldn't consider eating it. Afterwards, Barak cast wild agility, summoning the wild spirit. After quickly tidying up their makeshift camp in the cave, the two mounted Ryan and galloped towards the Snowflower clan. This time, there were no further complications. The snowfields were dangerous, but they were also vast. This dilution of dangers greatly reduced the probability of encountering high-level eline creatures. Ryan, as an ice-mane tiger, was practically a local strongman in the north. It actively released its aura, and normally, no foolish creatures would approach. They set off at dawn, and before darkness fell, Barak and God arrived outside the Snowflower clan's camp. As a medium-sized tribe, the Snowflower clan's camp was 100 times larger than that of the border region of Dor, resembling a small village from a distance. Of course, the buildings inside the tribe weren't much different from those on the outskirts of Dor, all tents, only more numerous and thus more impressive. The Snowflake clan's camp was set up on an open snowfield, with smaller tents scattered around the perimeter, clearly for ordinary tribespeople. In the center of the tribe stood several larger tents. These tents had towering roofs made of thick animal hides, decorated with exquisite patterns and totems, clearly indicating the owners were of high status. It was evident that most families in this tribe raised reindeer. These reindeer were enormous, with pure white fur and forked antlers, resembling exquisite works of art. "I'll see you off here," Barak said to God upon reaching their destination. "Aren't you going in to rest?" God couldn't help but ask. Barak shook his head. "We Snowfield Guardians don't easily enter human tribes unless absolutely necessary. The Snowfield is our home." It was a strange habit, but like every sect having doctrines incomprehensible to outsiders, God understood. "So where are you going next?" Gauda asked again. "I plan to continue patrolling this area, confirming the scale of the nearby Leeline biomes. If I come across any that I can handle, I'll take care of them." Barak laughed heartily. "If you ever find a place to plant trees, I'll definitely come and visit." "You'd be more than welcome," Gauda replied with a smile. Their purposes differed, so naturally they had to part ways. "Be careful, don't overexert yourself," Gotta cautioned. After all, while Barrick's bold fighting style was cool, it often meant he wouldn't escape if he got into danger. Don't worry, the snowfield will protect me, Barrick said. Both were decisive and didn't say much about parting, separating just outside the Snowver clan's camp. Watching Barrick and Ryan disappear from sight, Gotta turned and walked towards the Snowver clan's camp. Although it was a temporary camp, the Snowver clan had still enclosed it with a wall of ice spikes. The ice spikes, sharp and neatly arranged, served both a defensive purpose and added to the camp's imposing presence. The height of the walls was also sufficient to deter most wild animals. To enter the camp, one had to pass through a gate guarded by members of the Snowver clan. Two burly guards, clad in heavy bearskin clothing, were responsible for maintaining order and screening outsiders. A few minutes later, Gotta arrived at the Snowver clan's gate and joined the queue. Yes, a queue. As the largest tribe in the area, the Snowver clan's camp was also the only trading area nearby, attracting many people from other tribes to exchange for supplies. Lone travelers scattered across the snowfields also chose to rest at the Snowver clan's camp. Therefore, quite a few outsiders entered the Snowver clan's camp daily. This made the Snowver clan's camp, while not as bustling as a city's commercial district, still more lively, even requiring queues. While waiting in line, Gouda noticed that the two Snowver guards at the gate seemed particularly attentive to outsiders with pets. Their gazes lingered on those with pets, and when it was their turn, they would approach and question them in detail. For example, the young hunter who was only 2 places ahead of him in line had brought a large snow dog, a common sight in the north. This was especially true since the young hunter had come to trade goods. Given the North's primarily barter-based trade, he had brought a considerable amount of supplies from his tribe, which he would later exchange for goods of equal value to take back to his own tribe. It was easy to imagine that the load would be heavy both ways, making it quite strenuous for him to carry alone. These large snow dogs, with their exceptional strength and stamina, were well suited for dragging heavy loads, and their friendly and docile nature made them one of the most beloved companions of the North. Bringing a snow dog when going out to trade was perfectly normal. Yet, here, the young hunter was subjected to detailed questioning by the 2 Snowver tribal guards. "Is this a snow dog?" one of the older Snowver guards asked first. His expression was imposing, but his tone was relatively gentle. "Yes, it's a snow dog," the young hunter nodded. Having received confirmation, the 2 Snowver guards didn't stop there. They crouched down and carefully examined the snow dog several times, even stroking its fur. This display made the young hunter nervous, wondering if there was something wrong with this snow dog. "Is this your first time in Snowver?" Finally, the 2 Snowver guards finished their inspection, stood up, and asked the young hunter again. "Yes, where are you from? Ants tribe?" "Ants tribe?" The Snowver guard thought for a moment, seemingly remembering the location of the Ants tribe, and nodded, saying, "Then let's go in." The previous formality, followed by this swift departure, left the young hunter momentarily stunned before he nodded absent-mindedly. "Oh, by the way, the Zhenbing tribe recently held an ice sword challenge. Anyone who can pull out this Zhenbing sword stuck in the ice platform will receive a large amount of ice marrow as a reward and become a guest of honor of the Zhenbing tribe." Just as the young hunter was about to enter the Snowver clan camp, the older Snowver guard suddenly spoke up again. Chapter 236 Transaction. As expected, the young hunter abruptly stopped, turned around, and stared wide-eyed. A large reward of ice marrow, and becoming a guest of honor in the Zhenbing tribe, both the former and the latter were enough to make one's mouth water and their heart flutter. Ice marrow was the most recognized currency in the north. With a large amount of ice marrow, there was practically nothing one couldn't buy. And the Zhenbing tribe was the leader of the 3 large tribes in the north. Becoming a guest of honor in the Zhenbing tribe was like ascending to the heavens in one step. "Yes," the snowflake guard nodded. "Are there any restrictions on participating in the challenge?" "No, anyone can participate, regardless of gender, age, or race. Anyone who wants to can take on the challenge, no need to pay anything." The young hunter couldn't help but ask again. "No need." The older Snowver guard saw through the young hunter's thoughts. "That's the True Ice clan. What could they possibly want from you? If you think you're capable, or unsure if you are, our clan has set up a testing ground in the center of the camp. We'll bring out our only piece of true ice for you to test, although it's just a small piece of true ice, certainly not comparable to the true ice sword. It's a good opportunity for you to test your skills. After all, if you can't even lift our own true ice, You can forget about drawing the ice sword. You won't have made a wasted trip." Hearing this, the young hunter's breathing became heavy. He didn't ask anything more, just nodded heavily, and then led his snow hound into the Snowfur camp. If nothing unexpected happened, he should head straight for the testing ground set up by the Snowfur clan. Not only him, but even God was tempted by these words. A large amount of ice marrow as a reward. Although no specific quantity was mentioned, given the status of this Henbing tribe, the use of a large quantity suggests it wouldn't be a small amount. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. He wouldn't actually take action. Firstly, God was well aware that Henbing weapons were exclusively for Iceborn. If someone could truly draw a Henbing sword, they would undoubtedly be of Iceborn blood, not an outsider like himself. Although he possessed adaptive ability, making it possible for him to adapt to the chill of Henbing weapons, based on Chief Zimo's words, God was certain that with his current 100.1% increase in cold resistance and his initial ice protection body, he was far from being able to withstand the chill of Henbing weapons. Those were special items formed only in extremely low temperatures of -100 degrees Celsius. At least an intermediate ice protection body would be needed to challenge Henbing. And he was currently far from reaching that level. Since evolving his initial ice protection body, God's cold resistance improvement had completely stagnated. The reasons were simple: the northern environment no longer posed any challenge to his body, and he didn't need to adapt. Secondly, for Gouda, the most important thing right now was planting trees. He was still quite far from this Henbing tribe. He could stop by to see what was happening, but spending a lot of time traveling to this Henbing tribe just to join in the fun was out of the question. Gouda knew what was more important. As he pondered this, the not-so-long queue finally reached him. The two Snowfur guards at the gate frowned slightly as they glanced at Gouda. Gouda's outsider status and demeanor were indeed too conspicuous. And the northern natives had never been fond of outsiders, so it was no wonder they had such expressions. However, despite their dislike, the two guards didn't make things difficult for Gouda. They simply asked him 2 questions, including his origin and purpose. Although Gouda could understand their language, the 2 guards were not Iceborn and did not possess the ability to understand the language, so they couldn't understand his common language. Finally, Gouda managed to answer the 2 guards' questions using gestures, and was allowed to enter despite their somewhat impatient attitude. They come all this way to make their fortune in the north, yet they don't learn Ace language. Outsiders are so arrogant. Gouda overheard the murmurs of the others in the group behind him as they entered the Snowfur tribe's camp. Although they were criticizing him, a thought struck Gouda. It seemed indeed necessary to learn Ace language. After all, language proficiency only allowed him to understand Ace, not speak it. This language barrier would make many things inconvenient in the north. Moreover, it was foreseeable that after planting Ugathera, the north would practically be his base, and he would inevitably spend a lot of time there. Therefore, mastering Ace language was even more essential. Besides, for Gouda, learning a language wasn't actually that difficult. Firstly, his memory was exceptionally outstanding. Furthermore, with the aid of language proficiency, the difficulty of learning Ace language is undoubtedly reduced by several levels, given the ability to fully understand it. Finally, the people he's currently encountering are all Ace-speaking Northerners, making mastering Ace language even easier. It's like how some people who couldn't learn English domestically quickly learned it after being sent abroad for a period of time. Thinking this, Gouda continued walking, formally entering the Snowfur camp. Wide walkways were set up between the densely packed tents in the camp, facilitating movement, clearly a deliberate design from the camp's inception. Gouda noticed that many tent entrances had heavy animal hide curtains hanging there to prevent the cold wind from entering. Around the tents were piles of daily necessities. The smaller tents were the dwellings of the Snowfur tribe. However, some larger tents had animal hide curtains with painted patterns at their entrances. These were the shops set up by the Snowfur tribe themselves. Gouda walked and observed continuously. Aside from the 2 drops of Tier 1 ice marrow, the only valuable things he carried were some magical plants he'd brought from the Dundar Snow Peak, 9 Tier 1 ice soulstones, and 2 Tier 1 ice wolf pelts. Although Barak followed him and killed more ice wolves, he was too focused on collecting kills to preserve the pelt's integrity. Secondly, he lacked the skill and time to cut off a complete pelt. Thirdly, his carrying capacity was nearing its limit, and he needed to stock up on food, so he couldn't add anything more. Therefore, he didn't obtain any more ice wolf pelts. This is actually why many Leeline creature materials are so expensive. Hunting Leeline creatures is inherently difficult. But the difficulty of gathering materials and transporting them back to the city is also a significant factor in their high price. Gauda walked along the main road of the camp, not entering any of the Snauver clan's shops, but instead going all the way to the corner that the Snauver clan had specially opened for people to set up stalls. This was the liveliest place in the entire camp. It wasn't just the Snaufers who set up stalls here. Many people from other tribes could also find an empty spot to set up a stall, without paying any fees. These stalls were very simple: just find an open space, spread out an animal hide, and display the goods they wanted to sell. And these stalls used an extremely primitive form of barter. The stall owner would display their items, and if you saw something you liked, you would approach them and ask what they needed. If they had it, you could exchange. Or you could offer your own items to exchange, and if the other party was willing, the transaction would be successful. Undoubtedly, this method of trade was very primitive and inefficient, but it was perfectly suited to the north. This place lacked a unified government, it was a primitive tribal system, and the basic conditions for currency circulation did not exist. A quick glance at the stalls revealed a wide variety of items, mostly local specialties of the north. These included magical plants growing on the snowfields, special ores, materials from snowfield ley-line creatures, mostly hides and bones, as well as specialties from various tribes. Gauda walked around the stalls and, just as Barak had said, quickly found the ingredients needed for the wild agility spell potion. It was a young woman's stall, presumably from the Snaufer tribe. Based on his experience queuing earlier, 9 out of 10 outsiders were male. In the primitive environment of the snowfields, male strength and stamina made them more suited to venturing out. Of course, those with iceborn blood wouldn't have this gender distinction. However, iceborn mages rarely set up stalls in places like this. Moreover, people from other tribes generally wouldn't bring worthless things like magical plants. Gauda crouched down and picked out 2 level 0 magical plants from the young woman's display, Ice Fanggrass and Frostface Flower. Outside the Northern Territory, 2 level 0 magical plants would fetch about 6 gold. But in the Northern Territory, the value of magical plants would be much lower. And these 2 plants were most likely picked by the young woman while herding livestock. To her, these 2 level 0 magical plants were practically useless, they were just something to try her luck with. So, when Gauda picked out the 2 plants, the young woman's face visibly lit up with joy. "Do you need these 2 herbs?" she asked. Gauda nodded, then waved his hands together, asking in common, "What do you want to exchange?" The young woman naturally didn't understand Gauda's words, but she instantly grasped that he didn't speak Ace, and guessed his question based on his gestures and the current situation. "Food, or something to keep warm," she said. For the people of the north, food, fuel, and warm clothing were their eternal necessities. Hearing this, Gauda thought for a moment, then took out a piece of ice wolf meat weighing about 3 pounds from his pouch and handed it to the woman. This was what he had cut off from the ice wolf he had killed. The leftovers from which he hadn't finished eating. The woman took the piece of snow wolf meat, examined it carefully, and, finding the meat to be of superior quality, nodded with obvious satisfaction. A simple transaction was complete. A piece of wolf meat had been so easily exchanged for 2 level 0 magical plants. This was unimaginable outside the Northern Territory. It was clear how precious food was to the people of the Northern Territory on the snowy plains. After the transaction, Gauda didn't leave immediately. He took out a complete snow wolf pelt from his pack, and while making the same exchange gesture again, said, "Learn Ace language." Gauda spoke in Ace language, syllables he had secretly memorized from the whispers behind him. The young woman was quick-witted and immediately understood. "You mean you want me to teach you Ace language in exchange for this wolf pelt?" Gauda nodded. The young woman didn't immediately agree, but first pointed to the pelt in Gauda's hand. "Can I see it?" Gauda directly handed her the snow wolf pelt. The young woman took the wolf pelt, gently stroking it and examining it carefully. Her eyes lit up, and she asked in surprise, "This is the pelt of a first-ranged snow wolf?" Gauda nodded slightly. The higher the rank of a snow wolf, the stronger its pelt's insulation against the cold. Therefore, the pelt of a first-ranged snow wolf was quite valuable. Clearly, she was interested. However, she pondered for a moment before speaking softly. "I can teach you Ace language, but I can't guarantee you'll learn it. We need to set a time frame. I can teach you for 2 months. Whether you learn it or not, the transaction ends after 2 months." and I'm only available after dark each day, but I can guarantee at least 2 hours of teaching each day. Furthermore, after 2 months, we might have to migrate again, so 2 months is already the limit. Is this acceptable? God thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. 2 months was too long for him. According to God's estimate, he should be able to learn in about a week, and his ace language level would be enough to support him in the most basic daily communication. The rest, proficiency, wouldn't require any extra time or effort to learn. It would naturally become familiar in ordinary communication. Seeing God agree, the young woman seemed even happier. My name is Lana, and I live in that tent. She pointed to a small tent not far away and introduced to God. You can come find me tonight. Gouda nodded, not asking for the wolf pelt back. She could run away, but she wouldn't. Knowing her address, there was no need to worry about her running away. In fact, Gouda had approached her not only because Lana was quick-witted, a teacher always needs to be intelligent, but also because he recognized her as a member of the Snowfur tribe, a long-time resident of the area. Furthermore, the fact that a young woman was setting up a stall strongly suggested that the adult men in her family were either absent or in trouble. In the northern tribes, men were the most important labor force in a family. Families without adult men were inevitably in dire straits, making them more willing to trade. Just as he had anticipated, the transaction was completed smoothly. Afterwards, Gouda found 2 more auxiliary materials needed for the wild agility spell potion at other stalls. However, these remaining materials were both zero-ring ley-line creature materials, so they couldn't be obtained at the bargain price of magical plants. Finally, Gouda went through a long detour, first using a first-tier ice soul stone to trade with a hunter for a complete, skinned, frozen white fox. Then, after splitting the white fox in 2, they exchanged it for the remaining 2 auxiliary ingredients from the 2 stall owners. Now, the wild agility spell potion was only missing the final main ingredient, half an ounce of blue butterfly crystal powder. As a Tier 1 material, the probability of finding it at these stalls was indeed low. However, it was still possible to find it in the shops run by the Snowflake clan themselves. And the map that God needed most could only be found in the shops as well. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Advancement to the Wilderness Soul. The Snowfur clan operated 5 shops within the camp, demonstrating their considerable wealth and power. Gouda went to the largest of the 5 shops. Sir, regarding the blue butterfly crystal powder you mentioned, we don't actually have any stockpiled. While blue butterflies aren't rare, their crystal powder isn't used much, so we haven't specifically collected it. Sorry, the Snowfur clansman in charge of the shop said politely inside the tent. Just as Gouda had expected, given the scale of this shop, the owner was an ice-born mage who could understand his language and communicate with him. Then could you keep an eye out for me and collect some? I'll be here for about a week. During that time, if you can produce any blue butterfly crystal powder, I'll buy it. I can offer extra compensation for that, Gouda added. The other party thought for a moment, then nodded and said, sure, but what kind of compensation can you offer? Would this work? Gouda then took out a 1-ringed ice wolf pelt. Both blue butterfly crystal powder and ice wolf fur are Tier 1 materials, but ice wolf fur, as a superior warmth-keeping equipment, is clearly far more valuable in the Northern Territory than blue butterfly crystal powder. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up instantly. If this deal went through, they would make a small profit. Deal, thank you very much then, Gouda replied politely. Also, do you sell maps of the Northern Territory here? With the matter of spell potion materials temporarily settled, he asked about the map, which was what he cared about most, but received only repeated shakes of the head. Our tribe does have maps, but we don't sell them in our shop. I'm sorry. The shopkeeper's attitude was good, but his refusal was firm. Then could you help me apply to your tribe? I can use Ice Marrow for the transaction, Gouda offered his biggest bargaining chip. Sir, it's not that I don't want to do this business, it's that I don't have the ability. Maps are something our tribe has painstakingly developed over the years. We wouldn't easily sell them to outsiders. The shopkeeper remained unmoved. This was the absolute truth, not a ploy to inflate the price. In this world, maps are extremely valuable, especially in a primitive and wild place like the North. Seeing the other party's expression and posture, Goddard knew there was no room for negotiation. Unless the Snaufer clan needed something from him, or he could offer something the Snaufer clan couldn't refuse, there was no chance. But Goddard thought, and couldn't think of anything he could offer that would make the Snaufer clan willing to exchange a map for it. Having no clue what to do, he didn't engage in pointless entanglement and simply left the tent. Afterwards, Goddard began looking for lodging in the camp. Naturally, there were no inns here. The most common way for outsiders to stay overnight in the Snaufer camp was to find a Snauferer, negotiate with him, and exchange some supplies for lodging. Goddard thought for a moment, then went to Lana's tent and gently made a sound outside the animal skin curtain. Soon, Lana's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" A few seconds later, Lana lifted the animal skin curtain and came out of the tent. Seeing that it was Gouda, she looked surprised. "Isn't it still dark?" She thought Gouda had come to teach her. Gouda made the same transaction gesture again, then pointed to another tent next to Lana's tent, which was clearly smaller, and gestured for her to rest. Lana thought for a moment and asked uncertainly, "You want to stay at my place?" Gouda nodded. He pulled out another ice soul stone from his pocket and handed it over. Gouda was very generous, although part of the reason was that he didn't have anything else of value to sell. Lana was instantly tempted when she saw the ice soul stone. Although she didn't need the ice soul stone, its value was undeniable. She could easily sell it later for something she needed. She considered it carefully, but in the end, she couldn't resist the temptation of the ice soul stone. "How long do you need to stay?" Lana asked. Gouda held up 7 fingers, then 7 to 10 days. "That's fine, but you can exchange this stone for many things. It's obviously unfair to you to only stay for 7 to 10 days. How about this? If you don't mind, I can also provide you with 3 meals a day during this time. Of course, it won't be very lavish, just my usual food, with an extra portion prepared for you. How about that?" Gouda nodded, indicating that he needed it. In the north, obtaining and preparing food was too troublesome and extremely time-consuming. Convenience was naturally the best. Although he had high standards for the taste of food, Gouda was actually quite hard-working when it came to hardship. "Then I'll go tidy up for you. That used to be my tent. After my parents left, I moved to their tent. I used my tent as a storage room, storing a bunch of miscellaneous items." Lana pointed to the tent Gouda had his eye on. "But don't worry, it has all the necessary facilities, including the most important hearth." Just as Gouda had expected, there were no adult men in Lana's house. However, what Gouda hadn't expected was that there wasn't even anyone else, only Lana herself. Fortunately, the Northerners are generally more outgoing and less conservative than outsiders. Otherwise, his request for a lonely woman to stay overnight would have been absolutely unacceptable. Lana was efficient, so she had the tent ready in about half an hour. The fire in the hearth brought warmth to the tent. God glanced around and noticed that Lana had only done a simple cleanup, with dust still accumulating in many places. It wasn't laziness, the Northerners simply weren't as particular as outsiders. However, since he was going to be staying there for a while, God casually used his magical skill as a cleaning spell to clean the tent again until it was spotless and dust-free. So much so that when Lana entered the tent again with some bedding, she almost didn't recognize it, thinking she had entered the wrong tent. "Did you do this?" Lana asked incredulously. God shrugged, indicating it was nothing serious. "You outsiders' magic is truly bizarre," Lana muttered. She put her things down and tactfully left. Only after Lana was far away did God put down his bundle. Just then, his chest pocket moved, and a clear, delicate voice popped out. "Mage?" God jumped, slapping his forehead in surprise. He'd completely forgotten about this little devil. However, he dared not let Flora know he'd forgotten her, and said calmly, "Lady Flora may show herself now." As soon as he finished speaking, Flora immediately popped out of his pocket, flying to God's eye level, then staring wide-eyed at him. Is Lady Flora ashamed to be seen? She was still brooding over. Earlier, when they were queuing to enter the Snaufer camp, God had placed her in his chest pocket and gestured for her not to show herself. That's not it. Then what is it? It's because Lady Flora is too conspicuous. I noticed those 2 guards seem particularly interested in non-human creatures. If you show yourself, I'm afraid they'll target you. Master, aren't you supposed to protect Lady Flora? Yes, I will protect Lady Flora, but when traveling, it's better to avoid trouble, God coaxed patiently. Flora didn't speak for a moment, just stared into God's eyes, meeting his gaze. God didn't look away, honestly looking into Flora's clear eyes. After a moment, Flora looked away, flapped her little wings, flew to the tent entrance, cautiously peeked out, and then withdrew. Master, there are so many mushrooms here. In Flora's eyes, the tent was like a giant mushroom. Yes, many, God replied helplessly. Children are like that, one second they are in the east, the next they're jumping to the west. The sky quickly darkened. Dinner was a hearty meal, roasted meat made by Lana using the snow wolf meat that God used to trade for magical plants. After dinner and cleaning up, Lana got to work and began teaching God in Ace language. While she was quite clever, she was certainly unqualified as a teacher, lacking any real method. Lana's teaching method was the crudest. She spoke, God memorized. She started with noun instruction. Lana simply pronounced the Ace names of common objects one by one for God, saying whatever came to mind. This method would normally be considered misleading. However, given God's mastery of the language and understanding of the meaning of each syllable, it surprisingly became an effective teaching method. God's Ace language learning journey quickly got on track. Undoubtedly, God was an excellent student. When the student is excellent enough, the teacher's method becomes less important. After 2 nights of studying Eason, Lana's lessons shifted to short phrases after he had memorized the pronunciations of most items. Gord studied Eason at night and practiced during the day, while also visiting the shop daily to check if the blue butterfly crystal powder he needed had arrived. He also wandered around the Snowver camp, looking for a way to buy a map, and practicing his Eason as well. On the 4th day at the Snowver camp, the blue butterfly crystal powder Gord had been waiting for finally arrived. He paid for it, receiving a whole ounce of blue butterfly crystal powder in return for a snow wolf pelt. The extra was a bonus. Inside the tent, Gord borrowed a small pot from Lana and took out all the potion ingredients he had collected. He placed the pot on the fire pit and dumped all the ingredients into it, regardless of the order. As the temperature rose, a strange transformation occurred. Regardless of their original form, they quickly fused together, transforming into pale green liquid. When a faint medicinal aroma wafted over, the magical potion was successfully concocted. Gouda, undeterred by the scalding heat, poured the freshly prepared liquid directly into his mouth. Even if he got burned, it was just a way to boost his adaptive progress. The fragrant liquid melted instantly upon entering his throat, flowing into the magical sea of stars and transforming into a cloud of mist. Immediately, Gouda cast Divine Guidance Plus on himself, then sat in meditation and began attempting to construct the Wild Agility spell model. In the past few days, he had already taken the time to convert the Wild Agility spell model into a corresponding coordinate system and memorized all the ternary arrays representing the spell model nodes. Gouda had been eagerly anticipating this spell. Once he mastered it, navigating the snowfields would be a breeze. This time, his luck was good. After only one failure, on his second attempt, Gouda successfully constructed the Wild Agility spell model in the magical sea of stars. Looking at the newly appeared entry on the spell bar, Gouda smiled with satisfaction. Let's see what changes will occur. He focused his attention on the flashing yellow plus sign next to Wild Agility, and clicked decisively. The first ring of the Snow Hyena essence instantly surged from Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, merging into the newly constructed spell model, quickly taking root and sprouting, radiating new brilliance. At that moment, Wild Agility transformed into Wild Agility Plus Transmutation. First ring, you summon a wild spirit to assist you. Bonus, the wild spirit you summon can advance by absorbing energy and gain new abilities. Simultaneously, a lot of mysterious information inexplicably surfaced in Gouda's mind. This information mainly explained the specific effects of the Wild Agility Plus transformation. The wild spirit summoned by Wild Agility was originally an illusory soul, only capable of performing the simple tasks described in the spell's effect. The change brought by Wild Agility Plus is singular. The wild soul can absorb energy and advance accordingly. It can advance 3 times in total. The first stage involves absorbing a specific type of energy to solidify the illusory soul. This is the foundation. The nature of the energy absorbed at this stage determines the wild soul's future abilities. For example, if it absorbs fire elemental energy, the wild soul will advance to the flame demon soul, and the resulting entity will possess fire-like abilities, developing towards fire-based power. However, it's crucial that the energy supplied to the wild soul is of the same nature. If it absorbs multiple different types of energy, the wild soul will become chaotic due to energy conflicts and collapse. The second stage involves condensing an energy core. Once this stage is completed, the wild soul will gain the ability to absorb free energy from the outside world to advance itself. This is somewhat similar to a mage's cultivation ability. Otherwise, relying solely on external resources for absorption, even a wealthy person would eventually be depleted. The third stage is the final form. At this moment, the wild soul already possessed a physical form and an energy core, allowing it to grow stronger with the passage of time and the accumulation of energy. Its upper limit remained unknown. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow seemed to merely grant the wild soul the ability to absorb energy, but in reality, it bestowed upon it infinite possibilities in an unrestricted future, God murmured to himself. The combination of a rare spell and Wind Spirit Moon Shadow always brought him unexpected surprises. However, there was a limitation. From then on, every wild soul he summoned would be the same one. If it died due to some accident, the next wild soul summoned would be a blank slate, equivalent to level reset, and everything would have to start from scratch. Of course, this wasn't really a limitation. If the wild soul could resurrect infinitely in its optimal state, it wouldn't be a spell, but a bug. Gouda, the frost soul, didn't seem to need to consider the wild soul's advancement path, because this was the only choice before him. After all, he was currently in the Northern Territory, and the most convenient energy for the wild soul to absorb was ice elemental energy. Chapter 238 Port and Beasttide. After a moment's thought, Gouda suddenly realized that the frost soul wasn't the only path he could take. There was another viable direction, the forest soul. He'd come to the north to plant trees, almost forgetting his old profession. Besides ice elemental energy, wood element was also a viable route. Each had its advantages and disadvantages. The frost soul's advantage was that it could be cultivated now, and in the north, ice elemental energy was obviously easier to obtain. The disadvantages were potential resource competition and ability homogenization. Ability overlap meant that the environment of the north, including humans and leeline creatures, mostly had ice elemental abilities. Similarly, resistances were generally ice-oriented. For example, Snow Wolf had exceptional resistance to ice elemental magic. In this environment, the frost soul seemed somewhat too common, while the forest soul, being a different path, might actually have a more outstanding performance. Resource competition actually referred to competition with Gouda himself. His Mandor Eye upgrade also required absorbing ice elemental power. Resources are always limited, so Gouda faced a dilemma. Should he use his limited resources to upgrade Mandor's Eye or the wild soul? He couldn't have both, yet both were crucial to him. Following the forest soul route would avoid these drawbacks. However, compared to the frost soul route, which was already available, it felt somewhat like pie in the sky. After all, he hadn't even found a suitable planting spot, let alone planted a tree. After much deliberation, Gouda ultimately leaned towards the forest soul route. Self-sufficiency seemed more reliable. On the 3rd of Awakening month, Gouda had been at the Snowflake clan camp for 7 days. After a week of learning, he could now communicate with the Northerners in Ace, albeit haltingly. The rest was just a matter of practice and familiarization. This made Lana a little embarrassed. The teaching had been far too easy, and the reward Gouda offered was rather generous. How many times have you migrated with the Snowfowl tribe? That evening, after finishing his lesson in the AES language, God asked seemingly casually. Lana thought for a moment, then counted on her fingers carefully, saying, "Our tribe usually migrates twice a year, sometimes only once, and sometimes as many as 4 times a year, about 30-odd times." God paused, then asked, "Is the migration destination always new?" "No." Lana shook her head, explaining, "Our tribe has 4 or 5 fixed pastures. Whenever the fodder in a particular pasture is running low for the reindeer, the tribe sends out scouts to check on the recovery of fodder in other pastures. Then, based on the scouts, the pasture with the best fodder is chosen as the next migration destination, unless there are special circumstances that render all our pastures unsuitable as migration destinations, then the tribe will search for a new one." Very reasonable. In fact, all nomadic migration patterns should follow this rotational herding model, adhering to a set of established routes summarized from years of experience, migrating between relatively fixed places. Fixed migration routes, besides better utilizing natural resources, also facilitate their contact and trade with other tribes. 4 or 5 pastures. Gouda pondered for a moment, the actual area enclosed wouldn't be particularly large. After all, for such a large tribe, migrating too far was simply impractical. During the migration, did you see any flat, geographically convenient places that no tribe had yet settled in? Gata casually asked, not holding out much hope. Lana's answer was as expected. She thought carefully, then decisively shook her head, saying, no, but before Gata could say anything, Lana paused, hesitated, and then said, however what? Gata's eyes lit up slightly at the prospect of a breakthrough. Although I don't know what you need such places for, based on your current conditions, there seem to be many places along the coastline that meet your requirements, she said hesitantly. To be honest, she wouldn't have said these things if it weren't for the fact that the money was so easily earned, making her feel so guilty. When my father was alive, he was a scout for the tribe, exploring their nomadic lands. He traveled extensively and knew a great deal about the north. He once told me that on our northern coastline, there's only one port to this day, Viking Wolf Harbor, built by the Vikings. With Viking Wolf Harbor, the Vikings can sail south in their wolf ships to plunder and seize resources from outsiders when the harbor thaws in the summer. Therefore, the Vikings live a very comfortable life, unlike us who have to struggle for food every day. In fact, there are many other suitable places to build a port on our northern coastline, not just Viking Wolf Harbor. The main reason there's only one Viking Wolf Harbor is for 3 reasons. One is our nomadic lifestyle. We rarely stay in one place for long. And the coastline isn't suitable for grazing. Nomadic people and port, these two terms inherently carry contradictory connotations and are difficult to connect. Secondly, we lack the shipbuilding technology, and with limited food supplies, we can't afford to dedicate a large workforce to building a port. For the people of the north, most of their day is spent struggling for food. Building a port is undoubtedly a massive undertaking, time-consuming and labor-intensive. Who will provide food for such extended periods of off-duty work? This is a very real problem. Finally, both building a port and constructing ships require a large amount of high-quality timber, which is extremely difficult to find on the snowfields. The north, also known as the permafrost tundra, is limited to moss, lichen, and occasionally some low shrubs. High-quality timber is scarce, and even large trees are almost non-existent. Furthermore, the north is isolated from the outside world, making it virtually impossible to obtain these resources. Therefore, the necessary resources for building a port cannot be met here. The Vikings were able to build a port because a special tree grows in their territory called the Norse cedar. It's the only large tree found growing in the north, and it's also a superior shipbuilding material, but it only appears and grows in Viking territory, and its production is extremely limited. Therefore, Viking Wolf Harbor became the only port in the north. At this point, Lana couldn't help but sigh. Then, she glanced at God and continued, "You're an outsider. The outside world isn't as barren as our north, with its many ports, so, you should know that suitable locations for building ports generally require a large amount of flat land, sufficiently stable geology, and a good geographical location. This should perfectly meet your requirements. Furthermore, the coastline isn't suitable for nomadic life, so most coastal areas are sparsely populated and have never been inhabited by tribes." Lana finished explaining everything she knew in one breath, and God's eyes lit up with her words. Besides the fact that the coastal area perfectly met his requirements, making it an ideal place to plant trees, as Lana mentioned, Goddard discovered a point he had previously overlooked. Trees are a scarce resource in the north. And he had the potential to continuously produce this scarce resource. Besides being used as fuel, timber's most important use lies in industry. He could even go further and establish a second port in the north, besides Viking Wolf Harbor. What is the most important raw material for shipbuilding and port construction? Timber. What he needs to do? Plant trees. The two are naturally compatible. Although having timber doesn't guarantee the establishment of a port and a large number of ships, after all, there are technical and manpower hurdles to overcome. At least once the basic conditions are met, the rest will no longer be castles in the air and can be planned slowly. Almost instantly, Goddard decided on the planting location, an ideal port location on the northern coastline. Plant trees first, then get rich. How far are we from the coastline? Goddard asked again. I don't know. Lana shook her head, then added, it must be very far. The people in the tribe have never seen the sea. Without a map, it was inconvenient. Thinking of this, Goddard's head started to ache again. But there was no use in agonizing over it. He was an outsider, And only a first-rank mage, he couldn't think of any way to get the Snowfur clan to trade maps with him. If all else failed, he'd find them himself. At least he had a general direction. Gada thought to himself. He couldn't afford to get stuck in a dead end. Having a map would certainly be much more convenient and time-saving, but not having one didn't mean he couldn't do anything. As various thoughts raced through his mind, Gada reached for the thermos of water placed by the fire to take a sip, but he was momentarily stunned. The water in the cup moved without wind. Tiny ripples spread across the small cup. What was going on? Gada didn't react at first, somewhat bewildered. The frequency of the ripples in the cup increased. The next moment, tiny water droplets jumped out. Gada's heart skipped a beat, as if he had realized something. He abruptly stood up, threw back the animal hide curtain of the tent, and gazed intently into the distance. The next instant, a deep, eerie blue glow appeared in Gada's left pupil. The Mandora's Eye. More than 2 hours had passed since nightfall. Darkness on the snowfields occurs very quickly, with almost no twilight process, so it was already night. However, Gada, having adapted to extremely high dark vision in Saints and Prison, combined with the enhanced vision of the Mandora's Eye, easily saw through the darkness to a blurry but enormous figure. The figure leaped up and landed on a snow hill, indistinct in the darkness, but its golden pupils were exceptionally conspicuous. Then, behind the figure standing proudly on the snow hill, one after another, dark shadows emerged. These shadows were much smaller, but their numbers were vast, and they were still increasing. These dark figures had blue eyes that twinkled like stars in the night sky. But they weren't beautiful, just one glance sent chills down one's spine and made one's scalp tingle. These were snow wolves. In an instant, Gada realized their identities. Packs of snow wolves. He only needed to glance at them to confirm that the number of snow wolves far exceeded 1,000, perhaps even more. Such a large pack of snow wolves couldn't simply be called a snow wolf attack, it should be called a beast tide. The moment the word popped into Gada's mind, his scalp tingled uncontrollably. The next moment, the largest figure standing on the snow hill, the so-called alpha wolf, raised its head high and howled at the moon. Ow! The other snow wolves followed suit, howling in unison. The howls rose and fell, creating a deafening roar that exploded like thunder in the pitch-black night. After the wolves howled at the moon, streaks of black shadows leaped up from the snow-covered hills towards the Snowfowl clan's camp. They charged and roared, the shadows covering the snow-covered hills like a tidal wave. In their unified blue wolf eyes, there was nothing but hunger and ferocity. Seeing this, God was certain that these ravenous snow wolves would devour every living person. It was a horrifying and shocking scene. God withdrew his gaze. Lana, inside the tent, was pale. Unlike God, she didn't possess dark vision or the Mandora's Eye. But the howls of the wolves still clearly reached her ears. As a native of the north, she naturally understood what this meant. A beast tide. Even if the Snowfowl clan wasn't a small tribe like the Dalbian tribe, facing a beast tide, while not easily wiped out, would certainly result in heavy losses. How could it be so sudden? The tribe's scouts didn't even detect it beforehand, Lana murmured, somewhat distraught. The Snowfur clan, a medium-sized tribe with tens of thousands of people, couldn't possibly be completely oblivious to the danger. They had dedicated personnel responsible for scouting the surrounding area, and upon discovering a beast horde, they would immediately notify the tribe so that it could prepare to defend against the attack. But this time, they received no warning before the beast tide arrived. The sound of horns made from rhinoceros horns echoed throughout the Snowfur camp. God's expression turned serious. Quickly pack some belongings and prepare to flee, he said, turning to Lana. The tribe's hunters and ice-blooded mages will repel the beast tide, Lana said instinctively. No, they probably won't be able to this time, God said. Because in God's vision, dark figures were still constantly emerging from the snow-covered hill. The number, roughly estimated, was already approaching 2,000. And it wasn't over yet, it was still increasing. However, God no longer had the mind to observe. The scale of this beast tide far exceeded Lana's expectations. At this moment, the most important thing was to get out of there as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, God had already picked up his belongings. To be honest, apart from Breath of the Wild, he had nothing else he couldn't bear to part with, so packing was naturally quick. Chapter 239 Three-ring earth-vein creatures, Golden-eyed snow wolf. The snow wolves were incredibly fast. One moment they seemed to be on the snowy hill, the next they were right in front of them. The makeshift fence made of ice spikes by the Snowver clan was utterly useless against them. Snow wolves were consistently among the strongest of their tier of lealine creatures, typical predators. The 2-meter-high ice spike fence was easily leaped over by the snow wolves, aided by their acceleration. However, this ice spike fence was only meant to prevent wild beasts from entering. No one truly expected it to be effective against lealine creatures. The alpha wolf of the snow wolf horde, even more aggressively, used its powerful body to smash through the gate and charged into the Snowver camp. It was a true wolf among sheep. Once inside the camp, whether facing reindeer or humans, the snow wolves mercilessly tore at their throats with their sharp claws and teeth. Moo. Moo, ah, my child, my child. The muffled calls of the reindeer and the screams of the snowfowl blended together instantly. Driven by fear, the once docile reindeer became ferocious, running wildly through the camp, causing even greater chaos. The snowfowl tribe was thrown into disarray, people fleeing in all directions. But soon, the snowfowl discovered to their horror that the camp was surrounded by snow wolves, with no way to escape. The beast tide had arrived, engulfing the area. Why, mommy, save me. In the chaos, a child, separated from his parents, collapsed by the roadside, crying incessantly. At that moment, a snow wolf tore apart a nearby tent, leaping out and pouncing on the child. You beast! A deep, angry voice rang out. Then, an icy blade shot out, piercing the snow wolf's forehead. The snow wolf, its body momentarily paralyzed in midair, lost its strength and, propelled by inertia, flew a short distance before landing with a thud in front of the child, who immediately burst into tears. Snowfarf men bleed, they don't shed tears. The powerful voice belonged to the Snowfarf Iceborn Mage. He grabbed the fallen child and shouted. At his command, the child, whether frightened or heeding his words, actually stopped crying. This scene was playing out continuously throughout the camp. Each hungry snow wolf was searching for its own prey. They treated the Snowfarf clan's camp like a dining hall, feasting without restraint. Tent after tent was torn open. The snow wolves rushed into the tents, tearing at the Snowfarf people inside. The beast tide erupted 2 hours after nightfall. It was the time when the snowfowl were preparing to rest, and their vigilance was low. So, they didn't react until the beast tide had already surged into the camp, and were instantly overwhelmed. A night raid, in any world, is the best choice for attacking a camp. With extremely limited visibility, the rising and falling screams and howls of wolves would quickly shatter the morale of the people. Countless drops of blood and flesh splattered inside the tents. This was a massacre, a catastrophe for the Snowfowl clan. The limited number of Iceborn mages were simply no match for the sweeping beast tide. Even Iceborn mages themselves, let alone ordinary people, couldn't guarantee their safety when surrounded by multiple snow wolves. Even more despairing was the fact that in the north, facing a beast tide, there was almost no hope of rescue. Because on this land, every tribe was independent. Unlike in the outside world where there were nations, where a city attacked by lealine creatures would immediately receive reinforcements through the national machinery. Inside the tents, before Lana could react, God had already slung his pack over his shoulder, lifted the animal skin curtain, and disappeared into the night. She stammered, her heart pounding with anxiety and inner turmoil. Subconsciously, Lana believed God's words, but emotionally, she couldn't just abandon everything and run away. God was merely a traveler, he could leave easily and decisively, but this was her home. Besides, she wasn't an Iceborn mage, just an ordinary person. Without the tribe's protection, how could she survive alone on the snowfield? These thoughts raced through her mind, wasting considerable time. As an ordinary member of the tribe, her tent was located on the outermost edge of the camp. The tents in the center were the dwellings of the tribe's Iceborn mages. During the beast tide, the outermost tents would be the first to be destroyed. While Lana was still struggling internally, rip, a sharp sound rang out. By the time Lana came to her senses, a ferocious snow wolf had already rushed into the tent and pounced on her. Lana instinctively screamed in terror, her face instantly turning ashen. The stench of the snow wolf seemed to assault her senses, making her feel nauseous. Her heart raced, and she felt rooted to the spot, almost unable to stand. It's over, Lana thought despairingly. Boom. The next moment, a streak of fire ripped through the night, striking the snow wolf directly. Still standing there? Get out of here, Gouda, who had returned, easily killed the zero-ring snow wolf with a Flame Arrow Plus spell, but his nerves were still on edge. With his current magical power, He could only support 20 spells at a time. Even if each spell killed one snow wolf, he could only take down a maximum of 20. For the current beast tide, that was far too little. He looked at the still stunned Lana and couldn't help but shout. Wow, that's amazing. Lana was still somewhat dazed. As a northerner, she knew all too well the terror of the snow wolf, yet Goddard had dealt with it so easily. He who eats another's food is bound to do so, she thought. He's eaten my food for a week, it's only right that I save his life. Goddard mentally justified his actions. Then, glancing at Lana who hadn't moved, he couldn't help but shout, follow me. With that, Goddard moved again, heading towards the edge of Snowver's camp. If Lana followed, he would give her a ride. If she still refused, Goddard wouldn't stop for her. He had already done more than enough. In this situation, wasting even a moment was tantamount to risking one's life. Fortunately, after that brush with death, Lana's mind was clearer. Watching Goddard's figure disappear into the night, she gritted her teeth and hurriedly followed. The various cries throughout the snowfield camp never ceased, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from nearby, sending shivers down God's spine. He instinctively looked in the direction of the roar. With Mandora's eye and dark vision, everything was crystal clear to God. It was the alpha wolf he had spotted from the tent earlier. Now, closer, every detail was clear. It was a size larger than an ordinary snow wolf, its fur flowing like silk in the cold wind. Moreover, it possessed golden eyes, completely different from the blue eyes of other snow wolves, cold and noble. A golden-eyed snow wolf, a third-ring leline creature. In an instant, information about this snow wolf flooded God's mind. This was knowledge Barak had shared with him when they traveled together. A third-ring leline creature, this was something God dared not even glance at. In the face of such a powerful creature, a first-ring mage was not much different from an ordinary person. Beast, I'll kill you. A burly middle-aged man, likely the Iceborn mage and patriarch of the Snowfur clan, roared as he cast a spell on the golden-eyed snow wolf, engaging it in battle. Goddard paused for only a second before turning away, heading in the direction the snow wolf had retreated. Lana followed closely behind him. Whoosh! At this moment, there was no safe place in the Snowfur camp. Another snow wolf pounced from a nearby tent. Goddard's expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected it. With a surge of mana, the spell model was instantly activated, and he hurled a beam of fire, striking the snow wolf. The explosion sent the snow wolf flying, its fur charred black, as it lay on the ground emitting a painful growl. Goddard didn't use the upgraded spell. After all, the same, Fire Arrow Plus, cost 4 times the mana of a normal spell. In the current situation, Goddard needed to ensure his mana bar was as full as possible. Furthermore, he had already collected all the essence of the zero-ring snow wolf, so he had no need for its head. Therefore, he only needed to injure the snow wolf with ordinary spells, rather than kill it. Goddard, with Lana in tow, moved swiftly through the chaotic camp. He seemed to have a precognitive ability, always choosing routes with the fewest snow wolves. This was because a faint light flickered in his eyes, Detect Magic Plus. Goddard had already cast this spell immediately, using the detection of magical auras to avoid the areas with the highest concentration of magical auras, that is, the areas with the highest concentration of snow wolves. The initial back and forth did waste some time. But with a triple enhancement of Mandora's Eye, Dark Vision, and Detect Magic Plus, Goddard moved through the chaotic Snowfur camp as if on flat ground, quickly leaving the center of the chaos. However, Goddard felt no joy. In fact, he felt his movements were too slow. Now, within the camp, countless tents served as obstacles, slowing down the snow wolves. In addition, the snowfowl and reindeer distracted them. In this situation, most of the time, Goddard faced lone snow wolves, which made him seem quite formidable. However, once he left the snowfowl camp, if he were targeted by snow wolves, the number of them he would face simultaneously would be dozens or even hundreds. With so many snow wolves, even if they were only at the zero-ring level, in the open wilderness, let alone someone who had only recently advanced to the first ring, even a seasoned first-ring mage would be overwhelmed. Therefore, he had to get away from here while the beast tide was still rampaging in the camp. The beast tide was surging from one direction and had informed an encirclement. Therefore, Goddard easily reached the edge of the snowfowl camp. There were also many snowfowl tents here. Fortunately, due to their location, they hadn't been attacked by the snow wolves yet. But like Lana before him, They were still hesitant about whether to run away or rush to the center of the chaos to provide support. God didn't care about any of that. Without hesitation, he cast Fire Arrow Plus, blasting a gap in the ice spike fence blocking their path, and then led Lana through it. Several snow hills surrounded the Snowver camp. God used ice skating to quickly run towards one of them. Running into an open area in the face of the beast horde was suicidal. The snow hill wasn't high, and with the help of ice skating, God quickly reached the top. However, Lana, unlike him, didn't have magical enhancements, so even though she had lived on the snowfields since childhood, she couldn't keep up with God and fell behind. In the brief moment he waited for her, God glanced back at the Snowver camp. Then, he saw an extremely shocking scene. A figure was leaping out from the snow hill where the beast horde was surging. Because of the distance, the figure wasn't clear, but God immediately recognized it. It was Barrick. At this moment, Barrick sat atop the back of the Ice Mane Tiger, Ryan, wielding an ice sword formed from ice crystals. Like a white lightning bolt, he appeared alone, yet fearlessly plunged into the surging tide of beasts. The ferocious snow wolves were sliced through the air by his ice sword, falling behind him like vegetables. Barrick's target was clear, the three-ringed golden-eyed snow wolf locked in combat with Chief Snowver. Their battle had been ongoing for some time, but Chief Snowver was clearly losing ground and would soon fall to the golden-eyed snow wolf's claws. Chief Snowver was merely an early-stage three-ringed iceborn mage, utterly helpless against the ferocious and highly resistant ice-type snow wolf. But now, Barrick had joined the fight. He wielded his massive ice sword like a giant shield, deflecting all the snow wolves that lunged at him. No matter how numerous or ferocious the snow wolves were, they couldn't break through the defensive line erected by Barrick's icy sword. The Ice Mane Tiger, using all its might, smashed through the snow wolves, blocking its path like an armored vehicle, sending them flying and bleeding. Barrick, relying on a magically summoned icy sword and the power of the Ice Mane Tiger, forcefully carved a bloody path through the beast horde, reaching the battlefield where the golden-eyed snow wolf and Chief Snowfer were fighting. Neither the golden-eyed snow wolf nor Chief Snowfer had expected Barrick's appearance. The moment Chief Snowfer saw Barrick, his eyes gleamed. The golden-eyed snow wolf, however, showed a hint of caution in its fierce, murderous eyes. Wolves are intelligent and intuitive creatures. It sensed Barrick's extraordinary nature and even detected a dangerous aura. With Barrick added to its fight with Chief Snowfer, it couldn't guarantee victory. However, the golden-eyed snow wolf wasn't afraid. Because it could also call for reinforcements, wolves. The golden-eyed snow wolf's pupils gleamed with the golden light, and it raised its head, letting out a long howl. Within moments of the howl, hundreds of snow wolves nearby bared their sharp teeth and began to howl in response. They stopped eating and leaped out from every tent and corner, rushing towards Chief Snowflake and Barrick from all sides, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Chapter 240. Barrick is seriously injured. The sheer scale of the beast tide was immense. Hundreds of snow wolves surrounded them, including at least 10 second-ring frost snow wolves and 40 to 50 first-ring ice snow wolves. Add to that the third-ring alpha wolf, the golden-eyed snow wolf, and 3 to 400 zero-ring snow wolves. This pack, in terms of size and strength, was besieging Chief Snowflake and Barrick, along with an Ice Mane Tiger. Even knowing Barrick's formidable strength, Gada couldn't help but feel a chill for him at the sight. Barrick stared at the approaching snow wolves, a vast, overwhelming mass that obstructed his vision. Any other mage in this situation would have been terrified. But Barrick remained calm and composed, his frost sword reflecting the moonlight and chill. The next moment, at the signal of the golden-eyed snow wolf, the snow wolves pounced on the two men in the encirclement, their blue pupils wide with ferocity. Frost Nova. Barrick cast the spell with practiced ease. He pointed a finger at the very center of the wolf pack. In the next instant, a dazzling beam of cold light burst forth from Barrick's fingertip, shimmering like a comet in the night sky, rapidly spreading outwards. Following Barrick's finger, a powerful surge of cold air erupted at the very center of the pack, forming a rapidly expanding halo of ice. This halo expanded outwards quickly, resembling an aurora borealis in the night sky, yet even more dazzling. Wherever the ice halo passed, moisture in the air instantly condensed into frost, and the snow on the ground froze into a hard shell of ice. The snow wolves that were charging towards Barrick and Chief Snowflake were immediately enveloped by this sudden chill. Under the chill, their fur was instantly covered with ice crystals, slowing their movements. Those snow wolves at the forefront were even frozen in midair. Their bodies were covered by a thin layer of ice, instantly transforming them from ferocious, feline creatures into statues, frozen in place. With a soft thud, the frozen snow wolves fell onto the ice-covered surface, creating spiderweb-like cracks. The icy aura continued to spread outwards. The surrounding air was filled with a bone-chilling cold. Everything within the icy aura was instantly covered with a layer of crystal-clear frost. A spherical area with a radius of 30 feet transformed into a dreamlike world of ice crystals. Everything was frozen in that instant. The entire process resembled a magnificent frost dance, with the cold air swirling and forming beautiful ice crystal patterns. A single spell had decimated the snow wolf population. Although Barrack's Frost Nova was highly effective, the number of snow wolves was even greater, and under the supervision of the golden-eyed snow wolves, each one displayed fearless ferocity. Ryan, Barrack had already jumped off the Ice Mane Tiger's back, standing back to back with Ryan. He called out, signaling the Ice Mane Tiger to fight alongside him. Ryan bared his fangs, his eyes gleaming fiercely as he stared at the restless snow wolves around him. The Ice Mane Tiger was definitely of higher rank than the snow wolves. Normally, these snow wolves would never dare to approach and provoke the Ice Mane Tiger, but now they were reckless. Ow! The golden-eyed snow wolf howled again. The next instant, a new batch of snow wolves pounced forward. This is the usual pattern for feline creatures facing attacks from powerful enemies. First, they send out lower-level creatures to wear down the enemy with their own lives, and only when the enemy begins to tire will the powerful feline creatures make their move. Facing this renewed wave of snow wolves, Barrack did not cast Frost Nova again, because it was a third-level spell, which consumed a great deal of mana and required a long casting time. He simply gripped his magically formed ice sword, his face grim as he watched the rapidly approaching snow wolves. In that instant, Barrack had cast multiple buff spells to empower himself, including Grease Your Feet, Leap, and Mage Armor. Combined with his superb swordsmanship and the ice sword, he now resembled a knight, possessing incredibly formidable close combat abilities. At this moment, the fastest charging snow wolves had already reached Barrack. Although these wolves could sense Barrack's power, they didn't hesitate or think, lunging at him simultaneously. Barrack's ice sword flashed out, instantly decapitating the attacking wolves. Blood splattered, but the sharpness and coldness of the ice sword caused the blood to freeze into ice crystals in the air in the blink of an eye. But this was only the beginning. More snow wolves pounced from almost every direction, forming a dense encirclement. Barrack's icy sword flashed through the air like lightning, each swing claiming the life of a luring snow wolf. To the left, the massive Ice Mane Tiger displayed its power. Roaring, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, it unleashed its powerful claws. Any snow wolves that charged forward, struck by the Ice Mane Tiger's claws, were sent flying, howling as they collapsed. To the right, Chief Snowver continuously unleashed ice bullets, attacking the snow wolves. Under his control, the ice bullet struck each approaching wolf with precision. Although snow wolves, being creatures of the ley lines, possessed naturally high ice resistance, Chief Snowver, while not as powerful as Barrack, was still an early-stage third-ring iceborn mage, more than capable of dealing with these low-ring snow wolves. Each ice bullet exploded upon impact, creating patches of frost. The ice shell created by Barrack's earlier Frost Nova spell somewhat restricted the snow wolves' movement. They moved with ease on the snow, but not so freely on the ice. The two humans and the beast formed a triangle. As the battle continued, Barrack had moments of carelessness, but his mage armor protected him well, giving him a certain margin for error. Grease Your Feet made Barrack even more agile in combat, and Leap allowed him to evade fatal attacks when necessary. It's unclear how many snow wolves they killed, until Chief Snowflake began to pant, repeatedly overwhelmed and injured multiple times. Even Barrack himself bore several non-fatal wounds. These were from attacks by second-ring frost wolves mixed in with the snow wolf pack. Under the watchful eye of the golden-eyed snow wolf, these snow wolves seemed fearless of death, endlessly pouncing on Barrack and Chief Snowflake. The relentless, high-intensity sword swings had left Barrack's arm muscles aching, nearing exhaustion. If this continues, we'll be worn down here, Barrack's voice echoed in Chief Snowfer's mind. Communication spell. Chief Snowfer, his forehead already beaded with sweat, nodded with difficulty. What do we do then? The battle had only lasted less than 3 minutes, but to them, it felt like 3 hours. The intensity was simply too great. Snow wolves pounced every moment, forcing them to maintain focus, constantly casting spells or striking with their swords, and always giving it their all. It was somewhat like the difference between aerobic and anaerobic exercise. One could do aerobic exercise continuously for an hour without getting out of breath, but doing an aerobic exercise for 3 minutes without rest would break anyone. We have to take down the alpha wolf. Only after we take it down will these snow wolves retreat, and only then will the beast tide have a chance to dissipate, Barrack discussed with Chief Snowflake while fighting. But it's hiding in the back, waiting for us to exhaust ourselves. I'm going to charge in its direction. Chief Snowflake paused for a moment, then replied, "Are you sure? This wasn't a simple decision. In their current situation, they could still breathe while supporting each other. But once they chose to charge towards the golden-eyed snow wolf, there was no turning back. They not only had to reach the golden-eyed snow wolf in one fell swoop, but also kill it in the shortest possible time, otherwise, they would be putting themselves in grave danger." Barrack naturally understood this as well. But he still nodded silently, giving an affirmative answer. "Clear the way for me, I need to conserve some mana to deal with the golden-eyed snow wolf," he added. "Okay." Chief Snowflake said nothing, only giving a heavy okay. Having made his decision, Barrack remained silent, flipping over and leaping back onto the ice-maned tiger's back. The ice-maned tiger growled, understanding its master's intention, and prepared to charge at any moment. Chief Snowflakes, having agreed, roared and, bracing himself against the attack of several snow wolves, unleashed his strongest spell, Snowstorm. As the spell ended, he pointed towards the pack of snow wolves in the direction of the golden-eyed ones. Where his finger pointed, the sky darkened further, and a chilling aura began to permeate the air. Within a 40-foot radius and 20-foot height centered on his finger, a sudden downpour of icy rain and hail began. And these weren't ordinary hailstones, but fist-sized ice blocks that slammed into the snow wolves with a whooshing sound. These hailstones were not only extremely dense but also incredibly fast. Each one was like a tiny cannonball, striking the ground with a crisp sound. Immediately following the hail was a dense burst of freezing rain. This freezing rain was not ordinary rainwater, but liquid ice crystals imbued with intense cold. Besides inflicting immense damage and freezing the snow wolves, these spells also instantly freeze upon landing, forming a smooth layer of ice on the snow, making the ground extremely slippery. The snow wolves find it much harder to move in this environment, with some even slipping and falling directly to the ground. As the spells continued to be cast, the snow wolves, previously barely visible in the darkness, became chaotic under the onslaught of hail and freezing rain. Some snow wolves howled in pain from the hail, their heads bleeding. Others were soaked to the bone by the icy rain and then frozen, their movement stiff and sluggish. Still others slipped and fell due to the wet ground. However, this didn't significantly affect Barrack. For a northern mage, the spells, ice skating, and ice walking, were essential skills. Seeing that Chief Snowflake had created a small opening in the encirclement, Barrack clamped his legs around the ice-maned tiger's belly, simultaneously casting ice walking on it, and decisively began to move. Upon receiving the command, the ice-maned tiger shot out like an arrow. With a roar, its speed reached its peak, so fast it was like a blur, first leaping across the icy area formed by the snowstorm, then crashing directly into the last lap of the snow wolf pack. Like a bowling ball, it knocked countless snow wolves away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the man and tiger broke through the wolf encirclement and reached the golden-eyed snow wolf. The golden-eyed snow wolf never expected that Barrack, surrounded by a horde of wolves, could pull off such a feat. Seeing Barrack already pouncing on its face, its golden pupils contracted sharply. At this moment, Barrack leaped from Ryan's back like a Spartan warrior descending from the sky, wielding his ice sword and thrusting it at the golden-eyed snow wolf. His body spun slightly in the air, the ice sword gleaming coldly in the moonlight, like a silver lightning bolt slicing through the darkness. Simultaneously, a magical fluctuation flashed across Barrack's body. Then, the muscles beneath his clothes visibly bulged, the muscle lines in his arms, chest, and legs becoming more pronounced, radiating a breathtaking aura of power, bull power. As the spell took effect, Barrack's power surged, reaching its peak. The ice sword drew a perfect arc in the air, aiming straight for the golden-eyed snow wolf's throat. The golden-eyed snow wolf reacted quickly, trying to dodge. But it was horrified to find that its movements couldn't keep up with its thoughts. Whether lifting its foot or exerting force, everything became unusually sluggish. Slowness. In that brief instant, Barrack actually completed the casting of a second circle spell and a third circle spell. Of course, he paid a price for this. It wasn't as easy as he had imagined. Barak chose to burn his mana essence, forcibly increasing his mana intensity for a short time to gain faster casting speed. The burning of essence is irreversible. In gaming terms, his original mana was 50 out of 100. After burning his mana essence, even if he fully recovers, he might only have 95 left, a drop from his maximum. The golden-eyed snow wolf, struck by the slow spell, saw it couldn't dodge Barak's sword and its eyes blazed with ferocity. It stopped dodging and defending, instead raising its head and opening its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs. Its intention was clear, to trade blows. After all, its vitality was far superior to that of a human. But Barak showed no hesitation or retreat in the face of this. His momentum was overwhelming, and his icy sword aimed straight for the golden-eyed snow wolf's neck. Thud! In an instant, the icy sword pierced the golden-eyed snow wolf's neck, instantly freezing the blood within, and the chill spread rapidly along the wound. A look of disbelief flashed in the golden-eyed snow wolf's eyes. Clearly, it hadn't expected Barak to be so brave and fearless, or that his attack would be so deadly. The next moment, its fangs plunged into Barak's abdomen. Barak immediately felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The golden-eyed snow wolf's sharp fangs had completely pierced his body. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and continued to push the frost sword deeper into the golden-eyed snow wolf's body. The golden-eyed snow wolf howled in agony, its body convulsing violently, straining its jaws to try and tear Barak apart. However, the mage armor Barak had previously cast bought him precious time, and the golden-eyed snow wolf failed to tear Barak's flesh open immediately. No matter how intense the pain in his abdomen, it couldn't shake Barak's unwavering resolve. The frost sword penetrated deep into the golden-eyed snow wolf's body and began to stir. With Barak's movements, the golden-eyed snow wolf's strength gradually weakened, its body began to stiffen, and finally it collapsed helplessly to the ground. Seeing that the golden-eyed snow wolf had lost its life, Barak released the breath he had been holding in, and the intense pain in his abdomen completely swallowed his consciousness. Chapter 241 Forbidden Necromantic Spells and Maps. When Barak regained consciousness, the last thing he could recall was a pack of wolves swarming towards him, almost overwhelming him. In that instant, he seemed to hear Ryan's howl. Then, he lost consciousness completely. Along with his consciousness returned, so too did the pervasive pain and tingling sensation throughout his body. But Barak didn't hate this pain, he was even somewhat grateful for it. Because the pain reminded him that he was still alive. However, the very reality of the pain still caused him to let out a few uncontrollable groans. Then, Barak heard a similarly weak but excited voice, "He's awake. He's awake." The next moment, Barak struggled to open his eyes. In the tent, two familiar faces were looking at him with concern. Both of them looked somewhat excited. "Can you speak? How are you feeling now?" After a moment, God asked in a low voice. "I'm alright." Barak found himself completely weak. Even speaking a single sentence was incredibly difficult. "Did you save me?" He could feel a remnant of life force flowing through his body. This life force clearly came from the outside. "I only temporarily maintained your vital signs. Your eventual recovery was due to your own strong vitality and the healing medicine provided by Jill Snauver." God didn't boast. Because it was indeed true, all he did was cast temporary benevolence, injecting a temporary life force into the severely injured and unconscious Barak, ensuring he wouldn't die before the temporary life force dissipated. Barak's eventual survival was mainly due to his strong constitution and the external healing medicine applied by Chief Snauver. "Thank you." Barak's strength gradually returned, and his speech became much smoother. "How is the tribe?" he asked. Upon hearing this, Jill Snauver, the chief of the Snauver clan, immediately reddened. Jill Snauver was saddened by the tribe's heavy casualties and deeply moved by Barak. Having no relatives or friends, he nearly lost his life for the Snauver clan, yet the first thing he did upon regaining consciousness was to care for his tribe. How could such genuine emotion not be moving? The Snauver clan suffered more than a third of its population in this attack, and there are hardly any reindeer left, Jill Snauver replied with difficulty. "If you hadn't killed the alpha wolf, the golden-eyed snow wolf, and thus dispersed the beast tide, the Snauver clan would likely have been wiped out." God stood silently by. He had already prepared to flee, knowing that with the scale of this snow wolf beast tide, the Snauver clan would certainly not survive. Who knew that Barak would appear like a divine intervention, actually killing the golden-eyed snow wolf amidst the army? With a pack leaderless, the rampaging beast tide quickly scattered like birds and beasts, and only then did he choose to return. At that time, Beric was already critically injured and on the verge of death after his life-or-death battle with a golden-eyed snow wolf. If it weren't for the ice-maned tiger protecting him, Beric might not have even survived until God cast temporary benevolence to keep him alive. Be careful, don't overexert yourself. These were the words God had said to Beric a week earlier when they parted outside the snowflake camp. His words proved prophetic. A week later, Beric almost lost his life because of his overexertion. "Thank you for your help," Jill Snowflake said sincerely. His eyes slightly red. "It's what I should do," Beric replied. As he spoke, Beric tried to push himself up with his hands. But this movement immediately triggered intense pain throughout his body, causing him to groan and collapse back down. Only then did he realize how bad his condition had become. Although he was conscious, he was almost unable to move. "You can't move right now. You need to rest. With your injuries, you'll need to lie in bed for at least half a year to regain basic mobility." Gillette Snowver quickly helped Beric up and then instructed him. Half a year. Upon hearing this, Beric's expression changed drastically. Gillette Snowver thought Beric thought that was too long. "That's based on your strong physique. In fact, with your injuries at the time, anyone else would probably be dead by now, not even lasting until God casts a spell to keep them alive, let alone survive. Your abdomen was pierced by the fangs of the golden-eyed snow wolf, and even your internal organs were injured. After you killed the golden-eyed snow wolf and fell unconscious, the snow wolves that surrounded you further aggravated your injuries. If it weren't for your mount protecting you." Only after Gillette Snowver said this did Beric suddenly realize that he hadn't seen Ryan since he woke up. His heart sank slightly. "Where's Ryan? Ryan, Ryan?" He called Ryan's name anxiously, but received no response. Seeing Beric's reaction, God felt his own heart clench. He told Beric the news in a low voice. "Ryan sacrificed himself to protect you. How could this be?" Beric, who hadn't been broken by the excruciating pain, seemed to be crushed by this news at this moment, instantly becoming distraught. He couldn't believe that the brave and fearless Ice-Mane Tiger had sacrificed himself. Even before losing consciousness, the last sound he heard was Ryan's powerful roar. "After you traded your life for the golden-eyed snow wolf and fell into coma, the snow wolves pounced on you, wanting to kill you to avenge their leader. Ryan fought the pack alone to protect you, but there were just too many snow wolves, and he couldn't handle them all." God recalled the shocking scene he had witnessed on the hillside, his voice becoming much hoarse. "Even ants, when numerous, can kill an elephant, let alone wolves. If it weren't for Ryan's sacrifice, Beric would have been torn to pieces by those crazed snow wolves long ago, his bones likely crushed and his marrow sucked out. He wouldn't be lying here speaking like this now. Ryan gave his life for mine." Beric, who hadn't even flinched at the sight of the wolves, burst into tears. He wept silently, just tears streaming down his face. God and Jill Snowford were speechless, unsure how to comfort this tough man. After a long while, Beric wiped away his tears and said in a hoarse voice, "I can't lie here for half a year. I have very important things to do." Gillette Snowver's expression changed, and he said anxiously, "You must rest and recover." "What could be more important than your health?" Beric shook his head, sighed softly, and then slowly said, "Actually, there's more to this beast tide than meets the eye. It wasn't purely a natural occurrence." Upon hearing this, Gillette Snowver's expression changed immediately. "Not a natural occurrence? Then it was man-made?" Beric frowned deeply, whether due to the constant pain in his body or something else. "Yes. There are indeed signs of manipulation behind this snow wolf beast tide. First of all, although beast tides are a normal occurrence on the snowfields, you should know, chieftain, that beast tides don't erupt simultaneously in a given area. For example, if there are signs of a snowfield hyena beast tide in this area, then the snow wolf beast tide won't appear. These beast tides usually occur in rotation, but this time, during my investigation in the vicinity, I discovered that almost all social predators showed signs of forming a beast tide. This is highly illogical. Furthermore, these predators have become unusually ferocious, almost impossible to appease. In a normal beast tide, the predator's emotions are primarily hunger, not ferocity. These don't conform to the laws of nature, nor to the natural formation of a beast tide. Beric's brows furrowed even deeper as he stated his conclusion. Behind this stands a mage skilled in beast taming. Jill Snowfield's heart skipped a beat. "You know who it is?" Then, he suddenly realized, The mages of the Snowfield Guardians have always been the most skilled beast tamers on the snowfield. Could it be? Barrack nodded slightly, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Yes, the mastermind behind this should be none other than the mage of our Snowfield Guardians. What is the point of doing this? What benefit does it bring him? Jill Snowfield clenched his fists, suppressing his emotions, and asked again. In recent years, rumors have been circulating within the Snowfield Guardians that a member has secretly mastered forbidden necromancy. This person might be the one driving the beast tide. Barrack's expression was grave. Forbidden necromancy? Yes, even Jill Snowford's expression turned serious. This was a very serious matter. Necromancy is one of the 8 major schools of magic. However, among the 8 schools, necromancy has long been at the bottom, considered the weakest. But this isn't because necromancy is ineffective. Necromancy manipulates the energy of life and death, granting creatures extra vitality, or drawing life energy from others to create undead creatures, even a form of resurrection. Therefore, necromancy has always been the most mysterious and eerie school of magic among the 8 major schools, and it shouldn't have fallen to its current position. The reason for this is simple: the most powerful necromancy spells have been strictly prohibited and sealed away. In particular, the creation of undead creatures using necromancy, such as the manipulation of corpses, is absolutely forbidden. This is because creating undead creatures requires fresh corpses. For this, some would inevitably take the risk of causing bloodshed and chaos. Therefore, the high-level mages quickly reached a consensus to classify all necromancy spells containing unstable elements as forbidden, and to consider practicing forbidden spells a serious crime. According to Gauda's understanding, necromancy is similar to the demonic arts in fantasy novels, undoubtedly powerful, but too brutal. Prohibiting the brutal part is tantamount to cutting off one's own arm, naturally making it weaker. Long ago, mages from outside the north have been entering to practice forbidden necromancy. I never imagined that even the people of the north would start now, and from among the Snowfield Guardians no less, Jill Snowver murmured. Outside the north. If a mage is discovered to possess forbidden necromancy, the authorities would apprehend them with maximum force. But in the north, there are no such law enforcement organizations, so no one would meddle, making these actions seem almost unrestrained. Moreover, in the north, tribes are wiped out every day. Even if a necromancer goes berserk and slaughters 1 or 2 tribes to practice forbidden magic, it won't cause much of a stir. This has led to the north being regarded as a holy land by necromancers practicing forbidden magic. This is also one of the reasons why the people of the north are so hostile to outsiders. I must take this news back and report it to the sect, so they can take action and find the mastermind as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this drags on, who knows how many more tribes will be implicated, Barrack said earnestly. Jill Snowfield, of course, understood the seriousness of the matter, but he still shook his head and said, "It's not a question of whether I'll allow it or not, but whether you can even do it right now. Forget about returning to the sect, you'll have difficulty getting up for at least a month. Try getting up again if you don't believe me." Hearing this, Barrack, unwilling to give up, tried to get up. But his body was like a broken piece of porcelain. Even though it had been mended and glued back together, it couldn't withstand the slightest strain, crumbling at the slightest effort. After trying 3 or 4 times without success, he finally gave up in despair. Was there really no way? Barrack felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Then, he turned to look at God standing to the side, suddenly remembering the character God had displayed during their time together. A thought flashed through his mind, and a glimmer of hope appeared. He was a follower of the natural church, after all. "God," Barrack called out. "I'm here," God replied, thinking Barrack needed something, and quickly stepped forward. "Could I ask you for a favor?" "A favor?" God realized immediately. "You want me to take this message back and report it to the Snowfield Guardians?" "Yes," Barrack nodded seriously. "I know this has nothing to do with you, but I really can't find anyone else to help me right now." The Snowfield clan had just suffered a beast tide, and their reindeer, the tribe's most important food source, were almost gone. It would be difficult for them to survive the winter. Barrack was struggling to survive himself, so he naturally couldn't ask anyone else for help. It seemed that only God could help. "Where is your sect's headquarters located?" "How far is it from here?" God thought for a moment and asked the crucial question. "The Snowfield Guardians' headquarters is very far from here, but our sect actually has a branch about 400 kilometers away. You just need to find that branch." As for the location of the branch, now it was Barrack's turn to be in a dilemma, not knowing how to describe it. This was a very real problem. God was an outsider, unlike him, who was familiar with the North, and even less familiar with the Snowfield Guardians. At such a great distance, and on a snowy plain with few buildings and people, expecting Goddard to find the branch with just a few words was nothing short of a pipe dream. "Wait a moment," Jill Snowver said, noticing Barrick's predicament. He thought for a moment, then pulled a hide from a box in the tent and handed it to Barrick. "The tribe is in dire straits right now. Severely understaffed. I simply can't leave or spare any manpower. Otherwise, given your great kindness to the Snowver clan, this matter should rightfully be handled by us Snowver. Right now, this is all I can offer." Goddard glanced at the hide instinctively. It was covered with intricate lines drawn with charcoal and paint, including some unique symbols and markings. He shuddered, realizing what the hide was. It was the map of the North he had been seeking, drawn and marked by the Snowver clan. Chapter 242, Manipulating Corpses. What does it mean to search high and low only to find it unexpectedly? This is it. Gotti traveled from the border of Dor to the Snowflake clan for this map, spending a full week in their camp, still without a clue. And now, just when Gotti had given up, Jill Snowflake, the Snowflake clan chief, delivered the map to him. Of course, it wasn't without conditions. It was essentially a delivery mission. Completing it would reward him with Northern Map 1, and increased favorability between Barrick and Jill Snowflake, 400 kilometers. At his current speed, it would take about 12 to 15 days. Gotti calculated in his mind and finally nodded. "All right, I can deliver the message for you." Firstly, it was for the map, and secondly, he couldn't refuse Barrick's pleading gaze. Putting everything else aside, the fact that Barrick had unconditionally taught him, wild acumen, was enough to make Gotti agree. After all, it was just running errands and delivering messages. It wasn't a particularly difficult task. While he couldn't risk his life for a tribe he didn't know like Barrick, he was still willing to do what he could. Barrick took the map from Jill Snowver, examined it carefully, and pointed to a spot. "Right here. Go here and you'll find our Snowfield Guardians branch in this area." God nodded, took the animal hide map, and examined it closely. Although the map only recorded a portion of the northern region and wasn't detailed, many symbols were marked in the recorded areas. These different symbols and colors marked many important landmarks, including several important tribes, the grazing areas chosen by the Snowver clan, and so on. At the edges of the map, there were also handwritten annotations, marking places requiring special attention. These included dangerous areas with powerful eline creatures that needed to be avoided, areas where herds frequently appeared, and even some important resource points. This showed the map's value. It represented important knowledge accumulated by the Snowver clan over generations. If it weren't for special circumstances, Gillette Snowver would never have taken it out. The location Barrick pointed to was right next to a blue dot marking a lake on the map. "I understand," God said decisively, "then I'll prepare to set off now." He was always a man of exceptional efficiency. "Wait a little longer," Gillette Snowver called to God again. He went out of the tent, called a member of the tribe, gave him a few instructions, waited a while, and then returned to the tent with some dried meat. Gillette Snowver handed the dried meat to God, then apologized. "You always need some provisions for a journey. The tribe suffered heavy losses this time, and this is all I can offer, thank you." God naturally didn't mind. As someone who had experienced the beast tide firsthand, he knew all too well the heavy losses the Snowver clan had suffered. The casualties were one aspect, but the deaths and fleeing of reindeer were even more serious. Reindeer had always been the Snowver clan's most important food source. For the Northerners, food often meant life. Grabbing his provisions and map, Gotti left the Snowfur clan. "Can we really trust a stranger?" Jill Snowfur watched Gotti's figure disappear completely from sight before returning to his tent and asking the still weak and exhausted Barrick. "Strangers are usually cunning and treacherous." "No, he's not like that," Barrick said with absolute certainty. "He has a kind heart." After leaving the dilapidated Snowfur camp, Gotti took out a map, first using northward path to confirm north, then quickly checking it against the map before heading northeast. A small figure emerged from Gotti's pocket. "Aren't the Snowfield Guardians supposed to protect the snowfields?" Flora asked, puzzled. She had also overheard Barrick's words. Clearly, she couldn't understand why one Snowfield Guardian would incite a beast tide to slaughter the tribe, while the other would willingly sacrifice his life to protect it. Many things start with good intentions, but they always slowly change in the end, because it's hard to stay true to your original intentions. Gutta explained. Is it hard? Flora muttered. Lady Flora just wants to plant trees, so, Lady Flora is wise in her apparent foolishness. What do you mean? Praising Lady Flora's intelligence, Mage, you're not being honest. Snowflake Camp. Half a day after Gutta left, a muffled thunderous sound rang out again, rapidly approaching. As the sound drew closer and grew louder, the ground began to tremble slightly. Beric, who was resting in his tent, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression instantly changing. A beast tide. With his experience, he immediately recognized what the sound meant. Kill them. The next moment, Beric blurted out another word. A beast tide couldn't possibly erupt continuously in a short time unless it was manipulated. If the first man-made beast tide was merely to wipe out some northern tribes to obtain fresh materials needed to practice forbidden necromancy, then this second man-made beast tide, less than a day later, clearly had a different purpose. It was highly likely that they had discovered his presence and wanted to silence him. Beric had considered that the mastermind behind the beast tide would definitely come to investigate and gather materials afterward. But in Beric's view, once the mastermind discovered that the Snowfur clan still existed, they would inevitably have no choice but to retreat in frustration. After all, the reason they used the beast tide to attack the northern tribes was precisely because they were worried that acting personally would easily expose their identity. Practicing forbidden necromancy was a major undertaking, enough to attract the personal attention of a high-ranking mage from the Snowfield Guardians Guild. Since they were wary, they should act cautiously, like an assassin sneak attack. If the first strike failed, they would flee 1,000 miles away. This was the most logical judgment. Beric never expected his opponent to act so recklessly and without any regard for consequences. After he dispersed the beast tide, the mastermind's only thought was to silence him. A massive horde of snow wolves, far larger than the previous one, surged in, completely surrounding the Snowfur camp, which had just been ravaged by another beast tide. The sheer number of these snow wolves was astonishing, almost covering every corner within sight. Strangely, these ferocious wolves roared but did not immediately attack, merely forming a huge encirclement, completely sealing off the Snowfur camp. All the survivors of the Snowfur clan had left their tents, trembling as they watched the ferocious snow wolves, their faces pale, their hearts filled with despair. Even in their prime, they faced annihilation before a beast tide of this size, let alone after the devastating blows of the previous one. However, the wolves in action gave the Snowfur people a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there was still a chance? Just then, the snow wolf pack parted to both sides, and a man wearing a silver white hooded cloak, his face hidden behind a mask revealing only a pair of sharp eyes, emerged from the pack riding a golden-eyed snow wolf. The man, perched atop the wolf, looked down at Gillette Snowfur, who stood at the forefront of the crowd. Then, with a flick of his finger, a magical fluctuation flashed, and a virtual image appeared in the air. It was Beric's image. Have you seen this person before? The man asked in a hoarse, seemingly deliberately distorted voice, his tone unquestionable and domineering. Gillette Snowfur, feeling a chill run down his spine, took a deep breath, carefully examined the image, and then nodded. Yes, I have. Our tribe was just attacked by a beast tide, and it was this man who saved our tribe? Very good. The man nodded in satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, the image vanished into thin air. He naturally knew Beric had intervened, and his question was a test for the Snowfurers. Tell me, where's he now? The man asked coldly. Gillette Snowfurer's face showed a conflicted expression. The man snorted, and the golden-eyed snow wolf beneath him immediately bared its teeth. Following suit, all the snow wolves bared their teeth, their heavy breathing becoming a continuous chorus. The intimidating presence of the snow wolf stirred the Snowfurers. Gillette Snowfurer seemed to have made up his mind. He pointed in a direction. That person went that way. I wanted to ask him to stay and express my gratitude, but he said he had important matters to attend to and didn't stay. Quite sensible. The man smiled coldly, satisfied with Gillette Snowfurer's answer, and then, without warning, patted the golden-eyed snow wolf beneath him. Roar. At his signal, the golden-eyed snow wolf howled to the sky. This howl was a signal. The next moment, to the astonishment and fear of all the snowfowl, the snow wolves, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, pounced on them. The snowfowl tried to resist, but their efforts were utterly futile against the overwhelming horde of wolves. A continuous chorus of wolf howls and screams echoed through the camp as one snowfowl after another was felled. The snow wolves tore at them relentlessly, the blood and cries mingling to create a gruesome and chaotic scene. Barak, severely wounded and powerless to resist, remained remarkably calm as he watched the snow wolves tear open the tent and lunge at him, their spitting stench filling the air. He had already guessed his fate when he heard the screams outside. In fact, for a fleeting moment, Barak had considered many other things. Organizing 2 waves of beasts of this size in such a short time was a rare feat, even among the Snowfield Guardians. He certainly couldn't. He was already considered a core member of the Snowfield Guardians. This meant that the mastermind behind it all was a high-ranking member of the Snowfield Guardians, a high-level mage far stronger than him. Thinking of this, Barak felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. His only consolation was that God, the messenger, had left half a day ago. This was his last hope. On the hill outside the Snowfield camp, the man who had been so arrogant and disdainful before the Snowfield tribe was now respectfully reporting to an old man. According to the tribal chief, after killing Ajan, Barak didn't linger in their tribe at all, heading straight northwest. Ajan was the name of the golden-eyed snow wolf that Barak had killed earlier. Northwest direction, the old man's voice was cold and stern. He must have discovered something and is preparing to report to headquarters. Even if headquarters finds out about this, they might not be able to trace it back to me, but it's better to be cautious. We can't let him take the message back. We must find him before then and kill him, the old man said coldly. I understand, Elder, rest assured. As soon as I discovered Akin's accident, I immediately investigated the situation and reported to you. Barak has only been gone for less than half a day. He can't have gone far. I'm sure I can find his trail and eliminate him before he takes the message back. Do this cleanly. You can trust me to do things, the man assured him. He hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but speak. Elder, with our current strength, we can completely take their place. Why be so cautious? The old man gave the man a deep look, then said, you are still too young. There are many secrets among the Snowfield Guardians that you don't know. You only need to know that the Snowfield Guardians are far more powerful than you think, and their origins are extraordinary. Even if I succeed, I will still need the title of Snowfield Guardian. After saying this, he glanced at the Snowfield camp, which had been submerged by snow wolves, and said casually, these remains are yours. Upon hearing this, the man immediately said respectfully, thank you, Elder. Although his face was covered by a mask, his joy was evident in his tone. Half an hour later, the once bustling Snowfield camp was now deathly silent. A row of mangled corpses lay neatly arranged in the open space in the center of the camp, including the body of Chief Gilly Snowfield. Each corpse was covered in bite marks and scratches, the blood long since congealed, a truly gruesome sight. These bodies once belonged to the Iceborne Mages, the most powerful force in their tribe, but now they lay silently on the cold snow. The ordinary snowfowl had become food for the snow wolves. Not only their bodies, but even their bones were chewed up and swallowed by the greedy wolves. However, the Iceborne Mages of the Snowfowl tribe, at the man's signal, had their bodies preserved relatively intact. The man stood before these corpses, a hint of indescribable evil in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, and an invisible magical fluctuation instantly filled the air. The next moment, the man pointed, and a grayish beam of energy shot from his hand, embedding itself in one of the corpses on the ground. An extremely bizarre scene unfolded. As the energy beam was injected, the previously still corpse suddenly began to tremble. Something seemed to wriggle beneath its skin, and its bones emitted a slight cracking sound. Soon, the bones in the already dead corpse began to separate on their own, as if driven by some unseen force. The muscles and tendons between the bones rapidly atrophied and soon fell away, leaving only a white skeleton. This skeleton seemed to have its own will. First, its fingers and toes twitched slightly, then its limbs began to bend, and finally, a complete skeleton crawled out. Every bone in the skeleton trembled, as if it had regained some form of life. It slowly stood up, and a ghostly green phosphorescent light flickered in its eye sockets. This phosphorescence was like the guiding light of its soul. The skeleton's joints creaked, and it stood there motionless, awaiting the next command. Necromancer's third circle spell, one of the forbidden spells, manipulation of corpses. The man ignored the skeleton and continued casting the spell. More beams of energy shot from his hands, sinking into the other corpses one by one. Each injection of energy triggered a similar reaction. Skeletons crawled out of the corpses one after another, as if summoned from the abyss of death. Their appearance shattered the surrounding silence, filling the air with a suffocating atmosphere. Though stripped of flesh and blood, The skeleton seemed more active than any living creature, their eye sockets burning with an inextinguishable, flickering flame. The man only stopped casting his spell when all the Iceborne mages' corpses had turned into skeletons. He surveyed his surroundings. A group of skeletons stood silently, awaiting his next command. Their skeletons stood out starkly against the snow, like heretics in this pristine white landscape. The scene was undeniably eerie, enough to send chills down one's spine. Yet, looking at this sight, the man nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 243 Unknown Malice. Having a map makes things much easier. Especially the Snowver clan's map, which meticulously marked most of the Leeline creature gathering points and danger zones in the area. All God had to do was follow the map's directions, avoiding the red-marked points or areas, and head towards the location circled by Barak, representing the Snowfield Guardians branch. Of course, he was unaware of what had happened to the Snowver clan after his departure. Jill Snowver's final, somewhat misguided directions also allowed God to perfectly avoid the pursuers chasing Barak's trail. With a boost from ice skating, God strode across the snowfield at a speed of 40 kilometers a day. Having set off on the 4th of Awakening month, God completed the journey that was expected to take almost half a month in just 10 days, arriving at the lake marked on the map, called Little Swallow Lake. It was named this, presumably because the lake's outline somewhat resembled a swallow. The lake wasn't large, and it was already frozen over. As in most places, many creatures, especially humans, inhabit areas near water sources. Even this frozen lake is no exception. The Snowfield Guardians Guild is located on a small hill beside the lake. It's a cluster of low buildings situated in an open area, back by the hill and facing the lake, a prime location. Unlike the northern tribes, the Snowfield Guardians don't migrate frequently, so their buildings are true structures, not yurts. The exterior walls are constructed of light gray patterned stone, unique to the snowfields. The stones are tightly joined together, leaving almost no gaps, effectively protecting against the cold and snow. The overall style is simple and practical, without excessive decoration. Several narrow windows are set in the walls, with heavy curtains made of animal hides hanging inside to block the cold wind. Gada arrived at the gate of the Snowfield Guardians Guild. Because large trees, and thus high-quality timber, are scarce on the snowfield, the gate here is unlike any other. It's not made of wood. Instead, the frame is crafted from sturdy animal bones, reinforced with tough animal leather and further strengthened with bone for the main body, a truly exotic sight. Gada slowed his pace and called out, "Is anyone there?" Soon, a middle-aged woman in a roughly made blue robe emerged. The robe bore strange patterns, symbols of the Snowfield's guardians. Blue was the Snowfield's favorite color. In fact, just as forest tribes favored green, most people on the Snowfield preferred blue or white. Unlike the religious attire of outsiders, the middle-aged woman's robe was rugged and practical, adorned with overly simple, practical items such as small bone knives and amulets. Her skin was rough, but still retained a certain elasticity, making her appear youthful. She looked at Gouda, a hint of wariness in her eyes. "Outsider, who are you looking for? What do you need?" Gouda maintained his smile. "Hello, I'm here to see Guardian Damon, looking for Lord Damon." The middle-aged woman sized Gouda up, still somewhat skeptical, her eyes questioning. "I'm entrusted by Guardian Barak to deliver an important message to Guardian Damon," Gouda explained. The middle-aged woman thought for a moment, then nodded. "Come in with me. Lord Damon isn't in the church right now, he might not be back for a few more days." The middle-aged woman led Gouda into the church. Once inside, Gouda discovered many young children, currently exercising under the guidance of instructors from the Snowfield Guardian Church. On the snowfield, a strong physique was extremely important. Perhaps sensing Gouda's surprise, the middle-aged woman, named Anna, casually explained the situation to him. Through Anna's explanation, Gouda gained a deeper understanding of the Snowfield Guardians. The so-called Snowfield Guardian branch is more like an orphanage. The Snowfield Guardians established this branch not only to facilitate communication among their members who were fighting independently on the snowfield, but more importantly, to shelter orphans who had lost their families due to the cold or to creatures from the ley lines. Without shelter, these children would quickly starve or freeze to death. The Snowfield Guardians provide shelter and food, and also educate these orphans. However, this shelter is time-limited. Upon reaching adulthood, these orphans must leave the Snowfield Guardians to fend for themselves, like eagles soaring over the snowfield. Of course, a few gifted children or those who have awakened the Iceborne bloodline are among them. These children are then actively recruited by the Snowfield Guardians. In fact, most members of the Snowfield Guardians come from this background. It is precisely because they receive the Snowfield Guardians' teachings from a young age that they can understand and accept their doctrines, and thus dedicate themselves to their cause. Otherwise, it would be highly unlikely to find so many selfless individuals among mages whose values are already mature. And now let God to an empty room. Outsider, the beast tides in the southwest have been frequent lately. Lord Damon left the church last month to investigate. However, as the leader of this branch, Guardian Damon is not allowed to leave the church for extended periods according to regulations. He should be back within a week. If you have nothing urgent, you can wait here for Guardian Damon to return. If you have important matters to attend to and cannot wait that long, you can tell me the important information first, and I will immediately relay it to Guardian Damon upon his return. God listens silently to Na's words, his gaze suddenly becoming somewhat strange, as if he had discovered something. Mage, she's a bad person, but not that bad. A bad person, but not that bad, meaning the malice was only directed at him, and hadn't escalated to the point of wanting to kill him? God quickly understood Flora's description. Are you sure, Lady Flora? He communicated telepathically with Flora, who was hidden in his pocket. Of course, Flora replied affirmatively. Where did this malice come from? Gaudet was puzzled. He had already mentioned Barrick's name. As a powerful mage among the Snowfield Guardians, Anna should have shown him respect. Why then was she hostile towards him? Did she suspect his origins? If so, she should have questioned him in detail, not simply brought him here to wait for Lord Damon's return. This seemed more like a trap. A flurry of thoughts raced through Gaudet's mind, but outwardly, he calmly replied, "It's all right, I have nothing urgent. I'll wait here for Guardian Damon to return. The message Guardian Barrick asked me to convey is quite important. It's better if I deliver it to Guardian Damon personally." Anna nodded. That's only right. However, since it's important, why didn't Guardian Barrick come himself? But instead entrusted it to you, she asked, puzzled. He has more important matters to attend to and can't leave for the time being. Knowing the other party harbored ill intentions, Gaudet didn't tell the truth and concealed the news of Barrick's injury. I see. Anna didn't doubt Gaudet's words and added, please sit down, I'll go get you some food. You must be hungry after traveling all this way. Indeed. Thank you for your trouble. Gaudet immediately laughed heartily. It's nothing. Anna smiled and nodded, then left the room. Whether she really went to get food or something else was hard to say. What should he do now? He quickly pondered in his mind. A wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. This was definitely not a place to stay for long. But leaving now was definitely not the right time. This was someone else's territory. If he ran away now, Anna would soon find out, and if they mobilized all their forces to search for him, they would most likely be able to track him down quickly. So the only option was to run away at night. By then, everyone would be asleep, and by the time Anna discovered he had run away, several hours would have passed. The snowfield was so vast, and several hours had passed. Finding him again wouldn't be easy. Thinking this, Gaudet quickly made up his mind. If the other party truly wanted to capture him, they wouldn't have waited until now. They should have called for action the moment they saw him. After all, he had already delivered himself to their doorstep. Clearly, Anna's decision was to keep him calm for now, which aligned with Flora's perception of him as bad, but not so bad. It was just a message delivery. How did it all turn into this? After analyzing everything in his mind, Gaudet couldn't help but feel frustrated. He thought it was just a simple message delivery task, but it had turned out like this. If it weren't for Flora's innate wisdom and ability to sense malice, he probably would have been a sitting duck without even realizing it. Who could he complain to? After a while, Anna indeed returned carrying a clay pot. Inside the pot was fish soup, with a piece of fish floating in it, still steaming. The biggest advantage of being near Little Swallow Lake was the availability of fishery resources. This is also the source of their confidence in taking in orphans. The fishery resources of Little Swallow Lake, combined with the spoils of hunting, ensure that the food supply in the branch is generally uninterrupted. Gaudet's heart skipped a beat, and he had already quietly cast Detect Poison to check if there was any poison in the fish soup. Fortunately, there wasn't. Of course, Detect Poison isn't always foolproof. There are many other ways to evade the detection of Detect Poison, but those are all high-level spells, requiring a high-level mage to perform. Since a high-level mage wanted to frame him, Why go through all this trouble by poisoning him? Just take him down directly. With this thought, Gata put on a grateful expression, took the earthenware pot, and first took a hearty sip of the hot soup, letting out a satisfied groan. Ah, that's refreshing. After traveling for so many days, I haven't had a single sip of hot soup, he exclaimed, both sighing and complaining. And it's fish soup, too. I haven't had this stuff since entering the north. Seeing Gata's straightforward and hearty manner, Anna's smile widened. Thank you for your hard work, she said. In her view, Gata's behavior indicated he was completely unaware of anything amiss. Just as she needed to keep Gata calm, he needed to calm Anna down first, lowering her guard to facilitate his escape plan at night. Gata maintained his persona as a simple and ignorant outsider, staying at the Snowfield Guardians branch. He arrived in the afternoon, so it soon became dark. That evening, Gata enjoyed another hot dinner with the orphans taken in by the Snowfield Guardians and several instructors. It was clear the orphans were very curious about him, this outsider. A few of the bolder children even approached him to ask about his newfound home. Because, in the eyes of the Northerners, while outsiders were generally not good people, the abundance of resources and favorable conditions in other lands were undeniable. The children were also very curious about the legendary, prosperous lands. Gata didn't stand on ceremony and casually told them a few things about the outside world. Food. I wish we could grow food here too, a somewhat thin girl among the children couldn't help but sigh. The main reason for the scarcity of food in the north was that crops, including the most important staples like barley and wheat, couldn't be grown on the permafrost. Without such a predictable and stable harvest, the Northerners could only rely on hunting and herding for survival. Obviously, both of these methods were inherently unstable and extremely limited. Wishful thinking again, Pearl, another child immediately mocked. Little Pearl only thinks about growing food, but she's never succeeded in growing anything. Immediately, everyone else burst into laughter. Of course, this laughter was not malicious. The little girl, called Pearl, remained steadfast despite the laughter of the crowd. If one day we in the north could truly grow food, so many people wouldn't starve to death. Your heart is good, but the land in the north absolutely cannot grow food, one of the instructors said gently, patting Pearl's head. Little Pearl, you should work hard. You have iceborn blood, you'll become a powerful guardian, protecting the snowfields. I definitely will. Pearl waved her little fist, vowing resolutely. The instructor's words made Gata take a closer look at the little girl. He hadn't expected this seemingly frail child to possess iceborn blood. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Gata also returned to his temporary guest room. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began cultivating the Azure Wood Longevity Sutra. Nearly 4 months had passed since Gata advanced to the first ring mage level. In those 4 months, he had almost never stopped cultivating the technique. However, his total mana remained at 20 drops of liquid mana, with no new breakthrough in sight. Based on the current progress, it's estimated that condensing a single drop of new liquid mana will take at least a year. This shows how difficult it is for a mage to advance. When he finished his training for the day, the entire Snowfield Guardian branch was almost silent, save for the ceaseless howling of the cold wind across the snowfield. Clearly, most people had fallen asleep. Without hesitation, Gata got up immediately. He first left a message on the floor with charcoal. A member of the Snowfield Guardian is practicing forbidden necromancy and manipulating beast tides to attack the northern tribes, all for his own necromancy practice. Regardless, the task Barak had given him still had to be completed. Then, Gata silently opened the door using the switch spell. There was no moon tonight. It was a dark and windy night. Under the cover of darkness, Gata, with his ability to see in the dark, moved with ease, choosing a direction and quickly making his way there. He didn't use the main entrance, that was too conspicuous. Soon, Gata arrived at the corner of the wall closest to his dwelling. With the help of cat's claw technique, he easily scaled the wall and then used ice skating technique to run westward. That was the direction of the coastline. The message had been delivered, and the map was in hand. Now, Gata needed to focus on finding tree planting spots. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Snowfield Hunter. Daylight broke. Outside the temporary guest room provided for God to rest, Anna and several church leaders were gathered, their faces somber. Everyone in the church rose early, so Anna had come early to wake God for breakfast. Then she discovered that God was nowhere to be found. In the guest room, the note God had written in charcoal was clearly visible. Where did he notice something was wrong? He seemed perfectly normal last night, Anna said, somewhat annoyed and incredulous. She believed she had acted flawlessly from beginning to end. Outsiders are like that, they're suspicious and good at pretending, an older church leader comforted Anna. What do we do now? Anna asked. Headquarters sent word that Guardian Barak has likely betrayed the faith and is killing for his own benefit. We're told to keep an eye on him and report immediately if we find him. This guy isn't Barak, but he keeps saying he was sent by Barak to deliver a message, so he must know something about Barak. And yet we let him go. It's not our fault. This outsider, though young, dared to enter the north, which means he's not as simple as he seems. And Lord Damon isn't here, another instructor said. Their main reason for being instructors was their lack of strength. They were only equivalent to first-rank mages. Those with enough strength were guardians. If we act rashly, and he resists fiercely, even if we eventually subdue him, we might accidentally hurt the children. As members of the Snowfield Guardians, even though they couldn't become guardians due to insufficient strength, these instructors still upheld the faith. Naturally, they deeply cared for the orphans they had raised from childhood. Between mages, it's difficult to directly determine each other's mage level. It was precisely because of this that the instructors, unsure of Gada's capabilities and feeling their own strength was insufficient, refrained from immediate action. They chose to appease Gada for the time being, waiting for the return of the Guardian of Damon before making their move, ensuring a high degree of certainty. Furthermore, Gada's initial response, that he would wait for the Guardian of Damon to return and personally deliver the message, caused Anna and the instructors to lower the guard. The hunters sent from headquarters are already on their way and should arrive in the next couple of days, another young instructor said in a deep voice. Once they arrive, things will be much easier. We won't need to worry too much. The instructor's task was to teach the children and protect the branch. As for hunting down the culprit, it wasn't their responsibility. Even if Gada escaped, they wouldn't be blamed. The Snowfield Guardians, as the only large-scale religious organization on the frozen tundra, possessed a well-developed organizational system, similar to other religious sects. Not only well-developed, but also powerful. No one knows who founded the Snowfield Guardians, but in the memories of most Northerners, this sect has existed since ancient times, with the doctrine of protecting the Snowfields always being its guiding principle. As a sect, besides the Guardians representing its doctrines, it naturally also has a violent apparatus to deter other forces. Otherwise, the Snowfield Guardians wouldn't have been able to occupy so many fertile territories with abundant food resources and establish branches to shelter orphans. Northerners have a simple and honest side, but also an extremely fierce and savage one. For food, they are absolutely capable of abandoning their simple nature. This violent apparatus used to deter others is called the hunters within the Snowfield Guardians. Hunters and Guardians, these are the two most important groups within the Snowfield Guardians. Guardians fight independently, spreading their doctrines across the snowfields and protecting them. Hunters, on the other hand, mostly stay within the sect, carrying out various missions according to the sect's needs. By the time the hunters arrive, this stranger will have been gone for quite some time. Will they still be able to find him? Anna hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask. Tracking prey is a hunter's forte, the instructor said confidently, showing great faith in the church's hunters compared to Anna's doubts. As long as he's been here, leaving traces and a scent, even if he's been gone for a day or two, or even a month or two, the hunters will find him. Just one day later, two hunters dispatched by the Snowfield Guardians appeared outside the branch's gate. Anna, who came out to greet them, noticed that one of the hunters was wearing a bronze mask, and she instinctively shuddered. A bronze mask among hunters signified an extremely high status. This status might stem from great strength, a noble identity, or immense potential. Regardless of the reason, it was enough to command absolute respect from someone like her, who held a managerial position within the branch. The two hunters waved their hands, indicating that Anna didn't need to be so formal. I received word that you have information related to the Guardian Barak, one of the masked hunters spoke up. To Anna's surprise, judging from the voice, the hunter was a woman. However, gender did not diminish Anna's awe of her, and she quickly replied, indeed, Just the other day, a stranger claiming to be entrusted by Barak to deliver an important message to the guardian of Daemon came to our door. A stranger, another male hunter, who was not wearing a mask, narrowed his eyes and repeated, confirming. Yes, a stranger. His appearance is so different from that of the Northerners, and his AES language is very broken. Obviously he has just learned it. Anna nodded in affirmation. She was certain of this. Then it seems that the news about Barak betraying the faith might actually be true. He's already involved with these despicable and sinister strangers. It's very possible that he was influenced by them, the male hunter said softly to the female hunter wearing a bronze mask beside him. It was clear that the male hunter had a great prejudice against strangers. Don't jump to conclusions. Seeing is believing. How can we face the guardians and their dedication to the snowfield if we wrong them? Compared to the male hunter, the female hunter seemed much more objective. So where is he now? The female hunter asked again. He ran away. Anna seemed a little embarrassed. Ran away, the male hunter frowned, but didn't take his anger out on Anna. What exactly happened? You two, come with me, Anna gestured, leading the two to the guest room where God had been staying, and briefly explained the situation. That stranger seemed to have discovered something. He said he would wait for the guardian of Daemon to return so he could personally deliver the message. Since he said that, we didn't think much of it and assumed we had him under control. But when I went to wake him up for breakfast the next morning, no one answered. When I went inside, the room was completely empty. Then, we found some marks near the corner of the wall near his room. He must have climbed over the wall while everyone was asleep that night. Before they knew it, Anna had led the two hunters to the makeshift room. Opening the door, they saw a line of large, conspicuous writing in charcoal on the floor. What's this? The male hunter asked, frowning. It was left by that stranger, Anna replied. God's ace language was still at a basic level, so he had left a message in common script, not ace language. However, as a mage, the ability to understand languages not only allows them to comprehend other languages by listening, but also to decipher the literal meaning of written characters by touching them. Therefore, the next moment, the male hunter crouched down and gently touched the large characters. He quickly understood the meaning of the large characters left by Gauda. The male hunter stood up and walked to the female hunter's side, whispering, there are members within the Snowfield Guardians who practice forbidden necromancy and manipulate beast tides to attack the northern tribes, all for their own necromancy practice. Catherine, these are the words left by that outsider, a guardian practicing forbidden necromancy. The female hunter, Catherine, thought for a moment and asked, Roich, what do you think? Although these outsiders are despicable and shameless, this outsider specifically came to our door, saying he was entrusted by Barak to deliver a message, and it seems this is what he wanted to convey. I can't think of his purpose in fabricating such a false message for now. Perhaps it really is true. The male hunter named Loich thought for a moment and cautiously replied. But according to reports from other guardians, this Barak is very likely to have betrayed the doctrine. Could it be that he's the one who falsely accused others to confuse the issue, and that the guardian who practiced forbidden necromancy and caused the beast tide to slaughter the northern tribes is actually himself? Catherine also offered her speculation. That's not impossible, Loich nodded in agreement. We'll find out the truth as long as we find Barak. As a guardian, Barak wanders and patrols the snowfields. His whereabouts are unpredictable, and finding him is not an easy task. Since this outsider claims to be acting on Barak's behalf, he should know Barak's whereabouts. Let's find him first. After saying that, Loich turned to Anna beside him and asked, what does that guy look like? That guy is an outsider, very young, probably only 17 or 18 years old, with delicate features. Anna described God's appearance in detail based on her memory. After all, God had only been gone for a day, so Anna's memory was still very clear. Loich took out a piece of animal hide from his pocket and began sketching on it according to Anna's description. Soon, a clear portrait appeared on the paper. Is this what he looks like? Loich showed the portrait to Anna. Anna looked at it carefully for a couple of seconds, then nodded vigorously and said, yes, that's him. Good. Loich nodded in satisfaction, showed the portrait to Catherine, then rolled up the hide and put it back in his pocket. Have you locked onto his scent? Catherine asked. Loich sniffed and said confidently, I've already locked onto it. This guy is a stranger. The diet of strangers is completely different from ours, so his scent is completely different from ours in the north. It's not a strong smell, but rather a fresh plant scent. Such a distinct scent, especially in the sparsely populated snowfields, Tracking him is too easy. As a hunter who guards the snowfields, the cultivation method he practices is the most common, wilderness secret art, among the hunters in the church. This training method can enhance a mage's performance in tracking spells, and also gradually grant them various special abilities, including an enhanced sense of smell. It perfectly suits the identity of a hunter. Then let's go, he can't escape, Catherine said, her voice filled with coldness. Although she didn't have the same extreme prejudice against outsiders as Loich, her attitude towards them certainly wasn't much better. Therefore, Catherine was currently more inclined to believe that Barak, who mingled with outsiders, had betrayed the doctrine. As for the line left by God, while not completely denying it, they certainly didn't quite believe it. A cold wind blew across the rolling white snow-covered hills. The howling wind was constant. But after spending a long time on the snowfield, this sound would gradually be filtered out by the ears and brain. God, however, had already begun to get used to these sounds. After filtering out the wind, the vast snowfield seemed somewhat too quiet. It was afternoon. The sun, which didn't bring much warmth, hung high in the sky. Below, a giant blue lizard buried its head in the thick snow, searching for rare snowfield plants hidden beneath the surface. It was a relatively common first-ring lealine creature on the snowfield, called the dragon-tongued blue lizard. Of course, their numbers were far fewer than the so-called snow wolves, the apex predators of the snowfield. But their rank was undeniable, making them no pushovers. Just then, God suddenly emerged from a nearby snow hill and slid down at an astonishing speed. The tranquility was instantly shattered. The dragon-tongued blue lizard reacted swiftly, sensing the unusual movement from the slight tremors on the ground the instant God appeared. It quickly emerged from the snow, its wary gaze scanning the surroundings, then bared its long tongue at the rushing God, charging towards him. The moment the dragon-tongued blue lizard charged, magical energy surged from God's hands. The next moment, he pointed his finger at the rapidly approaching blue lizard. Then, crucial information flooded into God's mind: ice resistance, extremely high physical resistance, weak points in defense being the head, eyes, abdomen, tail, and limbs. Seize the initiative. He extended his hand and pointed at a creature within casting range, instantly seeing through its defenses with magic. Knowing the blue lizard's specific weaknesses, God unleashed his next spell. A small ball of acid, imbued with corrosive power, flew from his fingertip, heading straight for the blue lizard. Acid Splash Plus. The aim was to utilize the full coverage of Acid Splash to strike all of the blue lizard's vulnerable points. The blue lizard seemed to sense the impending threat, but it didn't stop its charge. Just as the small acid ball was about to touch it, it suddenly opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue. A cold, blue aura was exhaled, enveloping the small acid ball. The small acid ball, made of acidic liquid, was frozen solid by the icy aura, turning into a green ice ball that fell onto the snow. Chapter 245 Tracking. Despite missing his target, Gouda remained remarkably calm, his emotions largely unchanged. The dragon-tongued blue lizard was, after all, a first-level lealine creature. Even though his spells, enhanced by Wind Spirit Moonshadow's stat points, were far more powerful than those of other mages, they were ultimately just tricks, and being blocked by a first-level lealine creature was perfectly normal. Compared to other first-level mages, aside from Wind Spirit Moonshadow, Gouda's most outstanding feature was the sheer number of spells stored in his spellbook. As the saying goes, quantity leads to quality. Some spells, individually unremarkable, could synergize with other spells to create an effect greater than the sum of their parts. Two intense beams of energy shot from Gouda's hands, hurtling towards the oncoming dragon-tongued blue lizard. The Magic Blast Plus spell, with its built-in target locking and force field damage, was perfectly suited to deal with the dragon-tongued blue lizard's high physical resistance. After all, force field damage was a prestigious type of damage that ignored armor and physical defense, meaning that no matter how tough the dragon-tongued blue lizard's skin was, it couldn't ignore the Magic Blast's rays. A beam of energy shot out. The blue-tongued lizard, with its keen perception of energy, sensed a danger emanating from it and attempted to dodge. However, the continuous tracking mechanism of Magic Blast Plus rendered its attempts futile unless it could unleash astonishing speed in a short time to pull itself out of the Magic Blast's casting range. Finally, the two beams of energy struck the blue-tongued lizard precisely and then disappeared into it. The blue-tongued lizard showed no visible injury on its surface, but immediately let out a painful scream. Its body had already suffered some internal damage. At this moment, God and the blue-tongued lizard were extremely close, about to pass each other. In its immense pain and rage, the blue-tongued lizard suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a tornado-like blue gas storm, sweeping towards God. God, however, seemed not to have reacted at all, making no move. The next instant, the blue gas had already enveloped God. However, a faint glow appeared on the surface of God's body, increased resistance plus. With the initiative in hand, there's another significant advantage. God can apply the increased resistance plus buff to himself earlier. The duration of increased resistance plus is no longer limited to 1 minute, it can be extended at his will until his mana is depleted. The blue aura swept in, enveloping Gauda's figure. Yet, Gauda remained as steady as a rock, his movements completely unaffected. This was due to both the increased resistance and the ability of the basic ice body. Possessing the basic ice body, Gauda's resistance to ice elemental damage is increased by 11%, much like the leeline creatures of the snowfields, naturally possessing strong ice resistance. With a dual blessing of the basic ice body and increased resistance plus, the damage from the dragon-tongued blue lizard's ice storm was almost negligible. The freezing and slowing effects of the ice storm were also completely negligible by the basic ice body. The dragon-tongued blue lizard clearly hadn't expected Gauda to so easily ignore its attack and hadn't even reacted yet. Gauda, of course, wouldn't miss this brief opportunity. As his magical power surged, in the instant he passed the blue-tongued lizard, 2 floating ghostly hands were summoned and pressed heavily onto the lizard's rough skin. In an instant, the blue-tongued lizard felt its body go limp, becoming weak and powerless. Hand of the Mage plus, touch of fatigue. Hand of the Mage doesn't possess offensive capabilities. However, God could use it to achieve the contact required for touch of fatigue, indirectly transforming it from a rather weak melee spell into a mid to close range spell. This is an example of 1+1, 2. Seeing the blue-tongued lizard already exhausted, God immediately pressed his advantage, unleashing another spell. A burst of blazing flame erupted from his hands. The fire arrow traced a bright trajectory, striking the blue-tongued lizard, which was unable to react in time due to the spell's effect, Fire Arrow Plus. Although the extreme cold of the north weakens the effectiveness of fire spells, the dragon-tongued blue lizard's primary resistance is concentrated on ice, resulting in significantly increased damage from fire spells. One is weakening, the other is strengthening, but the strengthening outweighs the weakening. Therefore, casting Flame Arrow is still extremely cost-effective. The dragon-tongued blue lizard, struck by the flame bolt, let out a painful roar. Scorch marks appeared on its tough skin, clearly indicating a serious injury. Seeing this, Gauda knew now was the best time to end the battle. Clang, clang, clang. A mournful bell tolled in the air, echoing continuously, Death's Bell. The bell tolled, dealing bonus damage to injured units. Gray patches appeared on the dragon-tongued blue lizard's skin, and fear and despair filled its eyes. This was the dark corrosion damage caused by Death's Bell, which not only harmed its body but also affected its spirit. With the echoing of the bell, the dragon-tongued blue lizard's life force seemed to be drained away by an invisible force. Gauda gave the blue-tongued lizard no chance to catch its breath, even a lion must exert its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Magic Blast, he shouted softly, and 2 powerful energy beams flew from his hands again, shooting directly at the already weakened blue-tongued lizard. This time, the energy beams, on top of the dark corrosion damage, caused even greater destruction within the blue-tongued lizard's body. The blue-tongued lizard struggled weakly, but its body was no longer able to offer effective resistance. The energy beam struck its abdomen with a muffled thud before disappearing into it. Under the dual negative effects of exhaustion and dark corrosion, the blue-tongued lizard's body was at its most vulnerable. Therefore, these 2 energy beams instantly caused even greater damage inside its body. In the end, the blue-tongued lizard collapsed on the snow, losing all its life force. Gauda looked at the blue-tongued lizard January 7th, that appeared in the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Origins section, confirming that it was completely dead, before deactivating increased resistance plus and walking to its corpse. The blue-tongued lizard is one of the unique leeline creatures of the Northern Territory. Therefore, the general knowledge course on leeline creatures that Gauda took at Cyrus Academy didn't include any information about the dragon-tongued blue lizard. Naturally, he couldn't know which parts of the dragon-tongued blue lizard were more valuable. Gauda could only use detection magic to cut off the tongue, the part with the most magical aura, and put it in his inventory. Then, he patiently began to butcher the dragon-tongued blue lizard's carcass. This was the first dragon-tongue blue lizard Geode had killed, but not the first lizard-line creature. Origin: Zero Ring, Frostale Lizard, 4/7, Icegale Lizard, 2/7. Before encountering the one-ring dragon-tongue blue lizard, Geode had encountered 2 other different zero-ring lizard-line creatures. Unfortunately, most lizard-line creatures are solitary, unlike snow wolves and snowfield hyenas, which are often encountered in large groups. Therefore, the origins he obtained were scattered, and he hadn't yet gathered any new origins. After killing the Frostale Lizard and Icegale Lizard, Geode had already tried them, and the lizard meat tasted surprisingly good. Lizard meat tastes somewhat like fish, quite tender and smooth, and rich in protein and fat, making it a high-quality ingredient. According to the Northerners' eating habits, it's naturally eaten raw. However, Guan's dietary habits couldn't accept such a primitive method, so he usually carried the lizard meat whole, cutting it into smaller pieces and roasting it over a fire when needed. The blue-tongued lizard was about the size of a wolf, and the pieces of meat that could be cut were quite substantial. However, due to weight limitations, God could only cut off the largest, most tender piece from the lizard's belly. The rest was left to nature or the snow vultures and hyenas circling the snowfields. After packing up, God set off again. After walking a few more kilometers, far from the battleground and with darkness approaching, he prepared to set up camp. As usual, God first used druidic tricks to check the weather for the next day, then cast Wild Acumen to summon the wild spirit to help find a suitable campsite. This was Wild Spirit's domain. Moments later, Wild Spirit found a relatively flat, sheltered, sunny spot nearby, surrounded by low bushes that could serve as natural barriers. Clearly, this was an ideal campsite. Having found the campsite, Wild Spirit immediately and conscientiously searched for dry branches and grass for fuel, stones to build a fire, and, using God's supplies, set up a simple campsite. He pitched the tent, untied the bedding, and took out God's rations. With a spell, God's standard of living on the snowfield had risen dramatically. No wonder Barak had said that Wild Agility was an essential spell for guardians. Of course, this was all Wild Spirit could do for now. More difficult tasks, like cooking, would have to be done by God himself. He quickly started a fire with spark spell, then cut the lizard meat into small pieces and roasted them over the fire. At the same time, he also set up a small pot on the fire and boiled water. As for the Wild Spirit, it was sent out by God to continue searching for fuel. The meat of the blue-tongued lizard was exceptionally delicious, even without seasoning. After a day of travel, being able to eat something good put God in a great mood. By the campfire, God took out a map from the Snowfield clan and began to examine it. 10 days had passed since he ran away from the Snowfield Guardians branch. During this time, God had traveled an average of 40 kilometers per day, which was 400 kilometers in 10 days. But he was still far from the northern coastline. This was because he had entered the northern border from the Irwinray Mountains within the Duchy of Sienne. And to reach the northern coastline, the distance he had to travel was roughly equivalent to crossing the entire Plantagenet kingdom. However, God wasn't in a hurry. Because he wasn't just traveling, while traveling, he was also actively hunting monsters. Having other things to do made the journey less boring. After confirming that he hadn't deviated from his course, God put away the map. Flora sat on God's shoulder, warming herself by the fire with him. The temperature changes had almost no effect on her. But Flora was a clever learner. Seeing the mage warming himself by the fire, she joined him. She even tried to sample whatever the mage ate. "Mage, are you about to begin your training again?" Seeing God put away the map, Lady Flora spoke up. God nodded. "Yes, then Lady Flora will begin practicing her magic. Then I wish Lady Flora great success tonight." "We don't have horses, my bad." "Then I wish Lady Flora success tonight." "Lady Flora almost succeeded last night, she'll definitely succeed today," the clever learner said confidently. "Yes, she'll definitely succeed today. Lady Flora is indeed insightful. Mere magic is no challenge for you," God praised her repeatedly. Flora glanced at Gouda, deeply agreeing with his praise, her eyes narrowed, her joy evident. "Really? Of course, it usually takes a mage apprentice at least half a year to master a spell. Lady Flora has only been learning for less than a month." Flora counted on her fingers carefully, then became even happier. "Amazing. By the way, Mage, how long does it take you to learn a spell?" Flora tilted her head, looking at Gouda. "I'm going to begin today's training." Lady Flora, you should also hurry up. As the saying goes, one effort, then decline, then exhaustion. Take advantage of the current momentum and try to succeed tonight. How long does it take you to learn a spell? How long? Just that long. How long is that long? 2 or 3 days? God didn't dare look at Flora anymore. After answering, he silently sat cross-legged, entered a meditative state, and began his training in the Azure Wood Longevity Sutra. Flora's eyes widened, as if she had been shocked, and she couldn't say another word. Gulda hadn't even finished his training for the day when Flora woke him up. Of course, Flora was always very sensible. The reason she interrupted his training was because she had noticed something amiss and alerted God. God's heart skipped a beat. He had just stood up when he found two figures had appeared simultaneously 100 or 2 meters in front of and behind him, blocking both his path forward and retreat. One was a man, and the other wore a bronze mask. God's eyes narrowed. The Snowfield Guardians, he confirmed. Because on their clothes, God saw the familiar pattern representing the Snowfield Guardians. Yes, we are hunters of the Snowfield Guardians, the man blocking God's path said in a deep voice. These two were naturally Loki and Catherine, who had followed the scent. What do you mean by this? God looked at Loki warily while using telepathy to ask Flora to help him put away the breath of the wilderness in his pack. His experience with Barak had given him some understanding of the hunter group among the Snowfield Guardians. In terms of pure combat strength, the hunters are stronger than the Guardians. Therefore, although he couldn't know the mage levels of these two hunters, there was no doubt that they could absolutely crush him. He didn't yet know their specific intentions, but they were clearly up to no good, so he had to keep the breath of the wild safe to avoid possessing a treasure that invites trouble. I have had dealings with your esteemed guardian, Barak, and can be considered a friend of the Snowfield Guardians, God said in a deep voice. I knew I hadn't chosen the wrong person. Lurch nodded in satisfaction, seeing that God had already revealed his identity before he even asked a question. Chapter 246 Forbidden Ice Needle Technique. Continue to adapt. You came here specifically to find me. Hearing Lurch's words, many thoughts flashed through God's mind, but he still couldn't figure out the other party's intentions. Mainly, he couldn't find a reason why they would specifically come to find him. God carefully recalled everything he had done since entering the north, and indeed, there was nothing unusual about it. That's right, we came here specifically to find you. You ran away very quickly. It took us a lot of effort to find you. Lurch looked at God with a half-smile. I was entrusted by Guardian Barak to travel thousands of miles from the Snowflake clan to your branch just to help deliver a message. Even if it wasn't a great achievement, I certainly put in the effort, yet the people in your branch harbor ill will towards me. Seeing Lurch's hostile intentions, God spoke up to defend himself. Although I don't know the specific reason, I didn't do anything outrageous, I just wisely ran away as soon as possible. Why did you send hunters to track me down for thousands of miles? God's words were both an accusation and a plea for clarification. He felt completely baffled by the whole affair. According to Barak's description of the Snowfield Guardians, they should at least be a neutral good organization, if not a lawful good one. Why were they so ungrateful to him? At Barak's request, the masked hunter behind God spoke up, and to God's surprise, it was a woman's voice. According to the information received by the sect, Barak has most likely betrayed the doctrine and is slaughtering northern tribes on the snowfield for his own selfish desires. We can't find Barak's whereabouts yet, so naturally we need to find you, the outsider who claims to have been entrusted by Barak. First, God was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, how is that possible? Barak betrayed the doctrine and slaughtered northern tribes? He recently almost lost his life to the wolves while trying to rescue the Snowflake clan, who were besieged by a horde of snow wolves. How could he betray the doctrine? Someone else has betrayed the doctrine. Barak discovered that there is another mastermind behind the horde, most likely from within the Snowfield Guardians. Barak was seriously injured while trying to rescue the Snowflake clan and is unable to move, so he entrusted me to help deliver the message. God quickly explained, if you don't believe me, you can go to the Snowflake clan and ask them. The Snowflake clan, Catherine chuckled, her eyes beneath the bronze mask icy cold. Where is the Snowflake clan now? Gaudi froze, instinctively asking, what do you mean? Catherine snapped, the Snowflake clan was already overwhelmed by the snow wolf horde. The once vast tribe was reduced to ruins by the time we arrived, littered with the bones, not a single survivor. Gaudi felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't possibly miss it now. The mastermind behind this must have orchestrated another horde attack on the Snowflake clan after he left, wiping them out. and Barak, practically immobile, was almost certainly dead in a second heart attack. More importantly, a mastermind with such abilities was clearly a formidable figure among the Snowfield Guardians. The so-called Barak's betrayal of the faith was undoubtedly a deliberate fabrication by this mastermind to frame Barak. What to do now? Explain the situation? Without proof, how could he explain? If Barak truly died in the beast tide, there would be no way to prove it, and that was a highly probable scenario. The mastermind behind it all was a powerful figure among the Snowfield Guardians. He was powerless against such a powerful figure. How could an outsider like him prove his innocence and protect himself? Wouldn't he be at their mercy? Run? There was no way. The other party was a hunter among the Snowfield Guardians, at least a second circle mage. If he ran, he might be severely punished. Various thoughts flashed through Gauda's mind, and he finally realized he was trapped in an unsolvable situation. He never expected that a simple messenger mission would bring him so much trouble. "You'd better come with us obediently," Catherine, wearing a bronze mask, said coldly. At this moment, Gauda truly felt like he was swallowing a bitter pill, unable to express his grievances. "Don't worry, our Snowfield Guardian's doctrine is to protect the Snowfield, never to kill the innocent, and certainly not to convict a Guardian easily. If it turns out the Guardian Barak is innocent, we certainly won't make things difficult for you anymore." Norochi even kindly comforted God. However, God clearly didn't dare to have such expectations. This mastermind could even eliminate Barak, so he, a first circle mage, especially on someone else's territory, would certainly be easily manipulated. No need to waste so much time talking to him. We haven't attacked him directly, which is already giving him face. Compared to Norochi, Catherine was much more indifferent. I understand. Of the two, Catherine was clearly of higher status, so Norochi simply shrugged and replied, then slowly walked forward to approach God. "You'd better not get your hopes up. If you force me to make a move, I might not be able to control my strength." Watching Norochi approach, God gritted his teeth, quickly cast ice skating on himself, and took off running. Although Norochi and Catherine's ability to track him across the vast snowfield demonstrated their strength, surrendering without even trying wasn't God's style. What if they were just bluffing? Without knowing the exact level of their mage, anything was possible. But Gauda had only taken 2 steps when Catherine let out a cold snort. Then, Gauda felt a violent impact on his mind, as if an invisible force had suddenly crashed into the depths of his brain. In an instant, his thoughts became chaotic, and everything before him blurred. Then, a strong numbing sensation swept through his entire body, spreading from his feet to the top of his head. Gauda's steps came to an abrupt halt, his entire body frozen in place, as if he had been injected with an anesthetic. A second ring enchantment spell, human immobilization. God was completely controlled by this powerful spell, even blinking became difficult. Only his mind could still function, and he realized what had happened to him. He no longer harbored any illusions. His opponent was indeed a genuine second ring or higher mage. Loich slowly walked towards God, shaking his head and saying, "Why bother? Isn't this just asking for trouble?" God was unable to move, understanding that he truly had no chance of resistance this time, and could only comply with the other's wishes. After speaking, Loich took out an exquisite ice crystal bottle from his pocket. As soon as the bottle was opened, a chill swept out. God glanced at it and discovered that the bottle contained many tiny ice needles. These ice needles were about 20 in number, each the size of a hair. Judging by this guy's mental strength, he's just a newly promoted first-ring mage, Catherine remarked casually to Loich, who had just subdued him with human immobilization. Human immobilization, as an enchantment spell, is essentially a mental attack, only effective against those with mental strength weaker than the caster. In this mental strength contest, Catherine, as the caster, could sense the opponent's mental strength, provided, of course, that it was weaker than hers. It's like an arm wrestling match, the winner knows the loser's exact strength, but the loser can't know the winner's true power, only that it's greater. Just promoted to first-ring mage, those 5 should be enough, Loich nodded, hearing Catherine's words. He then took 5 crystal clear, hair-thin ice needles from the ice bottle. Then, under Gauda's watchful gaze, Loich's technique was like that of a skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. With a slight twist of his wrist, and in an extremely elegant manner, like acupuncture, he gently inserted the 5 ice needles one by one into various vital acupoints on Gauda's body. Each insertion of an ice needle was accompanied by a slight tremor in Gauda's body, but he tried his best to remain calm. What is this? At this moment, the effect of the human immobilization spell had worn off, and Gouda, whose body had regained consciousness, changed slightly and couldn't help but ask, "Forbidden ice needles? Don't be fooled by their fine appearance. The main material is pure ice," Lurk explained to Gouda leisurely. Pure ice? Gouda was shocked. Even as a newcomer to the Northern Territory, he had heard of the fame of pure ice. "Yes, it's called forbidden ice needles because I used a special method to insert them into your mana pathways, and only I can remove them from your body," Lurk explained. "We've coated the ice needles with a special material that insulates against the cold. Normally, these forbidden ice needles won't affect your body at all, but whenever you try to use your mana to cast a spell, the flow of mana will inevitably touch these ice needles, activating them and releasing the chill of true ice." Lurk's eyes sharpened. The chill of true ice is the coldest in the world. Even those with ice-born blood cannot withstand it, let alone a stranger like you. Even just a little bit of true ice is enough to make you experience excruciating pain. If you don't believe me, you can try it, Lurk grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Gouda's heart skipped a beat, and his expression turned extremely ugly. He tried to mobilize his mana to verify whether Lurk's words were true or just empty boasting. The next instant, his magical power touched something indescribable. Then, an extreme, bone-chilling cold, indescribable in its intensity, erupted from his body. This cold, like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, penetrated to the very marrow, bringing not only extreme cold but also excruciating pain to Gouda. In just a moment, Gouda was gasping for breath, his face ashen, and large drops of cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Seeing is believing. He had always heard that the cold of Xianbing was unparalleled in the world, but only by experiencing it firsthand could one truly understand how terrifying it was. Even with his rudimentary ice protection body, Gouda was utterly powerless against this cold. Seeing Gouda's expression, Lurk's lips curled into a playful smile. "Now you believe me, don't blame me for not warning you. One try is fine, but if you do it multiple times, the chill of the true ice will cause your body immense damage, but you're quite a man. Most people, upon first experiencing the chill of true ice, are in so much pain they can't even stand, but you didn't even groan." He even had the mind to praise Gouda. Of course, Lurk didn't know that this was because Gouda's experience in prison had given him an extremely high pain tolerance. We usually only use this on truly troublesome people. Using it on a first-rank mage like you is already giving you a lot of credit. On the other side, watching Gouda's complexion gradually return to normal, Catherine snorted coldly. With the forbidden ice needles, Gouda was essentially an ordinary person, unable to cast a single spell. Naturally, the two no longer needed to worry about Gouda resorting to any more tricks. That would be a great honor. Gouda suddenly calmed down, responding calmly to Catherine's undisguised sarcasm. This reaction caused the two to glance at him slightly. Most mages would collapse upon discovering they couldn't use their magic. For extraordinary beings, losing their supernatural power is often more unbearable than losing their lives. It was extremely rare for someone like Gouda to recover so quickly. What the two didn't know was that Gouda wasn't just calm, he was even becoming somewhat pleased. Because during the triggering of the forbidden ice needle, along with the chilling cold, came some natural information. By enduring the chilling cold, your cold resistance has increased by 100.3%. This information came from his adaptive feat. His cold resistance, which had already stopped increasing and was fixed at 100.1%, jumped by 0.2% to 100.3% the instant he triggered the forbidden ice needle. And this was merely a momentary increase. Furthermore, the adaptive effect triggered by the forbidden ice needle doesn't stop there, and during extreme cold pain tolerance increased by 67.5%. Suffering extreme cold injury, your body's injury recovery ability increased by 1.1%. One forbidden ice needle triggered 3 adaptive boosts, including the cold resistance of his already evolved rudimentary ice body. Every cloud has a silver lining. This forbidden ice needle, on the surface, is a restriction, a shackle, but it can also be seen as a cheat code for quickly gaining experience. With adaptive, he can completely increase his cold resistance by continuously and actively triggering the forbidden ice needle. And once his cold resistance reaches a certain level, the extreme cold will be like a tickle to him, utterly insignificant. The so-called forbidden magic will naturally crumble and lose its meaning. This feeling of freedom within reach greatly eased Gouda's previously suppressed mood. However, The only crisis that can be resolved is the one caused by the ice needle of forbidden law. As for how to get rid of this blame, Gaot is still clueless. Chapter 247 The Heart of Nature. Let's take him back first, Catherine said, withdrawing her gaze from God. Despite their surprise, Lurch and Catherine wouldn't change their plans. Okay, Lurch replied. He then went to God's side and quickly searched his body. Even though God was only a first-ring mage whose magic was restricted by the ice needle, Lurch was still very cautious, conducting a thorough search before taking him on the road. Fortunately, God had already had Flora put away Breath of the Wild beforehand. While some of his remaining belongings were valuable, they were nothing to two hunters who were at least second-ring mages. Even the two remaining drops of first-tier ice marrow were only glanced at by Lurch, who made a sound of surprise before returning them to God. This is my pet. Then, Lurch discovered Flora hiding in God's pocket. Hearing God's reply, he looked at Flora with some surprise. Clearly, this was the first time he had ever seen such a magical pet. Intrigued as it was, he didn't say much, nor did he harbor any ill intentions. Firstly, he wasn't that kind of person, and secondly, magical pets were a type of summoned creature, something that couldn't be taken away. In the end, Lurch only took away the bone dagger that got carried and the fang of hidden mist, which could be used as a weapon. Alright, having done this, Lurch nodded to Catherine, who was wearing a mask. Immediately afterward, the two of them each performed a strange casting gesture, generating dense magical energy fluctuations. This casting lasted an extremely long time. About a minute later, the magical energy fluctuations in the air were so dense they were almost visible, and the air itself seemed to become slightly heavier due to the accumulation of magic. Then, a dazzling light flashed. Guided by this powerful magic, two lifelike spirits of different shapes appeared out of thin air, standing steadily in front of Lurch and Catherine. Lurch summoned a magnificent warhorse spirit, its eyes gleaming with spiritual light. Catherine, on the other hand, summoned a lithe snow wolf spirit, its eyes revealing unyielding spirit and wildness. Although both were spirits, they seemed to possess the intelligence and wisdom of normal living beings. Summon Mount, a second circle conjuration spell. While Barak possessed an ice mane tiger as his mount, the two hunters' mounts on the snowfield were summoned through magic. Mounts summoned through magic are undoubtedly far inferior to the ice mane tiger in both strength and speed, and maintaining their existence requires additional mana. However, they are not without their advantages. They are lightweight and can be dispelled at any time by canceling the spell. For hunters undertaking various missions, the latter is clearly very important. Lurch and Catherine, almost simultaneously, nimbly leaped onto the backs of their respective mounts. As for God, Lurch glanced at him and actually extended his hand. Get on. God didn't hesitate, taking Lurch's hand and climbing onto the broad back of the warhorse spirit, sitting behind Lurch. Lurch didn't seem worried at all about God making any moves so close to him. Hold on tight, Lurch called out, and without any visible movement, the warhorse spirit naturally chose a direction and began to gallop. A fierce, cold wind rushed towards them. Where are we going? God sighed inwardly and asked. His voice sounded unusually faint in the howling wind, indistinct. But Lurch quickly replied to God. Back to headquarters. We're only responsible for bringing you back, the rest is none of our concern. Hearing Lurch say this, God's heart sank even further. Lurch and Catherine both appeared cold on the surface, especially Catherine, who wore a bronze mask and seemed rather ruthless. But God could still clearly sense that the two had their own bottom lines, and their work style was rather lawful. However, if they arrived at the Snowfield Guardian headquarters and were replaced by a different group, things would be different. After all, it was already confirmed that some high-ranking members of the Snowfield Guardian were practicing forbidden necromancy. If the higher-ups were like this, the lower-ranking members certainly wouldn't be entirely clean either. Moreover, in Gauda's view, the replacement group would most likely include the Mastermind's people. They'd be lucky if they didn't destroy him. What bottom line would they have? How long will it take? Gauda asked again. Soon, we'll be there in half a month, Loiki replied. On the snowfield, time seemed to shorten. For the people of the north, traveling for 1 or 2 months was perfectly normal. Half a month. After finishing his conversation with Loiki, Gauda considered his current situation. First and foremost, the restriction of the forbidden ice needles was the most urgent matter. Regardless of his own ideas, he had to eliminate its threat first. Fortunately, the solution was already right in front of him. Next, All he needed to do was continuously and actively trigger the forbidden ice needles to adapt to the extreme cold. However, he couldn't be too reckless. Although the triggering of the forbidden ice needles occurred inside his body, making it difficult for outsiders to see, the intense pain brought by the extreme cold would cause God to reveal what he was doing in another way. Unless he could remain completely unfazed, he absolutely couldn't trigger the forbidden ice needles in front of them. He had to avoid them. But this wasn't too difficult. He could trigger the forbidden ice needles when the two were resting. Also, the Snowfield Guardian's headquarters was absolutely out of the question. He had to find a way to change the two hunters' minds. When Lurk and Catherine found God, it was already night. However, as high-level mages, they were skilled and daring, and didn't need to be as cautious as God. They could still travel at night. But people still need rest. So, in the latter half of the night, the two each cast wild agility, quickly set up a camp, and temporarily camped out to rest. The only advantage of being controlled by others was that God no longer had to worry about food. Around the newly lit fire, Lurk took out 3 frozen rats, their skins already peeled off and now hard as rocks, from his pack. He skillfully brought them close to the fire, thawed them slightly, skewered them with a stick, and handed one skewer to Gouda. "Help yourself." Gouda quickly took it and sat down next to Lurk, expertly flipping the stick to ensure the rat meat was heated evenly for optimal flavor. "What's this?" he asked casually while busy with his work. Snow guinea pig, one of the most delicious foods on the permafrost. Although snow guinea pigs are only Tier 1 feline creatures, they live underground year-round. Their whereabouts are elusive, and they are very difficult for ordinary people to catch. Even we need luck to get a few. You're in luck this time. Although Gouda was their captive, Lurk didn't act superior, but rather introduced the rats to him in a very friendly manner. "Then I'll have to taste it properly," Gouda laughed, showing no resentment at being captured by the two. He was gradually realizing that these two were essentially good people, even the seemingly cold Catherine. Sizzle, sizzle. As the flames blazed, oil began to seep out of the snow guinea pig meat, releasing a unique aroma of meat and even a hint of herbal fragrance, making one's mouth water. Seeing that it was almost done, Lurk picked up a skewer and handed it to Catherine, who had been silent the whole time. This made Gouda glance at Catherine subconsciously. She had been wearing that bronze mask the whole time, surely she should take it off to eat? To Gouda's surprise, after taking the skewer of roasted snow guinea pig, Catherine didn't remove the mask. Instead, she looked up at the sky, her gaze fixed on the distant night. A moment later, the sound of flapping wings rang out. In the darkness, a jet-black owl with glossy feathers descended from the sky and landed obediently on Catherine's shoulder. Its eyes, still bright and alert even in the night, darted around, occasionally rubbing its head against Catherine's shoulder affectionately. "This is Catherine's pet, a 7-night owl with magical affinity and extraordinary intelligence. It can keep watch for us while we rest," Lurk explained, noticing God's surprised gaze. "Similarly, if you try to sneak away while we're resting at night, just like you do in the branch, it will warn us immediately," he then added meaningfully to Gouda. "Of course, I don't think you, with the forbidden ice needles and no magic power to use, can survive in this perilous snowfield without us. I think you're a smart man. You wouldn't have such an unwise idea, would you?" Gouda grinned. Of course, he'd definitely wait until the forbidden ice needles wore off before trying to escape, he added in his mind. Meanwhile, Catherine slowly tore off a piece of snow guinea pig meat and fed it to the 7-night owl on her shoulder. The owl seemed quite used to this treatment, slightly opening its sharp beak to easily take the piece of meat, then slowly savoring it, occasionally letting out a satisfied coo. Gouda didn't hesitate any longer and took a bite of the snow guinea pig meat. Although no seasoning had been added, a fragrant, herbal aroma mingled with a meaty scent, bursting in his mouth in an instant, creating an indescribably wonderful flavor. No wonder Lurk called it one of the most delicious foods on the permafrost tundra. It truly was something special. Gouda also tore off a tiny piece from the golden brown, crispy snow guinea pig meat and handed it to Flora, who was peeking out of his pocket and curiously observing the 7-night owl. Flora took the snow guinea pig meat from Gouda, but didn't eat it. Instead, she flapped her small wings, flew to the 7-night owl, and offered it a piece of meat with great interest. "Wait," Catherine was about to say something, but the owl glanced at the snow guinea pig meat Flora offered, didn't seem to mind its small size, and without hesitation, lowered its head, picked it up with its beak, and swallowed it whole. "Cuckoo," the owl hooted contentedly. Hearing the owl's coo, Flora immediately narrowed her eyes with delight, like a child discovering a fun toy. Catherine, who was about to speak, paused, then stared blankly at little Flora, remaining silent for a long time. Even Lurch, standing nearby, was taken aback, his gaze shifting between the 7 Nights Owl and Flora, his expression becoming incredibly strange. After a long while, he turned to look at God, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. "You just said that Guardian Barrack was seriously injured while rescuing the Snowver clan and is recuperating there?" Lurch asked. "Yes," God shrugged, helplessly saying, "unfortunately, the Snowver clan is gone now, so I have no proof." Lurch looked up at Catherine, who nodded slightly. He immediately understood and turned to God, saying, "Although the Snowver clan is gone, they leave their mark, some trace will remain. Tomorrow, let's go to the original side of the Snowver clan." Huh? Now it was God's turn to be stunned. He didn't understand why the two who had previously refused to believe him and were eager to take him back to the Snowfield Guardian headquarters had suddenly changed their minds. "She's your pet?" Lurch gestured angrily at Flora and asked. "Yes, Catherine 7 Night Owl won't eat anything thrown to it by anyone other than Catherine, including me." Lurch pointed to the 7 Night Owl on Catherine's shoulder. "But now, it has eaten what your pet gave it without any suspicion. This shows that your pet possesses a rare and precious natural heart. I believe that is the owner of the heart of nature. You shouldn't be a bad person." Perhaps there really is some misunderstanding. God was stunned. He'd heard the term heart of nature before. When he first met Barrack, he'd said the same thing about Flora, but God hadn't taken it seriously. After all, it was too mystical and offered no real benefit. But unexpectedly, this time, it was Flora's heart of nature that had gained Lurch and Catherine's trust, bringing a glimmer of hope to what seemed like an insurmountable predicament. Although Lurch said he somewhat believed God, he wouldn't mention the 5 forbidden ice needles inside God's body. Since he didn't bring it up, God wouldn't either. Besides, even if Lurch actually removed the forbidden ice needles, he might not be very happy. After dinner, Lurch and Catherine rested. In the snowfield, falling asleep quickly anytime, anywhere was an essential survival skill, as it was the fastest way to recover strength and condition. But just as Lurch had warned, the 7 Night Owl kept its piercing eyes fixed on him. However, God didn't care. He lay down and waited a while, making sure the two were asleep, before silently circulating his magic. The next instant, a chill swept over him, followed by unimaginable pain. God's face instantly turned pale, and his muscles tensed. At this moment, he clearly felt the extreme cold, but large drops of cold sweat were already seeping from his forehead. God gritted his teeth, controlling himself to not make a sound, and his body remained completely still. Enduring the extreme cold, your cold resistance has increased by 100.4%, 100.6%, 101.2%. Enduring the extreme pain of cold, your pain tolerance has increased by 67.6%, 67.9%, 68.5%. Suffering from extreme cold injury, your physical injury recovery ability has increased by 3.1%. Chapter 248: The Dawn of Evolution. 2 minutes later, God opened his eyes and stopped triggering the forbidden ice needles. It wasn't that his willpower couldn't withstand the pain from the true ice. The main issue is that the extreme cold released by the true ice after triggering the forbidden ice needles directly damaged his body. The body has the ability to recover. Minor injuries are not a problem and can even promote adaptive to enhance the body's recovery ability. However, there is a threshold. Once this threshold is exceeded, the body's capacity will be overloaded, and then it won't just be a matter of minor injuries. Too much of a good thing. Golda had to wait until the accumulated frostbite had almost healed before starting the next adaptation. This process of healing injuries was also the golden period for adaptive to enhance the body's recovery ability. It wasn't just about waiting. After resting for a while and recovering somewhat, Golda also began to rest. He slept soundly through the night. Perhaps because of mental exhaustion, Golda slept exceptionally soundly until he was woken up by Lurch the next morning. "You're quite carefree, sleeping so soundly," Lurch teased after waking God. God smiled shyly. The information appearing in his consciousness showed that his body's injury recovery ability had increased by 7.1% after one night. Before reaching a bottleneck, the progress of adaptation always increases very quickly. And the stronger his body's injury recovery ability, the shorter the time required for God's body to heal itself. The shorter the interval, the higher the frequency of adaptation he could perform. With this continuous process, it was foreseeable that in a few days, his adaptation efficiency would reach an extremely exaggerated level. After a simple breakfast, Lurk and Catherine summoned 2 spirit mounts again using Summon Mount, and then took out on a different route towards the Snowflake clan's old site. As for the 7-Night Owl, it leaned against Catherine's shoulder, like a wooden sculpture, entering a motionless state of hibernation. Owls, as typical nocturnal birds, even those with extraordinary abilities, still maintain the habit of being active at night and sleeping during the day. However, the 7-Night Owl is named so because it can go 7 days and 7 nights without sleep or discomfort when necessary. Of course, this ability is extremely energy-consuming. Therefore, unless there are special circumstances during a mission, Catherine usually allows the 7-Night Owl to maintain a normal routine. With a mount, their travel speed is much faster than Gauda's own, easily covering hundreds of kilometers a day. If the weather is good and their magic power is sufficient, traveling 200 kilometers is even possible. This is one of the reasons why the two were able to quickly track Gauda across the vast snowfield. How can 2 legs outrun 4? Therefore, the 3 should be able to return to the old side of the Snowver clan within 4 or 5 days. The closer they got to the Snowver clan, the more frustrated Gauda became, realizing that after traveling for almost half a month, he was about to return to where he started. Why were there so many obstacles when he wanted to plant a tree? However, it was still better than being taken directly back to the Snowfield Guardians' headquarters. Therefore, although Gauda was helpless, he was still in a relatively good mood. In addition, although he had once again become a prisoner, the two of them treated Gauda quite well. Whatever they ate, Gauda ate too, and he didn't have to do any of the chores in the camp. The two of them took care of everything. It was just that Gauda still couldn't see Catherine's face under her mask. As if there was something hidden, even when eating, Catherine would turn her back and remove her mask. They spent the whole day traveling. When it was almost dark, Catherine gently patted the 7-Night Owl that had been sleeping on her shoulder all day. It immediately woke up from its deep sleep, flapped its wings, and took off into the sky. The 7-Night Owl has excellent vision and hearing, which can help us find prey. It's like we have 2 extra flying eyes, Lurk explained to Gauda. Soon after, the 7-Night Owl, which had soared into the sky, flapped its wings and flew back. This time, however, it didn't perch on Catherine's shoulder but instead swooped low, leading the way. Lurk and Catherine followed the 7-Night Owl without hesitation. Led by it, they traveled for only 10 minutes before a ringed snow wolf, a size significantly larger than a normal snow wolf, appeared in their field of vision. For some reason, it was alone, wandering the snowfield. Catherine immediately charged towards the ringed snow wolf. The snow wolf reacted swiftly, baring its fangs and entering a fighting stance the instant it saw Catherine charging. However, against Catherine, the snow wolf's resistance was futile. A ice blade, enhanced by a ring-upgraded spell, effortlessly and precisely killed it, turning it into a living corpse lying on the snow. This monster-killing efficiency made Gauda incredibly envious. Naturally, dinner tonight was roasted wolf meat. After finishing their meal at the makeshift camp, the moon was already high in the sky. It was a full moon, its light exceptionally bright, ensuring excellent visibility even at night. However, Lurk and Catherine were clearly unaffected. They lay down and closed their eyes for only a few minutes before falling asleep. The 7-Night Owl, just as it had the previous night, flew to a higher point, its piercing eyes scanning their surroundings, and God remained calm. During their journey today, he had learned to rest like the 7-Night Owl. Although the journey had been bumpy, his experience with meditation had given him a knack for quickly entering a meditative state. Similarly, falling asleep quickly was not difficult. And after resting during the day, he was now full of energy. This way, God could take advantage of Lurk and Catherine's rest time to acclimatize for a longer period, instead of resting immediately after acclimatizing as he had the previous night. He waited another 10 minutes, then focused his mind, circulating his internal magic power and once again activating the forbidden ice needles inserted along his magic power's path. A moment later, beads of sweat appeared on Gauda's forehead, and his face turned deathly pale. 2.5 minutes later, drenched in sweat, he reopened his eyes. The frostbite within his body was nearing its limit again. Gauda patiently waited for his body to heal itself. Of course, he didn't need to wait for full recovery. After about an hour, Gauda began circulating his magic power again. This time, before his body had fully recovered, He only lasted half a minute before stopping. Throughout the night, Gauda circulated his magic power for half a minute every hour, repeating this process. By dawn, he had circulated his magic power 5 times. Including the initial time, Gauda had activated the forbidden ice needles for over 5 minutes that night, more than double the time from the previous day. After all this effort, his cold resistance had increased to 112%, his pain tolerance to 74.5%, and even his injury recovery ability had reached an astonishingly high 14.7%. It seemed that because his injuries were constantly on the verge of a threshold, his body's self-healing abilities were being triggered to the maximum extent. It was like pushing yourself to exhaustion during workouts to maximize muscle growth. Moreover, during the daytime recovery process, his injury recovery ability could continue to improve, although the efficiency would decrease rapidly as the injuries healed, but it was better than nothing. The results of the night almost made Gauda burst out laughing. At this rate, the intermediate level ice body seemed within reach. And when his cold resistance reached 100%, he evolved the basic ice body. Would his pain tolerance and injury recovery ability also evolve corresponding abilities after reaching 100%? The thought of this possibility filled Gauda with renewed energy. Even the pain inflicted by the ice felt sweet. Lurk, upon waking, had already begun preparing breakfast. Gauda got up, stretched, and carefully assessed his physical condition. Because the chill hadn't completely dissipated, his blood and muscles were still somewhat stiff, his heart rate was extremely low, and he still had noticeable frostbite. But after only a short while, Gauda could feel that his condition had improved. His recovery ability appeared to have only increased by 14.7%, a seemingly insignificant number, but the actual physical changes were quite noticeable. After breakfast, the three set off again. Gauda, who hadn't slept all night, began to meditate and rest on the mount summoned by Lurk. 4 days later. Whoosh! A shard of ice crystal sliced through the air. The shard instantly traveled dozens of meters, piercing the head of a gazelle searching for moss under the snow, causing a spray of blood to erupt on the snow. Immediately afterward, 3 figures appeared. Wild goat, another treat today. On the snowfields, wild beasts are far rarer than creatures of the ley lines, Lurk remarked. Firstly, the harsh environment makes it difficult for wild beasts without supernatural powers to survive in the north. Secondly, even if wild beasts without supernatural powers manage to withstand the harsh environment, they are often hunted and eaten by carnivorous creatures of the ley lines. As he spoke, Lurk stepped forward and skillfully began butchering the fallen goat. These kinds of chores were usually Lurk's responsibility. Although both were hunters, Catherine's status was clearly higher than Lurk's. In fact, more than one level, because God always had a vague feeling that Lurk often acted like Catherine's servant. Of course, this was none of his concern, so he didn't pay much attention, nor would he ask. While Lurk butchered the goat, Catherine took out a map of the north drawn by the Snowfield Guardians, which she always carried with her, and began to study it carefully. They should arrive by tomorrow night. After watching for a while, Catherine spoke calmly, addressing both Lurk and God. After so much time, is there anything left to find? God frowned slightly, asking another question. This was his concern. Snow and time would bury many things. The abilities and methods of the Snowfield Guardian hunters are beyond your imagination. Catherine's eyes, hidden behind her mask, glanced sideways at God. God shrugged, genuinely hoping that Catherine's abilities were as reliable as she described. By the campfire, God turned the lamb chops in his hands, letting them heat evenly over the fire, while chatting with Lurk. By the way, could you tell me how you hunters and guardians are distinguished? The difference between the two seems quite significant. Having traveled together for 4 or 5 days, he had become quite familiar with the two. Even though Catherine was mostly taciturn, unlike Lurk who was talkative, God could clearly sense that their attitude towards him had softened considerably. This made him more at ease, and he would even occasionally ask about the inner workings of the Snowfield Guardians. As long as it didn't involve secrets, Lurk would generally answer. It's actually quite simple. Most hunters and guardians are orphans taken in by the sect. Those with iceborn blood or special talents are taken in by headquarters, then they receive training and instruction, and finally, based on their own will, they are divided into 2 factions, those willing to dedicate themselves to the snowfield and wander the land, and who don't have much desire for power, generally choose to become guardians, the rest become hunters. Of course, some people change their minds after making their choice. For example, after being a guardian for a while, They find it too arduous and want to become hunters. Or, after being a hunter for a while, they feel that constantly accepting and completing tasks assigned by the sect isn't free enough, and they're exhausted, so they want to become guardians. Both happen, and the sect generally allows it. The Snowfield Guardians respect everyone's choices. I see, God nodded, then glanced at Catherine, who remained silent. Although most of the Snowfield Guardians are orphans they've taken in, a small number have extraordinary backgrounds. Clearly, Catherine is one of those few. Her demeanor doesn't suggest she's an orphan. After dinner, Lurk and Catherine began their cultivation practice. God took the opportunity to sleep for a while. While he could catch up on sleep during the day, the quality was ultimately less than ideal, and besides, he couldn't go too far. After all, if someone can sleep all day, it means they didn't sleep well at night. After the two finished their practice and lay down to rest, Flora, as instructed, quietly woke God. Upon waking, God immediately channeled his magic power, focusing it powerfully on the 5 forbidden ice needles within his body. After 4 days of adaptation, he could now withstand the chill of the true ice for a full 10 minutes at a time. The intervals between sessions were shortened to half an hour, while the duration of each session was extended to 2 minutes. God finally stopped at the crack of dawn, ending his adaptation for the day. Enduring the chill of the extreme ice, your cold resistance has increased by 157%. Enduring the pain of extreme cold, your pain tolerance has increased by 86.2%. Suffering from extreme cold injuries, your physical injury recovery ability has increased by 39.3%. The increase in cold resistance continued at a steady pace. Even with his current high cold resistance, God still couldn't withstand the chill of the extreme ice, far from reaching his limit. However, the rate of increase in pain tolerance had slowed considerably. While it seemed only 13.8% away from the 100% threshold, Gouda knew the actual difference was significant, not simply a matter of numerical magnitude. Fortunately, his physical injury recovery ability, being in a beginner's bonus period, continued to improve rapidly. Comparatively, Gouda was more eagerly anticipating the abilities that would evolve once his physical injury recovery ability reached its critical value. After all, according to conventional thinking, the former's evolved physique is only related to enduring pain, and its function is limited. The latter, however, has infinite possibilities. While it may not be as exaggerated as limb regeneration, it might actually become an indestructible cockroach. Chapter 249, Conversation with the Dead. Just as Catherine had predicted, they arrived at the site of the old snowfield camp the following evening, barely darkening the sky. Although darkness enveloped them, it had little effect on the three of them. As hunters, they naturally possessed the second circle spell, Dark Sight. Goddard, having already developed a high level of dark vision, already had a similar effect with his naked eyes. Of course, the effect wasn't as pronounced as Dark Sight, but it was sufficient. Looking around, they could clearly see that the once large and prosperous camp, just half a month ago, was now a ruin, half buried by the falling snow. Tent fragments were scattered everywhere, torn fabric flapping in the wind. On the snow, evidence of the beast's rampage remained. Mangled bones lay scattered, along with the women's clothing, men's weapons, cooking utensils, and other fragments of life. An indescribable heaviness permeated the air. The fragility of life was even more evident on the snowy plains. Loich and Catherine, however, remained remarkably calm amidst this scene. This might be the biggest difference between hunters and guardians. Guardians truly possess compassion and a spirit of dedication, while hunters are more self-centered. Gwent thought to himself. The two led Gwent through the ravaged ruins of Snowfield, their eyes darting around as if searching for something. In God's view, all that remained were broken debris and incomplete skeletons. Finding anything to prove himself was highly unlikely. But since Catherine had been so confident yesterday, she must have had some assurance. After all, magic could do many things that defied common sense, and there were simply too many spells in the world, each with its own unique effects. This was the biggest difference between the extraordinary world and the ordinary world. Many things couldn't be judged by common sense. As it turned out, the usually taciturn Catherine, having dared to make such a bold statement yesterday, truly had a plan in mind. As they reached the center of Snowfield Camp, Loich's eyes suddenly lit up, and he called out, "Catherine, look!" God followed Loich's gaze and saw a frozen, white corpse hidden in a snowdrift ahead. It was the body of an old man. When there's enough food, the snow wolves are picky eaters. Old people aren't very palatable to them, so they're left behind. And with the low temperatures of the north, the body freezes quickly, remaining intact even after several months, Lurk explained to God. God nodded slightly in response. He understood these principles, of course. The question was, what use was a complete corpse? Even if it was intact, it was still just a corpse. It couldn't come alive and speak. Lurk clearly saw through God's thoughts but didn't rush to explain, only offering a mysterious smile. The next moment, Catherine walked steadily to the old man's body. Then, she slowly raised her right hand, her slender fingers tracing a complex and mysterious mark in the air. An extremely dense surge of magical power erupted from her palm, surging like a tidal wave. Finally, this powerful surge of magical power transformed into a thin, shimmering ray of light, shooting from Catherine's fingertips. The ray pierced precisely into the body of the old man, who had been dead for over 10 days, devoid of any life. To God's incredulous gaze, after the ray entered the body, a miraculous glimmer of color appeared on the corpse's previously pale face. It was like a tender green shoot suddenly blooming on a withered branch in winter, utterly unbelievable. Immediately afterward, the old man's eyelids began to tremble slightly. The next moment, his tightly closed eyes snapped open. However, beneath his eyelids were not bright eyes, but a deathly white, like cataracts. This proved that the old man was still a corpse, not resurrected, but had undergone some strange transformation. After opening his eyes, the old man, with an almost mechanical movement, slowly sat up, supporting himself on the ground with his hands. This scene greatly shocked God, but Lurk was already used to it. This is the rare spell Communion of the Dead, which only Catherine knows. With this spell, the dead can speak, and nothing can be hidden from her, Lurk explained. Communion of the Dead. God silently memorized the name of this spell. Lurk didn't say anything more specific. He could only judge from experience that it was definitely a necromancy spell, and its level would not be lower than 3. Did your tribe suffer 2 attacks from snow wolf beast tides a dozen days ago? Catherine asked the resurrected old man in a deep voice. Yes, it did, the old man replied slowly to Catherine's question in a rigid voice without any change in tone or emotion. Good luck, Lurk quickly judged upon hearing this. It seems the snow fox body we found perished in the second, even more intense beast tide. During the first beast tide, an outsider guardian stepped forward and single-handedly killed a golden-eyed snow wolf leading the tide, allowing your tribe to temporarily escape the crisis, right? Catherine asked her second question. Yes, the old man answered again in his monotonous voice, without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lurk's expression changed. Catherine continued to press. After that outsider guardian intervened, did he remain in your tribe due to severe injuries? Yes. He was seriously injured and almost died, but he survived. This time, the old man's answer was more specific. Hearing this, Catherine didn't immediately ask the next question but fell into a brief moment of thought. After a while, she shifted her gaze from the old man to Lurk. Lurk immediately understood, took out a piece of animal hide from his robes, and unfolded it in front of the old man. God glanced curiously at the hide, where Barak's face was clearly depicted. Does the guardian's appearance match the person drawn on this hide? Catherine asked. However, the old man shook his head. I don't know. I only saw him rush in from afar, fighting alongside our chieftain. I couldn't make out his face clearly. Catherine paused for a moment upon hearing this answer before finally speaking again. Did the guardian have any particularly memorable features? The guardian rode a large, snow-white tiger, at least 20 feet long, with high shoulder blades, looking incredibly powerful. He was killed in battle while protecting the guardian, surrounded and attacked by snow wolves. This was the longest and most detailed statement the old man had made since his resurrection, but as soon as he finished speaking, the old man's eyelids abruptly closed. The color of life on his face vanished in that instant, as if all his life force had been exhausted. With a thud, the old man who had sat up fell back onto the snow, transforming back into his silent, lifeless body. The 3 men present had varying expressions. The snow-white tiger he described must be Barak's pet, the ice-mane tiger. There's no mistake, ice-mane tigers are extremely rare on the snowfields. As far as I know, even among the guardians, only Barak has tamed an ice-mane tiger as a pet. The guardian who made the move was definitely him. Lurk's face showed surprise, deep thought, and a touch of solemnity. Now that Barak's identity and actions were confirmed, the so-called betrayal of the faith naturally crumbled. And what God said about Barak entrusting him with a message could almost be confirmed. Neither hunter was a fool. Connecting this to the almost blatant misrepresentation of information they'd received from within the sect, they instantly realized this person practicing forbidden necromancy must hold an extremely high position among the Snowfield Guardians to possess such power. Catherine, it's fortunate you returned just in time, otherwise, any other hunter would have been unable to uncover the truth, and once more than 30 days have passed, even you won't be able to awaken the dead Snowfowl, and the truth will be completely buried, Lurk said with lingering fear. In that situation, Beric would never be able to shake off the blame. Catherine's expression was obscured by her bronze mask, but her eyes clearly sharpened, a glint of cunning flashing within them. Such cunning methods. We must find this person as soon as possible, otherwise, who knows how many more Northerners he'll harm, she said coldly. Hearing this, God breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, his innocence had been proven. Logically, the two had no reason to make things difficult for him any further. Now that the truth has come to light, shouldn't you let me go? Gouda asked. To Gouda's surprise, Catherine glanced at him and shook her head. No, at least not now. Why? This matter is clearly no longer my concern, and you ask that yourself. Gouda's face stiffened. First, the mastermind is clearly a high-ranking figure among the Snowfield Guardians. To avoid alerting them, this matter must be handled with utmost care, employing a strategy of surprise and deception to avoid arousing their suspicion and to better investigate their identity. As an outsider, yet knowing such top-secret information, if I were to let you leave rashly now, there's a risk of leaks. Second, you are currently the sole survivor of the Snowfur clan's beast tide, essentially the only witness. For this reason alone, I cannot let you leave until things are settled. Finally, Catherine said softly, you have appeared in our branch. Perhaps the mastermind already knows this. Given their methods and cruelty, they will surely kill you to silence you. If we can find you, they may also find you. For your own safety, it's better if you stay with us until this is over. Although it was an explanation, Catherine's resolve was firm. God's expression wasn't good, but he didn't struggle any further. There's no logic in this world. Because in the face of absolute power, reason is irrelevant. God had already understood this principle at the Seer's Magic Academy. What should we do next? Lurk asked Catherine for her opinion. We can't return to headquarters for now. It might arouse the mastermind's suspicion, or even lead to him taking action, Catherine said after thinking for a moment. The he she referred to was God. Moreover, we can't tell anyone else in the sect about this except the two of us. Because we can't confirm who in the sect is trustworthy, or who is working for the mastermind. The more people know this, the easier it is for the news to leak. We also can't use the Snowfield Guardian's power to investigate. Since the mastermind is a high-ranking member of the sect, he must be very aware of and sensitive to personnel movements within the sect. It won't escape his notice. We need to seek help from forces outside the sect, Catherine said with remarkable clarity. Forces outside the sect? Lurk was clueless. We'll go to this Henbing tribe. Elder Grant of this Henbing tribe is someone I know. I can ask him for help, and with the strength of this Henbing tribe, they are capable of helping us investigate this matter, Catherine said decisively. Alright, I forgot you know people from this Henbing tribe. Lurk's tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed. The two decided on their next direction in just a few words. God could only listen silently, having no right to interfere in their discussion. Let me remove the forbidden ice needles for you first. After making the decision, Lurk turned to look at the silent God and said apologetically. Wait, but before God could say anything, Catherine had already stopped Lurk. Although he is innocent, he certainly doesn't want to follow us and get involved in our sex affairs. If you remove the forbidden ice needles for him now and restore his spellcasting ability, he will inevitably have other ideas in his mind, adding trouble. Let's leave it at that for now, Catherine said in a flat tone. This little vixen. God is definitely happy to have the forbidden ice needles left in his body, because it can accelerate his evolutionary progress. But his willingness is one thing, and Catherine's blatant imposition on him is another. God will remember this grudge. After this is over, we will give you some compensation. Seemingly sensing God's resentment, Catherine added calmly, her tone still flat. Catherine is very generous, Lurk whispered from the side, trying to ease God's resentment. I will cooperate with you. Consider it revenge for Beric. He was my friend, and I feel very bad for him ending up like this, God replied half-truthfully. Since the matter has already happened and cannot be changed, it's better to change your mindset and try to gain more benefits. If he is full of resentment, Lurk and Catherine will feel much more at ease. However, If she adopted a good attitude, given their somewhat law-abiding nature, they would feel some guilt towards her. "Let's go to this Henbing tribe," Catherine said coldly. Chapter 250's Henbing tribe. Loich and Catherine set off again with God, this time changing their route. Their destination had shifted from the Snowfield Guardians' headquarters to the former Snowfield camp, and now to the True Ice tribe. Having adjusted his mindset and accepted reality, God was even starting to feel a sense of anticipation. He had always been interested in the True Ice tribe, the most powerful and ancient tribe in the north. It was like visiting a country. You always want to see its capital, otherwise it feels like a wasted trip. Previously, God had been focused on planting trees and hadn't wasted time on such things. But now, the die was cast, and a visit to the True Ice tribe was unavoidable. So, they decided to treat it as a small group trip full of novelty. Loich provided the mount and drove him, a chauffeur, of course. Besides, they would have exotic and diverse game to eat along the way, a local specialty, of course. Even if everything goes smoothly, it will take almost a month to get from here to this Henbing tribe, Loich said casually to God while carefully comparing the map. The Northern Territory is vast, and even at their speed, travel time is usually measured in months. God nodded, mentally estimating that at his current adaptation rate, he might be able to fully adapt to the forbidden ice needles within his body before reaching this Henbing tribe. At the same time, his gaze naturally fell on the map in Loich's hand. Loich didn't mind letting God look at it. The map in his hand came from the Snowfield Guardians. As the oldest sect in the Northern Territory, the maps drawn by the Snowfield Guardians were naturally far more detailed and extensive than those of the Snowfield clan. The map covered not only almost the entire western region, which accounted for more than 90% of the Northern Territory's population, but also parts of the sparsely populated central region. God looked at it, trying hard to memorize it. As a mage's level increases and their mental strength grows, their memory also improves accordingly. Therefore, even with such a complex map, it's still possible to memorize it with a little effort. After all, memorizing a map is much simpler than memorizing written information. Just take a look at it yourself, don't share it with others. After looking at it for a while, Loich rolled up the map, put it back in his pocket, and then casually pointed at God. Maps are extremely secretive and precious knowledge for every power in the Northern Territory. You can't buy them even if you have money. Loich's willingness to let God see it was already an extra favor out of remorse. If God wanted to copy the map and sell it for resources, that would be absolutely unacceptable. God, of course, understood this and nodded in agreement. Of course, it's said that this Henbing tribe is the most powerful tribe in the Northern Territory. Just how powerful is it? Out of curiosity, God asked another question. Chief Zimo of the Jur Border tribe had once given him a general overview of the Northern Territory, but Chief Zimo was ultimately just the chief of a small tribe with limited knowledge, so his introduction was only very rough and simple. As a hunter from the Snowfield Guardians, the oldest sect in the north, Loich's knowledge far surpassed that of Chief Shimo. The Henbing tribe has a population of over 500,000, and among them, more than 10,000 are hunters with iceborn blood. This wasn't exactly a secret, and since God had asked, Loich readily answered. In the northern tribes, there are no professional soldiers. So-called professional soldiers aren't simply those with combat ability, they require rigorous training and superior equipment. The northern tribes, struggling to even ensure a sufficient food supply, absolutely cannot afford professional soldiers. This is because professional soldiers don't participate in productive labor. Their daily work not only brings no benefit to the tribe, but also consumes a large amount of its resources. In the north, the armed forces within tribes are usually called hunters, who mostly play a producer role, only transforming into military forces when combat is needed. Tens of thousands of hunters, that's tens of thousands of iceborn mages. That's indeed a powerful force. Regardless of their overall strength, in terms of top-tier combat power alone, they are unparalleled in the Snowfield. The entire Henbing tribe alone has more than 5 known fourth-ring mages, and while this Henbing tribe's new war mother, Sunafa, is also only a fourth-ring mage, because she wields this Henbing magical weapon, Boreas's original weapon, Blizzard, and has awakened Henbing magic, her combat power is practically invincible among fourth-ring mages. There are even rumors that she can fight a fifth-ring mage, however, no one knows for sure. Loichi paused before explaining. Because there are no fifth-ring mages left in the north, so the rumors are naturally unverifiable. Gata was silent for a moment, then sincerely sighed. That's powerful enough, let alone a 5th ring mage, even a 4th ring mage was an unattainable existence for him. To be more precise, a 2nd ring mage could easily crush him like an ant. The world of mages is a hierarchical system, completely different from the novels Gauda had read in his previous life. In those novels, challenging those of higher levels and defeating those of lower levels was commonplace. If you couldn't achieve this, you wouldn't dare call yourself a prodigy. Some even claim to have defeated opponents 2 major levels higher. But in the world of mages, challenging those of higher levels is virtually impossible. Firstly, the difference between high-level and low-level spells is immense. Secondly, each advancement in rank is accompanied by a transformation, a specialization awakening, and the ability to cast spells at that rank. These 2 factors combined are enough to create a huge power gap between even a single rank. Like Gauda now, even though he's only recently advanced to 1st rank mage, he would have no reason to lose against a mage apprentice. Although the behemoth is called a tribe, the Zhenbing tribe's top-tier combat power actually surpasses that of the Xin Duchy. This comparison clearly demonstrates the Zhenbing tribe's strength. A primitive tribe struggling to survive was more powerful than a duchy, all thanks to the Iceborne bloodline, a bloodline that had been declining for many years. One can imagine how powerful the North must have been at the height of the Iceborne bloodline. After dinner, Lurk and Catherine began their usual cultivation. With nothing to do and waiting for the 2 to rest, God, who had silently activated the forbidden ice needle technique, suddenly remembered he had 2 drops of 1st-tier ice marrow. He thought for a moment and activated his Mandora's eye. A deep, eerie blue glow immediately appeared around his left pupil. God tilted his head back, took out the ice marrow, and dripped both drops into his Mandora's eye. The rich ice elemental power quickly merged into his eye, nourishing and strengthening it. A moment later, the power of the ice marrow had been completely absorbed by the Mandora's eye, and his pupil glowed with a clear, bright light. According to Gaod's classification, Mandora's eye is currently at Tier 1, 372, far from advancing. However, reality isn't a game. It's not like there's no change if you don't level up. In fact, every bit of experience gained during the eye's advancement process brings a slight improvement. For example, when Gaod uses Mandora's eye to look into the distance, the viewing distance is noticeably longer, roughly equivalent to the focal length increasing from 10x to 10.3x. If it can evolve to Tier 2, besides the increased viewing distance, there should be some fundamental improvements. But it still needs a full 69 drops of Tier 1 ice marrow. Where can it obtain these? End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.